Even though Grade 3 weapons craftsmen had appeared in the history of the Darkhan dynasty, it was only for a brief moment. Moreover, that was already a matter of a few hundred years ago. At this day, in the Darkhan dynasty and even in the various other dynasties, there wasn't any word of the appearance of a Grade 3 weapons craftsman. It was precisely because of this that a Grade 3 weapons craftsman could be considered to be an existence of legend in the eyes of the members of the Darkhan dynasty. It was imaginable that if a Grade 3 weapons craftsman were to appear in a dynasty, then it would surely cause an exceedingly great stir. It was even to the extent that the weapons craftsman only had to promise a Grade 3 spirit weapon as the price before being able to make the powers and experts of the various dynasties to rush to his aid. The temptation of a Grade 3 spirit weapon was too great. As the emperor of the Darkhan dynasty, although a Grade 4 weapons craftsman was rare, it wasn't to the point there being none, so he could disregard Xianxia. But if it was a Grade 3 weapons craftsman, then he had to be afraid. Your Majesty, if you think I'm speaking like this intentionally, then you can go ahead and act arbitrarily. Xianxia looked at the emperor with a calm expression as he spoke via voice transmission. The emperor's expression was exceedingly gloomy, and for a moment he didn't know how to choose. Presently, he was obviously slightly irrevocably committed. If he didn't do anything to Duan Ling Tian, then would his dignity as the emperor of the Darkhan dynasties still exist? If he were to do something to Duan Ling Tian, then wouldn't he likely offend the Grade 3 weapons craftsman Xianxia spoke of? Offending a Grade 3 weapons craftsman wasn't a joke. A Grade 3 weapons craftsman only had to pay the price of a few Grade 3 spirit weapons before being able to urge the numerous experts of the various dynasties to look for trouble with the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. The Darkhan dynasty's imperial family did possess great resources and reserves, and there were experts as numerous as the clouds in it. Yet it was impossible for the imperial family to constantly keep an eye on and protect their descendants and disciples. Who knew if the Grade 3 weapons craftsman wouldn't vent his anger on the direct descendant disciples of the imperial family? At that time, even if the Grade 3 weapons craftsman used a single Grade 3 spirit weapon in exchange for the lives of 10 direct descendant disciples of the imperial family, there would probably be countless experts that came one after the other to put their lives on the line for it. All of this wasn't something he was willing to see. Why isn't His Majesty punishing Duan Ling Tian? On the spectating area that belonged to the imperial family, Zishang sat upright as his brows frowned slightly. He was originally prepared to watch the show, yet who knew that it would suddenly turn into awkward silence. Right when the atmosphere in the cage battle arena became slightly strange. Swoosh! A white-colored bolt of lightning flashed past the sky above the cage battle arena, and it instantly arrived before the emperor as he called out respectfully, "Imperial Uncle." The person that arrived by the emperor's side was precisely the white-clothed young man, the person that presided over the first phase of the dynasty martial competition yesterday. At this moment, although his voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to be exceptionally sonorous in the exceedingly silent cage battle arena. Imperial Uncle? For a time, many people were stunned. I never imagined that he's actually a direct descendant disciple of the imperial family. I wonder which prince's son he is. I only know that the black-clothed young man is the second son of His Majesty. As for him, I've never heard of or seen him before. The second prince is one of the 3 publicly acknowledged most outstanding young experts in our Darkhan dynasty, and he's equally famous as the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyong, and the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao. Who wouldn't know him? Within the cage battle arena, the sounds of discussions went on ceaselessly, causing it to be extremely bustling. Many people were curious towards the white-clothed young man. When the emperor heard this, he looked at the white-clothed young man, his nephew, and asked via voice transmission, "What is it?" The white-clothed young man's brows raised as he spoke something via voice transmission. A short sentence caused the emperor's expression to change indeterminately before finally heaving a sigh of relief, and he seemed as if he'd obtained the answer to a difficult question. Subsequently, the emperor raised his head to look towards once of the first-class spectating area. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he didn't know what the emperor was doing, but he still followed along the gaze of the emperor to notice that 2 people he recognized sat where the emperor was looking at. The Yi clan's patriarch and the Yi clan's second young master, Yixiang. But at this moment there was another person between the two of them. There was a young man with a calm expression, and he slightly resembled the Yi clan patriarch and Yi Xiang between the brows, causing Duanling Tian to be unable to help but think in his heart. Could it be that he's the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao? Presently, Duanling Tian wasn't the fool that had just arrived at the Dark Han dynasty's capital. He'd heard of some things that were widely known in the Dark Han dynasty. Within the Dark Han dynasty, there were 3 extremely outstanding young geniuses that were publicly acknowledged as the top genius martial artists in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. These people were respectively the imperial family's second prince, Bai He, the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyong, and the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao. Amongst these 3 people, Duanling Tian only knew Zhang Shouyong. He clearly understood Zhang Shouyong's natural talent in the martial Dao, and even in the entire Dar Han dynasty, Zhang Shouyong was absolutely a top existence. Since Yi Xiao was capable of being equally famous as him, Yi Xiao would surely not be weak. Duanling Tian's thoughts hadn't finished spinning when he heard the emperor speaking to him once more. Yet the emperor's tone had undergone a tremendous change. So your big brother Wu Dao's son-in-law, it's really as the saying goes, a misunderstanding caused 2 that are related to almost cause harm to each other. It's indeed I who had done wrong as a senior today. The emperor changed his attitude on a whim. His gloomy expression had instantly become warm, as if he'd instantly transformed into an amiable senior. He had the appearance as if he was a magnanimous senior that wouldn't fuss about things with his juniors. This caused Duanling Tian to be unable to react for some time, and when he did, he glanced deeply at the emperor. Big brother Wu Dao? He naturally guessed who the big brother Wu Dao the emperor mentioned was. It was undoubtedly the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. As for why the emperor wouldn't suddenly know of his relationship with Feng Wu Dao, based on Duanling Tian's guess, it was surely related to the white-clothed young man and the Yi clan patriarch. Earlier, the white-clothed young man ought to have warned the emperor. Subsequently, the emperor looked towards the Yi clan patriarch because it was very likely that he used a voice transmission to ask about the relationship between Duanling Tian and Feng Wu Dao. When the emperor completely confirmed it, it caused the following changes in his expression. Looks like that white-clothed young man is very concerned about it. He actually knows that the Yi clan's patriarch has knowledge about my background. Duanling Tian glanced deeply at the white-clothed young man that stood by the emperor's side. The son-in-law of Lord Wu Dao? So this young man from the Darkstone Empire has another layer of identity. Truly shocking. Lord Wu Dao's daughter is so outstanding, yet such a beauty is taken. What a pity. A pity? Even if Lord Wu Dao's daughter isn't taken, do you think you have the chance? Laughable. After they knew of the relationship between Duanling Tian and Feng Wu Dao, the entire cage battle arena was once again in an uproar. What? He's the son-in-law of Feng Wu Dao? On the first-class spectating area that belonged solely to the imperial family, the old man in black clothes went slightly grim in expression. No. Impossible. How could this be? Zishang, who sat by the old man's side, had an extremely unsightly expression, as it never occurred to him that Duanling Tian would have this identity as well. He'd arrived at the Dark Han dynasty for some time and knew some things of the Dark Han dynasty in detail, and amongst these things included the matter about the eldest master of the Feng clan. He knew that the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao, was a top expert in the territory of the Dark Han dynasty. Supposedly, his cultivation isn't inferior to that strongest person of the imperial family. Due to this, Feng Wu Dao's status in the Dark Han dynasty was special, and even the emperor didn't dare offend him lightly. This was something that anyone with good sense would be able to discern from the change in attitude of the emperor after he found out of Duanling Tian's identity. I never imagined that this Duanling Tian is playing the role of a pretty boy as well. Ziyan's beautiful brows knit slightly as she spat, and her tone was filled with disdain and contempt. Zishang. The old man looked at Zishang and spoke with slight fear. Originally, I didn't have any reason to interfere in the matter between you and Duanling Tian. But now, since he has the identity of being the son-in-law of Feng Wu Dao, you can't kill him intentionally. Otherwise, even Master is unable to protect you. As the old man finished speaking, his words were filled with fear towards Feng Wu Dao. Zishang had an unwilling expression as he muttered with a low voice. Could it be that the enmity between me and Duan Ling Tian has to be let go like this? Of course not. The old man shook his head and said slowly, "It's all right so long as you don't kill him intentionally. At the same time, you can't intentionally cripple his cultivation either. You can do anything else. Sometimes, humiliating a person is more painful than killing the person." With the reminder of the old man, Zishang's eyes lit up. "Right? If I trample wantonly on Duan Ling Tian's dignity after I defeat him, wouldn't that be even more wonderful? With Duan Ling Tian's pride, it would surely be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to endure the humiliation I give him." He could imagine that Duan Ling Tian would surely feel that death was better than living at that time. Disciple understands. Zishang took a deep breath as a piercingly cold light flashed deep within his eyes. Meanwhile, when facing the emperor that had changed his attitude, Duan Ling Tian only glanced at him indifferently before looking at Xianxia, who was stunned at the side since long ago. "Pavilion Master Xiang, thank you for what you did earlier." Xianxia recovered from his shock when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice, and he laughed in self-ridicule. "Looks like I shouldn't have interfered. If I knew you had such a relationship with the Feng clan's eldest master, then I wouldn't have made a fool of myself earlier." Never had he imagined that Duan Ling Tian had such a relationship with the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao. "No matter what, I, Duan Ling Tian, will remember this favor of yours in my heart." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and spoke with a serious expression. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian invited Xianxia to sit at the spectating area with the members of the Darkstone Empire. Originally, with Xianxia's status and identity in the Darkhan dynasty, he would disdain to sit at the second-class spectating area. If he wanted to sit at the first-class spectating area, even the higher-ups of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family would warmly invite him to the spectating area they sat at. Now, under the gazes of everyone present, Xianxia had agreed to Duan Ling Tian's invitation and descended by Duan Ling Tian's side. "King Yong, this is the Darkhan dynasty's weapons craftsman main guild's vice guild master Xiang." Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian introduced Xianxia to King Yong, and introduced King Yong to Xianxia at the same time. The Vice Guild Master of the Darkhan dynasty's weapons craftsman main guild? Earlier, King Yong had realized this person wasn't simple when he saw Xianxia stand up for Duan Ling Tian. After all, it wasn't everyone that dared make a move against a member of the imperial family before the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. Moreover, that old man had attacked Duan Ling Tian under the tacit approval of the emperor. Now, after he found out about Xianxia's identity, King Yong couldn't help but be shocked, and he hurriedly invited Xianxia to sit by his side. "Vice Guild Master Xiang, please sit down." At the same time, he started to flash through his memories related to the Darkhan dynasty. In next to no time, he recalled it. He seemed to have once heard someone say that the Darkhan dynasty's weapons craftsman guild possessed 3 grade 4 weapons craftsmen. One of them was the guild master, and the other 2 were vice guild masters, whereas one of those 2 vice guild masters seemed to be surnamed Xiang. Grade 4 weapons craftsman? For a time, King Yong's feelings surged once more. After all, even if it was the entire Darkstone Empire, there was only a single grade 4 spirit weapon, and it was in his possession. A grade 4 spirit weapon could be considered to be a rare treasure to him and the Darkstone Empire. Yet now, a grade 4 weapons craftsman that could easily refine a grade 4 spirit weapon had appeared before him just like this, and it caused him to be unable to refrain from being shocked, and his feelings surged extremely. As for Duan Ling Tian, when he saw Xianxia and King Yong sitting down successively, he returned and sat down indifferently by Su Li's side. Duan Ling Tian. Su Li, who broke out in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian earlier, raised his thumb at Duan Ling Tian, and he revealed admiration between his brows. Never had he imagined that Duan Ling Tian had just made a trip to the Darkhan dynasty, yet Duan Ling Tian had actually conquered the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, and had even become Feng Wudao's son-in-law. Yesterday he'd noticed that the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master looked at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly different gaze, but he didn't think too much of it at the time. Now when he thought about it, it was because she favored Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed the dubious gaze in Su Li's eyes, and he knew what Su Li was thinking, causing him to be unable to refrain from angrily rolling his eyes at Su Li. "Duan Ling Tian, you're just leaving the emperor of the Darkhan dynasty aside like that? Isn't that improper? Meanwhile, Su Li glanced into the distance. Presently, Duanling Tian seemed to have completely forgotten the Darkhan dynasty's emperor that still stood there in the air. If he likes to stand there like an idiot, then let him. Duanling Tian shrugged and had an indifferent expression as he spoke. The corners of Su Li's mouth twitched when he heard this. That was the supreme emperor of the Darkhan dynasty, and he wasn't some Tom, Dick, or Harry. At this moment, the emperor was slightly embarrassed, yet even though there was quite an amount of rage in the depths of his eyes, he didn't flare up. Subsequently, under the escort of the 2 old men and the 2 young men, the emperor ascended to the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family before looking at the black-clothed old man and speaking respectfully. "Imperial uncle. MMM. The black-clothed old man nodded. "Sit down." After the emperor sat down, Zishang and Ziyen, who sat at the other side of the black-clothed old man, stood up and bowed to the emperor. "Your Majesty." "Zishang, I've told you since long ago, you're the personal disciple of my imperial uncle. So you're of similar seniority as me. Call me big brother or senior brother in the future." The emperor shook his head. "Zishang doesn't deserve such an honor." Zishang spoke with slight fear in his voice. "Little sister Ziyen." Meanwhile, the black-clothed young man that arrived behind the emperor revealed burning desire and happiness when he saw Ziyen. "Second prince." Ziyen nodded to the black-clothed young man, yet seemed to be unwilling to pay any more attention to him, and she completely disregarded the burning gaze of the second prince that seemed as if he wanted to swallow her. "Prince Hao." Meanwhile, Zishang and Ziyen looked at the white-clothed young man that was beside the black-clothed young man and greeted him. The white-clothed young man was the son of one of the emperor's older brothers, and his name was Bai Hao. He was a young genius that had a natural talent that wasn't inferior to the second prince, Bai He. In the past, Bai Hao very rarely stayed at the Darkhan dynasty, and he was mostly gaining experience and tempering outside the dynasty and wandering about in the various dynasties, causing his experience to be abundant. It was precisely because of this that few people in the Darkhan dynasty knew his existence, and he'd only returned when the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was about to begin. Bai Hao nodded to Zishang and Ziyen, and then he sat on a seat at the side, seeming to be a person that preferred his own companionship. As for the second prince, Bai He walked out with large strides to sit by Ziyen's side. "Little sister Ziyen, it's all right that I sit here, right?" After he sat down, Bai He smiled as he asked, and he had the manner of performing the deed before asking for permission. Ziyen frowned imperceptibly as a wisp of detest flashed in the depths of her eyes, yet when she thought about his identity, she didn't flare up in the end. Zishang noticed his younger sister's feeling, and he was deeply afraid that she would flare up, so he spoke to Bai He before she could. "Second prince is joking, there's naturally no problem." "MMM." Bai He nodded indifferently. Even though he was warm to Ziyen, he was indifferent when facing Zishang, and it was even to the extent that slight disdain was contained in the depths of his gaze. He looked down on Zishang from the bottom of his heart. In his eyes, Zishang was only a lowly person that came from a tiny imperial kingdom, and it was only Zishang's good luck that allowed Zishang to be taken as a personal disciple by his imperial granduncle. Otherwise, Zishang wouldn't even be worthy to carry his shoes. Zishang naturally noticed the disdain and contempt in the depths of Bai He's gaze, and he knew what Bai He was thinking. Zishang took a deep breath as strands of cold lights leaped about in the depths of his eyes. "Bai He, I'll make you and Duanling Tian my stepping stones today." Zishang cursed in his heart, and then he sat down slowly. At the same time, the surroundings of the cage battle arena recovered its calm, and no one arrived anymore for some time. "Begin." Right at this moment, the emperor spoke out and announced that the second phase of the dynasty martial competition would begin. This second phase of the martial competition was the true dynasty martial competition. Amongst the great figures of the Darkhan dynasty, only Feng Wudao had attended the dynasty martial competition between the young geniuses of the various empires yesterday because of Duanling Tian, and it could only be considered to be a tiny warm-up. Now, the brilliant performance would officially begin. Along with the emperor speaking out, the cage battle arena went silent. Yes, Meanwhile, the old man that attacked Duan Tian earlier and the other old man replied successively before flashing up into the sky and arriving in the sky above the cage battle arena. The two old men stood at two sides in the sky, and they seemed to have transformed into two statues in midair. The 30 young geniuses of the various empires that advanced yesterday, please enter the arena. One of the old men spoke slowly, and even though his voice wasn't loud, it transmitted clearly into the ears of every single person present. It's time to go. Duan Tian smiled to Su Li. Su Li nodded. Subsequently, the two of them left their seats to flash out. Long Yun followed closely behind the two of them. At this moment, Long Yun had a complicated gaze as he looked at Duan Tian's back, as what he found out earlier caused him to be unable to avoid from feeling slightly shocked. Humph. So what if your father-in-law is the eldest master of the Feng clan, Feng Wudao? Feng Wudao is a top expert in the Dar Han dynasty, yet he isn't worth mentioning in the foreign lands, and he's inferior to my master. When he thought up to here, Long Yun slightly consoled himself in his heart. In next to no time, the 30 young geniuses of the various empires, including Duan Tian, Su Li, and Long Yun, had gathered together and stood in the sky above the cage battle arena. Now, the young geniuses that were recommended by the various powers of our Darkhan dynasty, please gather together with the young geniuses of the various empires. The first round of eliminations in the dynasty martial competition today is about to begin. Another elder spoke with a sonorous voice. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Instantly, besides many young geniuses flashing out from the second-class spectating area, even the first-class spectating area had many young geniuses flash out from them. Amongst the young geniuses that flashed out from the first-class spectating area, Duan Tian only recognized Feng Tianwu, Feng Yunxiang, Zhang Shouyong, Zhang Shouyuan, Zishang Yishao, and the white-clothed young man from the imperial family. So many people? When all the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty entered into the arena, the formidable array in the scene caused Duan Tian to be unable to refrain from being shocked. Including him, there were only 30 young geniuses from the various empires, whereas all the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty were almost 100 people, and they appeared in vast groups in the sky of the cage battle arena. Why have all of us been asked over? I don't know. We'll know soon. For a time, the sky above the cage battle arena was filled with clamorous noise. Everyone. The first round of the selections will begin right away after I explain it to all of you. Meanwhile, one of the old men abruptly stepped up into the sky, and he stood in the sky above all of the young geniuses as he spoke in a clear voice that spread out and suppressed all the sounds in the surroundings. Instantly, the sky above the cage battle arena gradually returned to quietness. The gazes of all the young geniuses, including Duan Tian, descended onto the old man that spoke as they wanted to know what he wanted to say next. Today, the first round of the selection will be to eliminate people from amongst all of you until 20 remain. So all of you have to be mentally prepared. The old man spoke slowly. Until 20 remain? The old man's words caused most of the young geniuses present to go grim in expression, and they were slightly fearful. Only the first round of the selections will eliminate us until 20 people remain? Isn't this too horrifying? I was still thinking of showing my capabilities and passing through a few more rounds. I know my own limitations. I have no hope to obtain the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. But if I'm unable to fight a few battles, then how would I be worthy of the only recommendation position that the sect possesses? Many young geniuses couldn't help but shake their heads and were rather annoyed. What selection is so horrifying to actually want to eliminate more than 100 of us? Unlike the annoyance of most of the young geniuses, Duan Tian was instead filled with curiosity, and his gaze converged onto the old man. The first round of the selection in the dynasty martial competition today will be carried out by the two of us. We'll exert our strength at the same time to gradually increase the force of our strength and suppress all of you. So long as you're suppressed to the point of falling down, then you're considered to have been eliminated. The last 20 people remaining will pass through the first round of the selection and obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the selection. The old man spoke slowly. Instantly, the young geniuses present understood the content of the first round of selection, and all of them revealed fearful expressions. The two old men will be utilizing their strength to suppress us? They could imagine that these two old men were surely existences at the void interpretation stage or above. Begin. Right at this moment, the other old man stepped up into the sky and stood by the side of the first old man in the blink of an eye. Duanling Tian's expression became serious when he saw this scene, whereas the other people had serious expressions as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! Instantly, origin energy skyrocketed on the bodies of the two old men, and it seemed to have transformed into two balls of raging flames. The two balls of flames coiled around the old men, causing them to seem as if they'd transformed into two titans that ceaselessly emitted white-colored flames. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above the two old men, and it started to condense into numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes. In the end, 20 ancient horned dragons appeared above each of the two old men. Two first-level void interpretation stage martial artists. Duanling Tian's brows raised as he discerned their cultivation from the phenomenon that appeared when the two old men exerted their strengths. Suddenly, the two old men shouted out. Immediately, the flames condensed into form by their origin energy covered the heavens and the earth as it swept out from all directions to smash together in collision. Instantly, two extremely formidable origin energy abruptly exploded together. For a time, waves of air swept out in all directions in the sky as the sounds of air exploding rose and fell continuously. After the howling origin energy exploded out, they seemed to have transformed into an enormous net that enveloped the group of young geniuses. Whoosh! 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 The terrifying origin energy swept down in descent, and it pressed down, causing the faces of most of the young geniuses to flush red. Instantly, most of the young geniuses started mobilizing their origin energy and concept to withstand this extremely formidable pressure, and some people had even withdrawn their spirit weapons. Of course, there were also some people that were composed like Duanling Tian, Zhang Shouyong, Yishao, Baihe, Baihao, and Zishang. Zishang. Duanling Tian looked at Zishang and couldn't help but frown. Truthfully speaking, he was already surprised when he saw Zishang here today. Now, when he saw Zishang was able to be composed under such pressure, he couldn't help but look slightly highly at Zishang. At this moment, even 8th-level void initiation stage martial artists have to use their origin energy to withstand the pressure that's coming from these two old fellows. Zishang is still able to maintain such composure until now. Thus, there's only one possibility. Duanling Tian glanced at Su Li, and at this moment, even Su Li had to utilize his origin energy to withstand the pressure. In comparison, Zishang seemed much more unfathomable. It's very likely that this Zishang has already broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage. 9th level of the void initiation stage. Needless to say, Zishang's strength caused shock in Duanling Tian. Su Li and Long Yun's fortuitous encounters can already be considered to be not bad, but even then, it's still far inferior to Zishang now. Looks like not only does this Zishang possess a master in the Darkhan dynasty, it's possible that he has obtained other shocking fortuitous encounters. Duanling Tian guessed in his heart. It's even to the extent that his fortuitous encounters are extremely likely to be not inferior to my fortuitous encounter in the Sword Monarch's treasure. When he thought up to here, Duanling Tian couldn't refrain from gasping. Never had it occurred to him that Zishang actually possessed such great fortune. Now, when Duanling Tian was surprised from seeing Zishang being composed, Zishang was similarly surprised. Looks like this Duanling Tian has already broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage. Exactly what fortuitous encounters did he obtain? After his surprise, Zishang's expression became unsightly to the extreme. He originally thought that he could completely crush Duanling Tian this time. Yet now when he saw Duanling Tian reveal such a shocking cultivation, he couldn't help but be slightly unconfident in his heart. But in next to no time, the gloominess on Zishang's expression vanished. Perhaps his cultivation is strong because his luck is good, and he obtained many precious spirit fruits. His comprehension of concept is surely unable to keep up with his cultivation. When he thought up to here, Zishang's mood was much better. Right when Duanling Tian and Zishang were in confrontation with each other and were shocked by each other's cultivation. Zhang Shouyong, Yi Xiao, Bai He, and Bai Hao had shocked expressions as well. Never had they imagined that there were actually so many people with comparable cultivations to them in the Darkhan dynasty. Zishang is actually a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist as well? Bai He looked at Zishang as his brows knit, and he seemed to be slightly unhappy. After all, in his eyes, he'd never taken Zishang seriously. Especially because when Zishang had just arrived at the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, he'd once privately requested for a spar, and when Zishang was about to be crushed by him, Zishang could only admit defeat humbly and respectfully. Never had he imagined that Zishang, who he'd taken to be an ant in the past, would actually have a cultivation at the same level as himself. Zishang has surely obtained fortuitous encounters. Bai He's eyes flickered with a cold and grim light, and he was able to guess some things. Brother Ling Tian is actually at the 9th level of the void initiation stage as well? Zhang Shouyong's eyes were filled with shock when his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Could be said that he'd see Duan Ling Tian grow in strength. From the time they first met to participating in the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition together at this moment. All along this way, Duan Ling Tian, who had a strength that was far inferior to him, had actually caught up to his cultivation. I'm afraid it won't be long before Brother Ling Tian will completely surpass me. Zhang Shouyong sighed in his heart. This was something he didn't doubt in the slightest. These two people. In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong looked at Bai Hao and Zishang. I've never seen them in the past. Looks like people of unusual ability are indeed hidden within the Darkhan dynasty. Besides Bai He, Yi Xiao, and Brother Ling Tian, there are actually another 2 people that are able to compare with me in terms of cultivation. At this moment, Zhang Shouyong felt slight shapeless pressure, but in next to no time, he revealed a smile on his face. It seemed to have become more and more interesting. Zhang Shouyong muttered to himself. When he saw so many young geniuses with comparable cultivations to him had appeared in the dynasty martial competition, he felt the blood in his body was already starting to boil, and his entire body was filled with battle intent. Bai He is? Yi Xiao's gaze descended onto Bai Hao, and he asked the nearby Bai He with a curious expression. He's my imperial uncle's son, Bai Hao. Yi Xiao, you have to watch out if you go against him. Brother Hao's strength isn't inferior to me, said Bai He to Yi Xiao. Oh! Yi Xiao was slightly surprised when he heard this. As the Darkhan dynasty's second prince, Bai He had always had an arrogant character, and Yi Xiao knew this. But to Yi Xiao's surprise, an arrogant person like Bai He actually admitted that his cousin brother had a strength comparable to his own. At this moment, he had no choice but to look more highly upon Bai Hao. He's the second prince? Duan Ling Tian's brows raised when he heard the conversation between Yi Xiao and Bai He, and he looked at Bai He. Never had he imagined that this black-clothed young man was the second son of the Darkhan dynasty's emperor, the second prince Bai He, the expert that was equally famous with Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao in the Darkhan dynasty. Humph! Duan Ling Tian had just glanced at Bai He when he was noticed by Bai He, and Bai He glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Ling Tian as he grunted. Duan Ling Tian, I hope you don't encounter me too early on. Otherwise, even if I can't kill you, I'll surely teach you a good lesson. So that I can let you know that a little kid like you doesn't have the qualifications to be arrogant before my imperial father in the Darkhan dynasty. Duan Ling Tian was indifferent when he heard Bai He's words, and he shrugged. Second prince? Since it's like this, then I'll be waiting. I only hope that you don't disappoint me. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's words were filled with deliberate provocation. You're courting death. When had Bai He ever been provoked like this? His expression instantly darkened. His eyes flickered with cold lights, and he seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake that was prepared to bite Duan Ling Tian at any moment. Duan Ling Tian paid no further attention to Bai He and started observing the surroundings. Presently, besides the few existences at the 9th level void initiation stage maintaining their composure, Su Li, Long Yun, Feng Tianwu, and another 10+ people seemed to be comparatively at ease. The remaining people had swiftly utilized their origin energy and concept to resist the formidable pressure that came from the 2 old men. The situation in the sky above the cage battle arena clearly entered into the eyes of all the spectators present. 2 void interpretation stage experts are utilizing their strength to suppress them. The two of them haven't even utilized their concept, yet have already caused most of the young geniuses to be in confusion. Of course. Do you think the might of the void interpretation stage is a joke? Look, some young geniuses are unable to continue persisting. Along with spectators in the third-class spectating area discussing animatedly. Over 10 people successively had their faces flush red in the sky above the cage battle arena, and their bodies fell uncontrollably. Meanwhile, even though they'd left the area, the pressure enveloped and their countenance had recovered slightly, yet their eyes were filled with helplessness and embarrassment. They knew clearly in their hearts that they were already eliminated. Duan Ling Tian is actually so strong? King Yong looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar with an astounded expression. Little freak! Xianxia, who sat by King Yong's side, was speechless for a long time before spitting out these two words. In the imperial family's first-class spectating area. Even though this Duan Ling Tian is arrogant, his strength isn't bad. His cultivation seems to be able to compare with Bai He and Bai Hao. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor's brows frowned slightly as he spoke with a deep voice. When he saw a little kid like Duan Ling Tian possessed such a deep cultivation, he felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. The nearby black-clothed old man had a slightly serious expression. Not only was he surprised by Duan Ling Tian's cultivation, he was surprised by the cultivation of his personal disciple Zishang at the same time. When did Zishang break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage? Imperial uncle, Zishang. The emperor had finally noticed Zishang, who was composed like Duan Ling Tian, Bai Hao and Bai He. The emperor had a certain level of understanding of Zishang. He knew that even though the personal disciple of his imperial uncle had not bad natural talent, yet it was merely not bad. In the entire Darkhan dynasty, young geniuses with equal natural talent to Zishang could be seen everywhere. Sometimes, even the emperor was unable to wrap his head around the reason why his imperial uncle didn't choose the group of young geniuses in the entire Darkhan dynasty, but had instead chosen Zishang, who came from a remote imperial kingdom, to be his personal disciple. But now, he suddenly realized that his previous thinking was undoubtedly mistaken. At this moment, Zishang revealed a cultivation that wasn't inferior to his son or nephew. 9th level of the void initiation stage. Zishang has actually broken though to the 9th level of the void initiation stage as well. Imperial uncle, what exactly is going on? How did Zishang's cultivation catch up to Bai He and Bai Hao in such a short period of time? The emperor looked at the black-clothed old man as he took a deep breath and asked with slight curiosity. I don't know either. The old man shook his head, yet slight excitement seemed to have emerged in the depths of his gaze. Truthfully speaking, it was even unexpected to him when Zishang revealed such a strong cultivation, and he felt pleasantly surprised from the bottom of his heart. Looks like the prediction of the Lord Oracle all those years ago was right. My personal disciple is from the faraway Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Zishang is my fated personal disciple. The old man's feelings surged. All those years ago, the Feng clan's Lord Oracle, the ancestor of the Feng clan's eldest master and patriarch, had once made a prediction of his fate, and during this process, she'd given him a prediction. According to what that prediction indicated, he headed to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom at a specially appointed time and just happened to encounter Zishang. It was precisely because of this that he'd taken Zishang as personal disciple long ago. Even if Zishang's later display couldn't be considered to be outstanding, but so long as he recalled the prediction of the Lord Oracle, he would once again put his entire heart and soul into teaching Zishang. He believed that the Lord Oracle's prediction wouldn't be nonsense. Now it would seem that the prediction had come true, as the personal disciple he'd taken from his trip to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was extremely outstanding. The Lord Oracle is truly a divine being. Perhaps she knew long ago that Zishang would have this future. Truthfully speaking, he was slightly perturbed in his heart when he took Zishang as his personal disciple in the beginning. Especially the doubtful gazes from the people surrounding him had caused him to doubt the soundness of his decision on many occasions. But he persisted in the end. The facts proved that his persistence wasn't wrong. Even Imperial Uncle doesn't know? The Emperor was slightly surprised, and then he guessed. Looks like Zishang should have obtained some fortuitous encounter recently, Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to chase up to Bai He and Bei Hao in such a short amount of time. Perhaps. The black-clothed old man nodded and neither agreed nor disagreed. His gaze slowly descended onto the violet-clothed young man and then his eyes slightly narrowed. Duanling Tian is the youngest amongst the young geniuses present. He seems to have already broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage. In the end, the old man's brows slightly frowned and he felt slightly afraid. 9th level of the void initiation stage? This kid has really concealed his strength deeply. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, Feng Wudao shook his head and had a complicated gaze. The nearby Elder Kong had a slightly dumbstruck expression at this moment. As for the Feng clan's patriarch, he was completely stunned instead. This Duanling Tian is a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist? He's stronger than Yun Xiang? He's still so young. Unknowingly, the gazes of most of the people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had descended in unison onto the violet-clothed figure in the sky above the cage battle arena. That figure was a violet-clothed young man, sword-shaped brows and starry eyes, and a handsome appearance. Of course, if it was only an outstanding appearance, it wouldn't be sufficient for him to become the center of attention. After all, he wasn't the only handsome young man in the sky above the cage battle arena. The part of him that attracted the gazes of everyone was his composed expression and that face that was shockingly young in the current occasion. In terms of age, amongst the over 100 young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena, it seems that only Lord Wu Dao's daughter is younger than this young man of the Darkstone Empire. Someone couldn't refrain from speaking out in surprise. Now, including him, there are less than 10 people that are able to maintain their composure, and it's even to the extent that he hasn't even utilized his origin energy. He's undoubtedly the youngest amongst these people that are able to maintain their composure. His natural talent in the martial Dao is truly too terrifying. I originally thought that within the younger generation of our Darkhan dynasty, people like the Second Prince, the Zhang clan's eldest master, and the Yi clan's eldest master were already the most outstanding figures. Now it would seem that we were looking at the sky from within a well. Yeah. Besides these people, there are many black horses this time. Firstly, it's this young man from the Darkstone Empire. The second is the white-clothed young man that presided over the first phase of the dynasty martial competition yesterday, and he ought to be a young prince. The last person, who's also wearing white-clothed, seems to be a member of the imperial family as well. The second prince and these two white-clothed young men were all recommended by the imperial family. The imperial family is going to gain great honor this time. The entire cage battle arena was in an uproar, and it seemed like a market. Right at this moment, the two old men that stood in the sky above all the young geniuses looked at each other before nodded, and then they exerted strength once more. Whoosh! Whoosh! Instantly, two extremely formidable origin energy flames skyrocketed on the bodies of the two old men once more, and they seemed to transform into circle after circle of white-colored ripples that swept out towards the surroundings with the two old men as the center. For a time, a fierce gale sprang up above the cage battle arena, and some cultivators with low cultivations were even forced to close their eyes. Bang! With the two old men as the center, the origin energy ripples that spread out ceaselessly finally collided with each other to form an exceedingly strong pressure that swept down and enveloped all the young geniuses. Instantly, the pressure endured by the young geniuses present increased greatly. Ah! No! Instantly, waves of shrill cries sounded out as another 10+ young geniuses were pressed down from the sky and suffered the tragic fate of elimination. At this moment, even Duanling Tian's expression went slightly serious, whereas Zhang Shouyong and the others were the same as well. Even up till now, all the 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses, including Duanling Tian, hadn't utilized their origin energy to resist the pressure that came from the two old men. But everyone's nerves had tensed up as they became serious, and they were no longer as carefree as before. Obviously, they felt a certain level of pressure. On the other hand, Su Li, Feng Yunxiang, the other 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses, and the top figures amongst the 7th level void initiation stage martial artists like Feng Tian Wu and Long Yun, had already increased the strength of their mobilized origin energy to resist the pressure that descended down upon them. Based on their actions, they seemed to be at extreme ease, and it was as if they didn't feel much pressure. Amongst the 20 people that advance in the end, besides 9th level Void Initiation Stage and 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists, there should be some 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that can advance. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed as he looked at Feng Tianwu and said via voice transmission, "Tianwu, you can do it." Feng Tianwu looked at Duanling Tian and nodded lightly, and extreme firmness could be seen within her pair of bright and beautiful eyes. Duanling Tian smiled, and he was extremely confident of Tianwu. Even though Tianwu's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage, the concept she'd comprehend far exceeded something ordinary 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists could compare to. Tianwu was a possessor of the fire spirit body, and she possessed an innate affinity towards fire concept, causing her to comprehend it extremely swiftly. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out, and it came from the second ripple emitted from the roiling origin energy on the two old men colliding with each other. For a time, waves of air once again covered the heavens and the earth as they swept out in the sky, and another layer of extremely strong pressure fiercely pressed onto the group of young geniuses. Subsequently, many people were eliminated. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian's body was suffused with origin energy, and it formed into an origin energy barrier that enveloped him within. No matter how the pressure from the two old men increased, Duanling Tian remained unmoving like a mountain. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, Zhang Shouyong, Zishang, Yishao, Bai Hao, and Bai He formed an origin energy barrier to resist the enormous pressure that descended from above. Instantly, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above each of them. 72 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared at the same time was a magnificent sight. 6th 9th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. A portion of the people present had already guessed the cultivations of Duanling Tian and the others, yet there was a portion of people that were completely ignorant. At this moment, all of them were shocked when they saw Duanling Tian and the others reveal their cultivations. Looks like the dynasty martial competition today will surely be extremely interesting. Supposedly, besides competing for the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, the group of young geniuses of our Darhan dynasty also have to decide on the specific rankings and win the various rewards distributed by the imperial family. Some well-informed people couldn't help but speak out. For a time, the atmosphere in the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar once again, and sharp cries of excitement rose and fell without end. In this way, it would also mean that every single one of them would have the opportunity to witness the battles amongst the top young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty. How could they not be excited? We still have to decide on the specific rankings? Duanling Tian clearly heard the discussion of the spectators in the cage battle arena, and he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. He originally thought that the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition would be similar to the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Genius competition. Only the strongest young genius had to be decided upon, and there was no need to decide on specific rankings. Now it would seem that he'd guessed wrongly. Besides deciding on the people who'll acquire the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, the dynasty martial competition of the Darkhan dynasty that was held today would also go a step further and decide on the rankings of the young geniuses in the Darkhan dynasty. In next to no time, Duanling Tian noticed that besides the group of young geniuses that had come from the various dynasties like him were slightly surprised, the people from the powers of the Darkhan dynasty like Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong weren't surprised and seemed as if they knew about this since long ago. Duanling Tian, are you confident in taking the first in the dynasty martial competition? Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Duanling Tian's ears via voice transmission, and it was precisely from Su Li. Duanling Tian looked at Su Li and shrugged before replying via voice transmission. I don't know. I believe in you. Su Li's words were filled with confidence towards Duanling Tian. Originally, Su Li, who'd broken through to the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage, thought he'd already surpassed Duanling Tian. Only when Duanling Tian entered the arena and revealed a cultivation at the 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage did he find out that he'd been left behind by Duanling Tian as usual. This caused him to be unable to help from feeling bitter in his heart, and after feeling bitterness, he couldn't refrain from being happy for Duan Tian. Duan Tian was his friend, and he hoped that Duan Tian would be able to go higher and further in the path of the martial Tao. Duan Tian shook his head and smiled when he heard Su Li's practically blind confidence. His gaze quickly swept past Zhang Shouyong, Zishang, and the other 9th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses. He knew that these people would be his final opponents. If he wanted to acquire a better ranking in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition, then he would have to compete with these people for it. Right now, he didn't know their exact strength, and he only knew that they were 9th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out, and it was the third ripple formed by the two old men colliding together, and it caused an even stronger pressure to sweep down. Instantly, another few people were eliminated. Bang! 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 Numerous loud bangs continued resounding out without end, whereas every single enormous bang would herald that the pressure that enveloped the group of young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena had increased a step further, and it caused many young geniuses to be in a sorry state as they utilized their origin energy, concept, and spirit weapons to resist this pressure. Every single time, there would be many young geniuses that were eliminated. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out and 5 young geniuses were eliminated. 2 of these people were familiar to Duan Tian, and they were the 2 6th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses from the Hold in Empire. I hope all of you can hold on to the very end. The 2 young geniuses of the Hold in Empire could be said to be acquainted with Duan Tian, Long Yun, and Su Li. Even though they weren't so familiar with each other, they'd still wish them luck before leaving. Thank you. Duan Tian nodded as he thanked them. After the 2 young geniuses of the Hold in Empire returned, the Hold in Empire's representative, the old man surnamed Lu, sighed before looking towards the nearby King Yong. King Yong, based on the current situation, if nothing unexpected happens, then at least 2 of your Darkstone Empire's members will be able to pass through this first round of the selections. The old man's tone was filled with envy. Yes. King Yong nodded. Unknowingly, his gaze had descended onto Long Yun. He was able to discern that with Duan Tian and Su Li's strength, it wasn't difficult for them to pass through the first round of the selections, whereas it seemed to be slightly strenuous for Long Yun. After all, Long Yun was only a 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. Originally, Long Yun could already be considered to be extremely outstanding for possessing a cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage at his age. But everyone amongst the group of young geniuses present now were the top young experts of the Dark Han Dynasty, and Long Yun instead seemed slightly ordinary when amongst them. At this moment, practically all the young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena were existences at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above, and all these young geniuses were over 30 in number. Experts are really numerous like the clouds in the Dark Han Dynasty. Duan Tian couldn't hold back his shock when he saw the scene. After all, including himself, Su Li, and Long Yun, there were less than 10 people at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage and above in the various empires. In other words, over 20 people amongst the 30-plus young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above were from the powers of the Dark Han Dynasty. Bang! The origin energy ripples emitted from the 2 old men were still colliding with each other's. Every single collision would cause an extremely strong pressure to sweep out, along with the collision, and layer after layer of pressure pressed down onto the 30-plus young geniuses at the scene as it intended to eliminate another 10-plus people. However, this time no one was eliminated. The 8th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists were still fine, but those 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists had practically used every ounce of strength in their bodies at this moment, as only then were they able to prevent themselves from being pressed down from the sky. Amongst the 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists, only Feng Tianwu and Long Yun seemed to be at ease. The Spirit Saber in Long Yun's hand is a Grade 3 Spirit Saber. Duan Tian's brows raised. He was able to discern that the reason Long Yun could be so at ease like Tianwu was because he possessed a Grade 3 spirit weapon to rely on like Tianwu. Presently, the Grade 3 Spirit Whip Duan Tian had refined for her had appeared in Tianwu's hand as she did her best to resist the pressure that descended from the sky. Because there were many people present in the sky, so the ancient horned dragon silhouettes had practically squeezed together and its owner couldn't be distinguished, so not many people noticed that something was out of the ordinary with the spirit weapons in Long Yun and Feng Tianwu's hand. Bang! 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 Another 3 enormous bangs sounded out, and it successively resounded out after a short period of time. At the same time, only 20 people remained amongst the young geniuses in the sky of the cage battle arena. The final outcome had appeared. Whew! As soon as the results were out, Feng Tianwu put away the grade 3 spirit whip in her hand and heaved a sigh of relief, and then her gaze unintentionally descended onto the nearby Duan Lingtian. Her pair of beautiful eyes contained tenderness that was soft as water. Compared to Long Yun, Feng Tianwu could be considered to be in a comparatively better state. After all, the fire concept she'd comprehended was stronger than Long Yun's saber concept. Long Yun's countenance seemed slightly pale, and his body was slightly trembling. Of course, Long Yun wasn't the one in the sorriest state. The people in the sorriest state were the other 7 young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, as it was because of their foundation being slightly better than the other young geniuses that they were able to successfully advance. These 7 young geniuses were drenched in sweat at this moment, and they breathed heavily without end, as if they'd fought 3,000 rounds with another. You 20 have advanced. Rest for half an hour. After half an hour, the second round of the selections will continue. The second round of the selections will directly compete for the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. One of the 2 old men slowly spoke out. For a time, the group of young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena left successively. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely trample on you beneath my feet and wantonly trample on your pride. Before leaving, Zishang glanced viciously at Duan Lingtian and swore in his heart. Duan Lingtian frowned as he noticed a gaze that was like a venomous snake was staring at him with ill intentions. When he turned around to look, Duan Lingtian noticed the figure that was heading towards the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family. Zishang. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this voice, and it was precisely the figure of the former Zither young master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Zishang is much more mature than before. If it was him from before, he would have surely been just like he from before and talk a load of nonsense before me. Now, he didn't say a single word and had instead concealed his hatred within his heart. It can be said that during these past few years, he had already changed from a wild beast that was on a rampage into a venomous snake that is laying in ambush in the shadows. When he finished thinking, Duan Lingtian felt slight fear in his heart. If Zishang were to roar at him like a madman and speak of killing him, Duan Lingtian wouldn't think much of it. But Zishang was so calm now, and it caused him to perceive traces of danger. For an unknown reason, he had a strong feeling subconsciously that Zishan was much more terrifying than the second prince by he. Let's go back, Su Li called out to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he looked at Feng Tianwu and laughed via voice transmission. Tianwu, don't forget to place bets for me when I enter the arena. Don't worry, big brother Duan. Feng Tianwu replied with beautiful dimples on her face. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Su Li moved side by side to head towards the second-class spectating area that the group of people from the Darkstone Empire were seated at. Along the way, Duan Lingtian was able to notice 2 fierce gazes that were staring fixedly at him. With a slight turn of his head, Duan Lingtian noticed the owners of these 2 gazes. Bai Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao probably wants to stand up for his younger brother. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Bai He wanted to go against him, and his gaze descended onto Yi Xiao as he guessed in his heart. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Long Yun, congratulations. After Duan Lingtian's group of 3 returned, King Yong and all the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire congratulated Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Congratulations. The Hold-in Empire representative that sat at the side congratulated Duan Lingtian's group of 3 with the group of young geniuses from Hold-in Empire. Thank you. Duan Lingtian and Su Li lightly smiled as they replied. Only Long Yun held a gloomy expression as he returned to his seat with eyes that flickered with bright lights, and what he was thinking was a mystery. Brother Lingtian, even though I knew your strength wasn't weak, yet never had I imagined that you're actually a 9th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. Xianxia, who sat by King Yong's side, looked at Duan Tian and sighed. Xiangyi's words aroused the same feelings in the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire. Yeah, Duan Tian. I truly never imagined that you're the strongest amongst us. Looks like you were concealing your strength a year ago, right? Exactly. Didn't you conceal it a little bit too much? If you made a move a year ago, Mo Xian would probably not be able to withstand a single move. After the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire witnessed Duan Tian's strength, they naturally thought that Duan Tian had held back a year ago, and it was precisely because of this that Mo Xian was able to obtain the honor of #1 expert in the Darkstone Empire. Concealed my strength? The words of everyone caused the corners of Duan Tian's mouth to twitch. 1 year ago, he's used a grade 4 spirit sword to exchange for the spirit fruit used by void-prying stage martial artists from Mo Xian. If he was capable of defeating Mo Xian at that time, would there be any need to do this? Even though it was a mere grade 4 spirit sword that was nothing in his eyes, it wasn't to the extent of casually giving it to a stranger, right? Of course, Duan Tian didn't explain further about it, yet when this scene entered into the eyes of the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, they thought Duan Tian had tacitly admitted it. Amongst the 20 young geniuses that have advanced today, Duan Tian sat by Su Li's side as he closed his eyes in meditation, and he thought in his heart, there is a total of 6 9th level void initiation stage martial artists, including me. Besides that, there are Su Li, Feng Yunxiang, and another 3 8th level void initiation stage martial artists. The last 9 people are 7th level void initiation stage martial artists that include Tian Wu and Long Yun. I wonder exactly how many positions there are to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At this moment, Duan Tian couldn't help but be slightly worried about Feng Tianwu. In the past, even though he'd heard about the number of positions for Darkhan Dynasty young geniuses to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, but all of that was basically some rumors, and it couldn't be believed to be true. Some people said there were only 5 positions, some said there were 15 positions, some said 7, and some said 8. All in all, before the imperial family of the Darkhan Dynasty officially announced it, everything was possible. That martial competition of the 10 dynasties is a competition between the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties, including the Darkhan Dynasty. Logically speaking, every dynasty wouldn't be allowed too many young geniuses, yet it was impossible for very little to be allowed either. According to my guess, it ought to be not more than 10 people. Duan Tian guessed in his heart. While Duan Tian closed his eyes in meditation, the entire cage battle arena was bustling with noise and excitement, and besides discussing the 20 people that had advanced, even more of them were discussing one of the young geniuses. The 6 9th level void initiation stage experts, including Duan Tian, were the first to be discussed. After that, the attention of everyone moved towards the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. I wonder how many positions are there to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Many people were curious. In the first-class spectating area, Feng Tianwu silently sat on her seat and closed her eyes. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to notice that she was cultivating, and it seemed slightly like a last-minute effort. Half an hour later, the 2 old men that presided over the first round of selection earlier had flashed out successively, and they once again arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena and stood there in the sky. One of the old men spoke slowly. Next, the second round of the selections of the martial competition today will begin. The second round of the selections will decide on the strongest 10 young geniuses. These 10 young geniuses will obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that's held 1 year from now. 10 positions? Duan Tian opened his eyes when he heard this, and a flowing light flashed within it. 10 positions. The gaze of Su Li, who sat by his side, couldn't help but light up. If there were 10 positions, then he would be confident in obtaining one. 10 positions. The nearby Long Yun frowned slightly, and he looked to be slightly unconfident. Suddenly, Long Yun's gaze descended onto Duan Tian, and there seemed to be slight unwillingness and helplessness mixed deep within his gaze. After a year, he was filled with confidence and thought he would be able to defeat Duan Tian in the dynasty martial competition. But unfortunately, his dreams were beautiful, yet reality was brutal. The 9th level Void Initiation Stage Cultivation Duanling Tian revealed caused Long Yun to be astonished and feel slight despair arise from the depths of his heart at the same time. It turned out that while he was thinking that under the assistance of his master, he'd possessed a strength more formidable than Duanling Tian, yet Duanling Tian had already left him far behind once again. Meanwhile, Long Yun had a feeling as if the gods were unfair for bringing Duanling Tian into this world after allowing his existence to be born. In next to no time, Long Yun took a deep breath and slowly returned to his senses. 10 positions. There are a total of 6 9th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists including Duanling Tian. These 6 people are existences that are difficult for me to shake at this moment. In other words, I can only compete for one of the other 4 positions. Otherwise, I'll be fated to be unable to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Long Yun, who was originally filled with confidence, felt pressure assault him, and he was slightly unable to catch his breath. At this moment, when they heard that there were only 10 positions, the other young geniuses that had passed through the first round were both happy and worried. 20 people, 10 positions. A 50% chance. Amongst the 9 7th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses that had advanced, besides Tian Wu and Long Yun who were still cultivating, all the others revealed helpless and bitter smiles. Obviously, they didn't carry too much hope. For the sake of saving time, the 6 9th level Void Initiation Stage young experts from the second round will directly advance. In next to no time, the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena spoke out once more. This is being done for the sake of allowing the second round of the selections to end as soon as possible. After the 10 positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is set, the strongest 10 young geniuses will be ranked into a specific ranking. The young geniuses with high rankings will obtain generous rewards from our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Do any of the other 14 people have objections? As he finished speaking, the old man asked. Directly advance? Duanling Tian's gaze lit up when he heard the old man. In this way, he didn't have to fight in the second round of the selections, and this was a very normal rule. Su Li, who sat at the side, glanced enviously at Duanling Tian. Objection? When they heard the old man, all the 7th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses that advanced from the first round smiled bitterly. What objection could they possibly have? A 9th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist was sufficient to crush them in every aspect. As for the 5 8th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses including Su Li, besides Su Li having no objection, the other 4 people including Feng Yunxian had flickering gazes at this moment. Their gazes descended in unison onto the spectating area that the group of Darkstone Empire members were seated at. More precisely speaking, their gazes descended onto Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. Looks like some people aren't convinced of your strength. After Su Li noticed the gazes of these 4 people, he couldn't help but make fun of Duanling Tian. If they're not convinced, then we'll fight. Duanling Tian shrugged, and his eyes revealed slight cold lights. But I'm afraid they'll be unable to bear the consequences of fighting me. At the same time, billowing killing intent flashed on Duanling Tian's body. The others were fine and didn't notice anything, but Su Li, who sat by Duanling Tian's side, was instead able to clearly sense the terrifying killing intent, and frightful coldness emerged from the bottom of his heart. What a terrifying killing intent! Su Li glanced fearfully at Duanling Tian. This good friend of his that he'd known since his youth seemed to have become more and more unfathomable. Looks like even if I have master's assistance, it isn't easy for me to surpass Duanling Tian. Su Li couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What? Yunxiang, you want to challenge Duanling Tian? On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, the Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tiannan, looked at Feng Yunxiang, who was by his side, and asked curiously. Feng Yunxiang nodded lightly. As far as he was concerned, even though Duanling Tian was a 9th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, Duanling Tian was too young after all. So, Duanling Tian's cultivation was probably piled up by relying on a large amount of spirit fruits. Presumably, Duanling Tian's comprehension of concept wasn't great. The 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage sounded frightening, but in terms of origin energy, it only surpassed the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage by the strength of a single ancient horned dragon. In other words, so long as Duanling Tian's comprehension in concept was inferior to the concept of an 8th-level void initiation stage martial artist, then an 8th-level void initiation stage martial artist might have a chance to defeat Duanling Tian. Now, based on his own inference, Duanling Tian's comprehension in concept ought to be inferior to him. So he wanted to challenge Duanling Tian. But when he thought about how Duanling Tian was the son-in-law of their Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, he was slightly hesitant, and his gaze unintentionally glanced at Feng Wudao. "Big brother, Elder Kong. Do the two of you approve of Xianxia challenging brother Duan?" Feng Tian-nan noticed Feng Xianxia's worries, and his gaze moved to descend onto Feng Wudao and Elder Kong before asking with a slight smile, "Go ahead if you're confident." Feng Wudao's reply was very straightforward. "I agree with what the eldest master said." Elder Kong nodded. When he heard Feng Wudao and Elder Kong, Feng Xiang's gaze lit up, and he didn't have any worries any longer. Feng Xiang stood up hurriedly and was about to speak out to challenge Duanling Tian. But unfortunately, he was too late. "I have an objection." A slightly hoarse and unpleasant voice suddenly sounded out from one of the first-class spectating areas. Subsequently, everyone at the cage battle arena saw a figure flash out from the side of the Yi clan's patriarch, and the figure arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena in the blink of an eye. This was a young man in green clothes around the age of 37 or 38 and had an ordinary appearance. Yi Lu. Instantly, many people recognized this green-clothed young man. Yi Lu was a figure in the younger generation of the Yi clan that possessed a strength merely inferior to the eldest young master, Yi Xiao. His cultivation was at the 8th level of the void initiation stage, and at the same time, he was one of the people that had advanced from the first round. Yi Lu wouldn't be intending to challenging Duanling Tian as well, right? Feng Xiang frowned and sat back down in the end, and he silently watched the events unfold. On the first-class spectating area that the Yi clan members were seated at, the corners of the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiang, curled into a cold smile, and his vicious gaze descended onto Duanling Tian, who was at the second-class spectating area below him. "Duanling Tian, so what even if you're at the 9th level of the void initiation stage? Can your concept keep up with your cultivation? Even though Yi Lu's cultivation is inferior to you, his water concept has already been comprehended to the 8th stage, and it's surely stronger than you. Just wait to be defeated by Yi Lu." Yi Xiang was extremely complacent in his heart. Obviously, he didn't think Duanling Tian had comprehended a concept to the 8th level or above, and it was even to the extent that he felt Duanling Tian's comprehension in concept wasn't even at the 7th level. As far as he was concerned, Duanling Tian was like a piece of fish on the chopping block before the second strongest experts in the younger generation of the Yi clan, Yi Lu, and Duanling Tian would be at Yi Lu's mercy. What objection do you have? Feel free to speak of it. If you're not convinced with any 9th level void initiation stage young expert, feel free to challenge that person. So long as you're able to defeat that person, then he must participate in the second round of the selections along with you and the other 14 people. The old man looked at Yi Lu and spoke slowly. Along with Yi Lu's appearance and the old man speaking out, the surroundings of the cage battle arena were deathly silent. The gazes of many people had simultaneously descended onto Yi Lu. Yi Lu ought to be thinking of challenging that young man from the Darkstone Empire. I think so too. That young man is too young after all. Even if his cultivation isn't bad, the concept he has comprehended ought to not be strong to any extent. Cultivation can be pushed up by spirit fruits, but concept can only be raised by relying on oneself. The spectators discussed animatedly in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. Besides Duanling Tian, Su Li, and Long Yun, who neither agreed nor disagreed when they heard these discussions, most of the people had similar thoughts. Obviously, all of these people didn't know of the existence of concept fragments. If it was said that spirit fruits could push up a person's cultivation, then concept fragments were similarly able to push up one's comprehension of concept. The other 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses are fine. But I'm not convinced of the strength of this person from the Darkstone Empire. I want to challenge him. As expected, Yi Lu's gaze passed through the sky and flashed past the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire before finally locking on to Duanling Tian. His eyes were filled with dense battle intent. Because many people had already guessed Yi Lu's decision earlier, They weren't surprised by the outcome now. Right at this moment, the old man's gaze descended onto Duanling Tian and he spoke slowly. This young genius from the Darkstone Empire, please come over and battle this Yi clan's young genius in a battle of life and death. Whoosh! Duanling Tian didn't say anything before directly leaving his seat and soaring into the sky. And in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena to stand facing Yi Lu. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Duanling Tian looked silently at Yi Lu before asking indifferently. What, you're afraid? Yi Lu started laughing. Afraid? Yi Lu's words caused Duanling Tian to be unable to refrain from being stunned. And then he shook his head and laughed. Perhaps there are many people in this world that can make the current me afraid of them, but you're not amongst them. You'll change your opinion soon. Yi Lu's tone was clear and filled with confidence. Is that so? Duanling Tian's smile remained unchanging, yet suddenly he restrained his smile and his expression became exceedingly cold. I'll give you a chance. There's still time for you to admit defeat now. What? Could it be that you're arrogant to the point of thinking you can kill me? Yi Lu laughed, and his laughter grew louder and louder as if he'd heard an extremely great joke. Looks like you have already made a decision. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled up like lightning, and an evil arc hung there. Earlier, when the old man had explained the rules of the second round of selections, he already had come to a decision in his heart. No matter who it was, so long as they dared challenge him, then he would surely kill the person. In this way, not only would he be able to empty out a position for Tian Wu and allow her to have a better chance of obtaining the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he could also warn the others to make them not dare underestimate him. Stop trying to be deliberately mystifying. I won't kill you today since you're the son-in-law of Lord Wu Dao, but I'll still defeat you and deflate your arrogance. Yi Lu shouted out with a grim voice, and the clothes he wore fluttered without the wind blowing on it. At the same time, vast origin energy suffused Yi Lu's body and enveloped him within, and he seemed as if he was within a ball of white-colored flames. Whoosh! Simultaneously, the energy of the heaven and earth roiled above Yi Lu to condense into 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were vast and powerful. It wasn't just that, along with his origin energy, strands of blue-colored energy leaped up within it, and another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. 8th level water concept. Instantly, many people present couldn't help but exclaim with surprise. Comprehending 8th level water concept at the 8th level of the void initiation stage didn't just test one's natural talent in the martial Dao, it tested one's comprehension even more. As far as many people were concerned, Yi Lu's ability of being able to attain such a state was extremely hard to come by. No wonder he dares challenge this young man from the Darkstone Empire. It turns out that he came prepared. Even though this young man is a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, but the concept he has comprehended is probably not even at the 7th level. It's very likely that he'll lose. Looks like the Yi clan is going to be in the limelight this time. Many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were whispering in discussion. Most people were filled with confidence towards Yi Lu as they didn't think that this young man, Duanling Tian, would be able to compare with Yi Lu in terms of concept comprehension. After all, Duanling Tian was truly too young. According to the thinking of ordinary people, they wouldn't think that the concept Duanling Tian comprehended was strong to any extent. At the same time that Yi Lu utilized his origin energy and water concept, a spear appeared out of thin air within his hands. Whoosh! The spear shook, his origin energy swiftly fused into it, and it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Instantly, another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 3,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the existing 19 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Yi Lu. Grade 4 spirit weapon. Instantly, many spectators in the surroundings couldn't refrain from exclaiming in surprise. Of course, even more people weren't surprised. Perhaps with Yi Lu's status in the Yi clan, it wasn't sufficient for him to possess a grade 4 spirit weapon, but it was the dynasty martial competition today, and it was related to the face of the Yi clan. Even if it was by way of lending, the Yi clan would lend a grade 4 spirit weapon to Yi Lu. No matter if Yi Lu won or lost today, it was related to the face and honor of the Yi clan, so it was impossible no matter what for the Yi clan to treat it casually. The strength of 25 ancient horned dragons and 3,800 ancient mammoths. As he gazed at the phenomenon Yi Lu brought about from utilizing his entire strength. Duanling Tian had a calm gaze and stood on the spot without moving like a mountain. And it was as if his expression would remain unchanged even if empty Tai collapsed before him. Yi Lu is attacking with his full strength right off the bat. Looks like he doesn't dare underestimate this young man from the Darkstone Empire either. On the stage that is the Dynasty Martial Competition, no one dares be careless. Once one is careless, it's very likely that it would signify loss. Indeed. Under the gazes of the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena, Yi Lu attacked. Yi Lu's spear flashed out as if it had transformed into a bolt of lightning, and its speed was so swift that some spectators with low cultivations were even unable to see Yi Lu's shadow, whereas, in the eyes of the spectators with strong cultivations, the current Yi Lu had flashed to arrive near the Darkstone Empire's Duanling Tian in the blink of an eye. Water Dragon Destruction. Suddenly, an explosive shout sounded out throughout the quiet cage battle arena. Under the gazes of everyone present, Yi Lu stopped moving as the spear in his hand shook, and then his roiling origin energy roared as it shot out with the 8th level water concept follow it like a shadow. Swoosh! Yi Lu's hand shook, and the grade 4 spirit spear in his hand that was coiled with origin energy that contained water concept seemed to have transformed into a water dragon that pierced towards Duanling Tian. Instantly, the exceedingly terrifying force on the tip of the spear pressed onto the sky to the point the airflow in the surroundings pulsed and emitted a wave of low sounds of exploding, and it was as if a water dragon was emitting a wave of dragon roars. Your martial skill isn't bad, but unfortunately you're too weak. Right when many people broke out in cold sweat for Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's faint voice slowly resounded out and spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. Right when everyone couldn't help but be stunned, they saw Duanling Tian move. He didn't dodge but instead flashed out to intercept the grade 4 spirit spear Yi Lu pierced over that seemed like a water dragon leaving its cave. Is Duanling Tian courting death? When they saw this scene, many people felt their scalps go numb and felt that Duanling Tian's actions were no different than suicide. The spear of another was flashing over with full fury. Yet you're using your body to intercept it? Wasn't this courting death? Of course, the gazes of many people lit up and seemed to have seen through Duanling Tian's intentions. Since you're seeking death, then you can't blame me. When he saw that not only did Duanling Tian not dodge, but instead move to intercept him, Yi Lu revealed a frenzied expression as the spirit spear in his hand shook, and the condensed energy on the tip of his spear instantly exploded out. This was the high-grade Earth-rank martial skill that he was executing, Water Dragon Destruction's trump card. It used condensed energy to transform into a water dragon, and at the instant it arrived close to the opponent, it would explode. It utilized its formidable collision force and even explosive force to heavily injure and even annihilate the opponent in one go. Whoosh! 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 At almost the exact same instant that the energy on the tip of Yi Lu's spirit spear exploded out, many of the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had subconsciously stood up. Duanling Tian. There was no lack of people that knew Duanling Tian amongst them, like King Yong, Xianxia, and Su Li. Of course, there were also some people like Feng Wu Dao, Elder Kong, and Zhang Shouyong who knew Duanling Tian that still maintained their composure, and it was as if they were filled with confidence towards Duanling Tian. If he can't even defeat Yi Lu, then this Duanling Tian doesn't have the qualifications to buy my opponent. The corners of the second prince. Bai He's mouth curled into a cold smile. Duanling Tian. Zishang stared concentratedly at the scene before him, and he seemed as if he wasn't willing to miss the slightest detail. He wanted to see to what extent his enemy of the past had grown to. Under the gazes of everyone present, at the instant the energy on the tip of the grade 4 spirit spear in Yi Lu's hand exploded, Duanling Tian made a move. People with deep cultivations were able to notice that with a raise of Duanling Tian's hand, a violet-colored sword light flashed by. Clang! In the next moment, a jarring sound of weapons colliding resounded out abruptly, and it spread throughout the cage battle arena, causing many spectators with low cultivations to flush red, and some even bled from their 7 apertures and cried out loudly. Subsequently, many people saw that Duanling Tian seemed to have appeared out of thin air behind Yi Lu. Right when they were surprised and bewildered. Whoosh! The grade 4 spirit spear in Yi Lu's hand instantly slipped out and fell down to the cage battle arena. At the same time, those with discerning gazes were able to see fresh blood was dripping ceaselessly from the hand that Yi Lu held his spear with, and as it fell through the sky, it was dazzling and resplendent like numerous beautiful red roses. Whoosh! At the instant that the spirit spear fell, the origin energy and water concept on Yi Lu's body went out along with it, and his entire body fell straight towards the ground. Bang! Under numerous astonished gazes, Yi Lu fiercely fell onto the iron cage that covered the cage battle arena, and he was suspended just like that on the iron cage in midair. For a time, the scene was deathly silent. Drip! Drip! The fresh blood on Yi Lu's body was still ceaselessly dripping, and it dripped onto the cage battle arena and sprayed into numerous beautiful and resplendent roses. In next to no time, everyone was able to notice that Yi Lu was completely devoid of movement and signs of life at this moment. Because of their angle, the crowd of spectators on the eastern spectating area were able to clearly see that Yi Lu's blood was flowing from his throat, and there was a long and narrow injury on it. It's a sword mark. His throat was slit with a single strike. A one-hit kill. Yi Lu's throat was sliced open with a single strike. Instantly, many people on the eastern spectating areas couldn't refrain from exclaiming in surprise. In next to no time, the feelings of shock started spreading from the eastern spectating area and spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. For a time, practically everyone knew that the second strongest expert in the Yi clan's younger generation, Yi Lu, was killed with a single strike to the throat by the Darkstone Empire's Duanling Tian. What a swift sword! I'm an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist at any rate, yet I was still unable to clearly see the trace left behind by his sword when Duanling Tian attacked earlier. If you're able to discern it, then Yi Lu probably would be able to as well. In that way, he wouldn't have died. He seemed to have attacked Yi Lu once after he blasted back the grade 4 spirit spear in Yi Lu's hand. This is even more terrifying. The speed of his attack is too swift. The ancient horned dragon silhouettes weren't even in time to condense completely into form. Sounds of discussion rose and fell in the entire cage battle arena, and most people were shocked by the speed that Duanling Tian attacked. Even though Duanling Tian had fought a battle, yet no one knew exactly how great his strength was, because he only used a single sword strike to kill his opponent, and it was a sword strike that was swift to the limit. Because the phenomenon of ancient horned dragon silhouettes hadn't completely condensed into form, so even the void interpretation stage experts present that possessed unique gazes were unable to know exactly how strong Duanling Tian was. They could only rely on their own guesses. This Duanling Tian's strength is much stronger than Yi Lu. When he attacked, there seemed to be more than a single concept. I vaguely heard a wave of the sound of lightning and wind, and it ought to be both wind concept and lightning concept used together. On the first-class spectating area that belonged solely to the imperial family, the black-clothed old man spoke with a slightly serious expression. I heard it as well. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor that sat beside the old man nodded, and then his gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man that stood in the sky above the cage battle arena. As expected of Feng Wu Dao's son-in-law, he's extraordinary as expected. Now, the emperor was able to understand why Duanling Tian was able to possess such arrogance when facing him. Duanling Tian was a peerless genius with a proud and unyielding character, and he wouldn't bend before anyone. 2 concepts. The old man's words caused the nearby Baihe's expression to go slightly grim. After all, even he had only comprehended a single concept and an advanced force. The time and energy needed to be spent in order to comprehend 2 types of concepts was something that was difficult for him to imagine. Duanling Tian's comprehension ability is actually so strong? Baihe stared at Duanling Tian with eyes that were filled with envy, and at the same time his gaze flickered with cold lights as he muttered and guessed. But since he utilized 2 types of concept, I presume none of his concepts have attained the 9th level. Otherwise, he would utterly have no need of utilizing the second concept to kill Yi Lu. Duanling Tian, I'll defeat you for sure. Even when he found out that Duanling Tian had comprehended 2 concepts, Xianxia wasn't afraid in the slightest. and the depths of his burning gaze seemed to contain flames that leaped about and were waiting for a chance to swallow Duanling Tian up. Amongst the people of the imperial family, only Bai Hai alone was comparatively more composed. After a trace of astonishment flashed within the depths of Bai Hao's gaze when he saw Duanling Tian's display, he didn't make any further movement. On the first-class spectating area that belonged solely to the Feng clan. The Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tian Nan, was completely dumbstruck as he looked at the distant violet-clothed young man with disbelief. Never had he imagined that the strength of this violet-clothed young man would actually be so terrifying. From the beginning until the end, killing an 8th-level void initiation stage martial artist that had comprehended 8th-level concept was as simple as killing a chicken and cutting grass. Eldest Master, look, that Yi clan patriarch's face has turned black. Ha 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 ha. But unfortunately, the young miss is at the critical moment of her cultivation and is unable to see this battle. Otherwise, she would surely be happy for Brother Duan. The nearby Elder Kong looked at Feng Wu Dao, who was by his side, as he laughed happily. He probably had the intention of making way for Tian Wu by killing Yi Lu. Feng Wu Dao didn't look at the Yi clan's patriarch, and his calm gaze descended onto the violet-clothed figure in the distance, as he muttered with a light voice. Looks like Brother Duan cares about the young miss very much. Elder Kong smiled. At this moment, Feng Yunxiang, who sat by the side of Feng Tian Nan, had a slightly stiff appearance, and the depths of his eyes even emitted a sheen of feeling lucky from surviving a disaster. He could imagine that if it wasn't for Yi Lu challenging Duanling Tian a step before him, then the person who was dead now wouldn't be Yi Lu and it would instead be him, Feng Yunxiang. At this instant, Feng Yunxiang felt the clothes on his back become completely wet from his cold sweat, and the feeling of almost losing his life was something he'd felt for the first time. As expected of the eldest master's son-in-law, this cultivation is far from something I can compare to. Feng Yunxiang took a deep breath, and when he looked at Duanling Tian once more, his gaze seemed to contain slight fear. At this moment, the Yi clan's patriarch that sat on another first-class spectating area had an extremely unsightly expression at this moment. Yi Lu was the second strongest expert in the younger generation of their Yi clan, and now that he was killed, it also meant that their Yi clan had lost a future void interpretation stage expert. To any power within the Darkhan dynasty, a void interpretation stage expert was someone who played a decisive role. Duanling Tian. The Yi clan's patriarch revealed a gaze of hatred as he stared fixedly at Duanling Tian, and he wished for nothing more than to transform into a wild beast that swallowed Duanling Tian alive. Impossible! Impossible! How could this Duanling Tian possibly be so strong? How could this be possible? The Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiang, shook his head ceaselessly as he was unwilling to believe that everything before his eyes was real. I'm surely dreaming. I'm surely dreaming. Enough! Yi Xiao, who sat nearby, seemed to feel Yi Xiang was too noisy, and he frowned as he shouted out in a low voice. Instantly, Yi Xiang was frightened and stopped, muttering to himself. Brother! Yi Lu is dead. After a short moment, Yi Xiang returned to his senses, and he looked at Yi Xiao with an extremely unsightly expression. I'll take revenge for Yi Lu. Yi Xiao's expression was as normal, and up until now Yi Xian didn't reveal the slightest fluctuation in feelings, as if he was an outsider. Yi Xiang's sorrowful and enraged eyes contained a trace of the light of hope when he heard this. Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. In the third-class spectating area of the cage battle arena, the crowd was in an uproar and shouted Duanling Tian's name loudly. Duanling Tian stood in the sky above the cage battle arena, and as he heard the shouting that entered his eyes, he lowered his head to look toward for a while before lightly shaking his head. The current me seems to be no different than that great celebrity that were chased after in the earth of my previous life. Before he left, Duanling Tian grinned and looked around in his surroundings as he spoke with a sonorous voice. If there are still people that are unconvinced of my strength, I welcome you to continue challenging me. Arrogant. Needless to say, Duanling Tian was extremely arrogant now. But the people present didn't think anything bad about Duanling Tian because of this. This was because he'd used his strength to prove that he had the ability to be arrogant. For a time, besides Su Li and Feng Tian, who was still cultivating, The remaining 13 young geniuses couldn't help but reveal a bitter expression. Challenge Duan Ling Tian? Isn't that courting death? The warning of their predecessor's failure was still hanging on the iron cage of the cage battle arena. Yi Lu's corpse seemed as if it was constantly warning them to not rashly challenge Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I truly never imagined that not only has your cultivation risen, even your comprehension in concept had attained such a level. You deserve being the #1 genius in the history of our Darkstone Empire. King Yong was excited to the point of slightly losing his composure when Duan Ling Tian returned to the spectating area that everyone from the Darkstone Empire sat at. When I saw Brother Ling Tian that day, I'd perceived that Brother Ling Tian was extraordinary. Brother Duan's elegant demeanor today has caused me to be filled with admiration. Xianxia, who was by King Yong's side, spoke out as well. King Yong, Pavilion Master Xiang, you're too kind. Duan Ling Tian spoke modestly. Duan Ling Tian, nice? After Duan Ling Tian returned to his seat and sat down, he saw Suli give him a thumbs up. It was just an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, and he didn't feel that killing an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist was something worth being complacent about. It was just an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist? The corners of Su Li's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Ling Tian's casual words, and then he had a bitter smile on his face. In terms of cultivation and concept, Yi Lu, who'd fought Duan Ling Tian earlier, was comparable to him. Perhaps by relying on the formidable offensive strength of his sword concept, it would be sufficient to suppress Yi Lu, yet it was extremely difficult for him to truly defeat Yi Lu. Of course, this didn't mean that he was unable to defeat Yi Lu. So long as he utilized the grade 3 spirit sword that his master gave him, then killing Yi Lu wouldn't be a difficult matter. Brother Ling Tian, you're formidable. The representative of the Hold in Empire looked at Duan Ling Tian and wasn't the slightest bit stingy with his words of praise. Yeah, you're formidable. Too formidable. Brother Ling Tian, with your strength, you'll surely be able to show extraordinary talent during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that's a year from now. The entire group of young geniuses from the Hold in Empire followed the old man to flatter Duan Ling Tian, and they weren't the slightest bit stingy with their words of praise. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian's strength had shocked them, it caused them to feel reverence that came from the bottoms of their hearts. At the same time, the representatives of many emperors had come over one by one to warmly greet King Yong. Of course, King Yong knew his own ability and knew that their interests weren't in him, and their final objective was to get acquainted with Duan Ling Tian. Presently, not only was Duan Ling Tian the son-in-law of the Feng clan's eldest master, he was even a monstrous genius in the martial Tao that possessed a terrifying strength, and it was sufficient to make the representatives of the various empires look up at him and exhaust their efforts to curry favor with him. Duan Ling Tian originally wanted to disregard the representatives of the various empires, but for the sake of not making it difficult on King Yong, Duan Ling Tian responded to every representative of the various empires with a slight smile, and by the time he'd greeted all of them, he felt his face had become stiff from smiling. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief after the representatives of the various empires left. No matter if it was his past life of his current, this sort of social courtesy annoyed him the most. Fame brings trouble for men just like fat does for pigs. This saying isn't wrong in the slightest. You're taking pleasure in my misfortune? Duan Ling Tian glared angrily at the nearby Su Li when he saw Su Li was laughing to himself. Only now did Su Li stop laughing, and then he changed the topic. Duan Ling Tian, do you think the other 3 8th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists will issue a challenge to the other 5 9th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses? A total of 6 9th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses had appeared during the Dynasty Martial competition this time, and the reason Su Li said 5 was because Duan Ling Tian had just revealed his strength and proven himself. So as far as Su Li was concerned, it was impossible for the other 3 8th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists to challenge Duan Ling Tian unless they weren't afraid of death. So they could only choose from the other 5 people. How would I know? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Aren't you an 8th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist? What? You don't intend to challenge a 9th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist? There's no need. Su Li shrugged and grinned. There are 10 positions at any rate. Now that the Yi clan's Yi Lu has died, the competition has grown smaller and I have the confidence to obtain a position. Since it's like this, then why should I go waste my strength? When did you become so lazy? Duanling Tian was speechless when he heard this. Of course, he believed that with Su Li's strength and the grade 3 spirit sword in Su Li's possession that came from Su Li's master, even if Yi Lu didn't die, it wouldn't be a difficult thing for Su Li to obtain one of the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Looks like there really is someone who wants to issue a challenge. I wonder who his target is. Su Li's gaze that looked into the distance lit up abruptly. Duanling Tian followed along Su Li's gaze to look over when he heard this. In the distance, a thin figure instantly flew to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena, and he drew the attention of everyone in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. This was a young man around the age of 35, his expression dark, and he seemed to give others the feeling that he was undernourished. Yet his eyes were bright to the point they were like a pair of dazzling stars. It's the Dark Moon sect's #1 disciple in the inner court, Feng Yu. He's the head disciple of the Dark Moon sect, Feng Yu? This Feng Yu is a sword cultivator. Supposedly, his sword is even swifter than a bolt of lightning, and it's swift to the point that he kills without spilling blood. Many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena recognized the thin young man, Feng Yu, the #1 disciple in the inner court of the Dark Han Dynasty's Dark Moon sect and the head disciple of the Dark Moon sect. In the Dark Moon sect, Feng Yu could be said to be an outstanding talent in the martial Dao that was respected by all, and coupled with him being the personal disciple of the Dark Moon sect's leader, he'd long since been decided upon, yet not announced as the selected person to become the next generation's sect leader. Killing without spilling blood? Duanling Tian and Su Li looked at each other before shaking their heads and laughing when they heard the discussions of some people. They were similarly capable of killing without spilling blood. Of course, if one wanted to achieve this, it required spending much more complicated effort than killing people as they would ordinarily, so it could be said to be an arduous but fruitless task. So they usually couldn't be bothered to do that. As far as they were concerned, that was only a fancy method of killing. Presently, so long as it was someone who possessed formidable strength, practically all of them weren't surprised by this ability of Feng Yu's, because they were similarly capable of achieving it. So long as one possessed sufficient strength and speed, killing another without spilling blood wasn't a difficult thing. I wonder who this Feng Yu will challenge, said Su Li. It should be Xianxia. Even though Feng Yu didn't look towards any of the 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses after appearing in the sky above the cage battle arena, Duanling Tian still made his guess. Xianxia? That person from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family? I saw Long Yun staring fixedly at him as if Long Yun knew him. Su Li's face was filled with bewilderment. Moreover, I keep having the feeling that this name is slightly familiar. It seems as if I've heard it somewhere. Do you know about the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duanling Tian smiled as he asked. Of course. Su Li nodded. Long Yun is ranked at the end amongst the 5 great young masters. But with his current strength, he ought to be the strongest existence amongst the 5 great young masters. Including Long Yun, Su Li had met 4 of the 5 great young masters. They were respectively Crazy Young Master who was ranked at the top, Flame Young Master who was ranked the 2nd, and Sword Young Master who was ranked at the 4th. Suddenly, Su Li's eyes lit up as if he'd recalled something. I remember now. Scyther Young Master. Scyther Young Master who's ranked the 3rd amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom seems to be called Xianxia. Exactly, it's him. Duanling Tian nodded. I said earlier that Long Yun ought to be the strongest existence amongst the 5 great young masters now. But I never imagined that I've slapped my own face in the blink of an eye. I truly never expected that there's actually someone amongst the 5 great young masters who acquired fortuitous encounters that surpassed Long Yun. As he finished speaking, Su Li couldn't help but sigh. He'd heard of the Zither Young Master, Xianxia, and according to rumor, Zither Young Master's natural talent wasn't much superior to Long Yun. As far as Su Li was concerned, since Xianxia was able to possess this cultivation at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage today, Xianxia had surely obtained some fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Xianxia to advance so quickly. In Su Li's opinion, the fortuitous encounter he and Long Yun obtained were already considered to be extremely good. But when compared with Duanling Tian and Zishang, it seemed to be quite inferior.
Feng Yu, who do you want to challenge? In the sky above the cage battle arena, the old man asked Feng Yu.
At the same time, Feng Yu slowly raised his head, and his gaze directly descended onto the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family before flashing past the three young figures. All these three young men were young geniuses at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. The young geniuses of the imperial family had occupied an entire half of the amount of 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses in the Dynasty Martial competition today, and the imperial family could be said to be in the limelight.
Feng Yu wants to challenge the young geniuses recommended by the imperial family? Instantly, many people cried out with low voices.
Amongst the three young geniuses of the imperial family, the strength of Second Prince is something that anyone from the Darkhan dynasty knows very well. So Feng Yu probably won't challenge Second Prince. Whereas, the other two people are unfamiliar faces. Both the other two people are wearing white clothes. One of the one-clothed young men is that person that presided over the first phase of the martial competition yesterday.
This person's cultivation is surely not weak.
Of course. Otherwise, the imperial family wouldn't make him preside over the dynasty martial competition yesterday. Endless discussions sounded out in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, and all of them were guessing who Feng Yu's target would be.
In the end, the gazes of most people descended onto the white-colored figure that was the most unfamiliar to them. This person and the second prince, by he, sat at both sides of the drop-dead gorgeous beauty.
Humph.
When he noticed the numerous gazes from the surroundings, Zishang's expression sank slightly as this feeling of being looked down upon caused him to feel displeased. I challenge him. In the end, Feng Yu chose his target. It was just like most of the people present had guessed, the target Feng Yu chose to challenge was Zishang.
Zishang, you must try hard. If you're defeated by an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, then not only are you losing face for yourself, you're also losing face for Imperial Granduncle and our Darkhan dynasty's Imperial family. By he looked at Zishang and mocked via voice transmission.
Because Ziyan, who he'd always admired, was sitting by his side, he didn't dare directly speak these words and could only mock Zishang via voice transmission. He liked Ziyan, yet he disliked her older brother, Zishang, extremely.
No. Precisely speaking, he looked down upon Zishang from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, Second Prince. I'll absolutely not lose face for my master and the imperial family. Zishang took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart when he heard by his voice transmission, and he refused to admit being inferior. Then I'll wait and see. Bai he nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile.
Big brother, good luck. Ziyan's beautiful face was slightly red as she cheered Zishang on. Zishang nodded at Ziyan with a tender expression before gesturing at his master and the emperor, and then he flew into the sky to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena to stand in confrontation with Feng Yu.
Dark Moon Sect. Feng Yu. Feng Yu's eyes that were bright like stars stared fixedly at Zishang, who stood in confrontation with him as he spoke slowly. Zishang. Zishang spoke indifferently.
You seem to be a member of the imperial family?
Or perhaps it's I who possess limited information and knowledge, yet I've never seen nor heard of you in the past. Feng Yu said, in the past, I only knew that the imperial family had a second prince, and he's one of the 3 great young experts of our Darkhan dynasty.
Even you said so, that was the past. Zishang's tone was flat, yet so long as it was an attentive person, they would be able to discern a trace of proud and overbearing arrogance within that flat tone.
Looks like you're extremely confident of your own strength. But I'm not an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist that's as weak as the earlier Yi Lu. As Feng Yu spoke, the origin energy on his body pulsated. And at the same time, a peerlessly sharp aura instantly stretched out within his origin energy. Sword concept.
Instantly, the origin energy on Feng Yu's body flawlessly merged with his sword concept to transform into a sword-shaped flame that enveloped his entire body within, causing him to seem as if he transformed into a sword.
Whoosh! In the sky above Feng Yu, 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared first before another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently.
9th level sword concept. Duan Tian's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he saw the scene.
Feng Yu has actually comprehended 9th level sword concept.
He deserves to be called the publicly acknowledged #1 sword cultivator in the younger generation of our Dark Han dynasty. He's extraordinary as expected. His cultivation is merely at the 8th level of the void initiation stage, yet he has already comprehended 9th level sword concept.
Feng Yu's strength is even stronger than the Yi clan's Yi Lu that was killed earlier. While Duan Tian was surprised, the entire cage battle arena had gone into an uproar, as all of them were shocked by the 9th level sword concept that Feng Yu utilized. 9th level sword concept. It wasn't rare, yet it was sufficient to be shocking when an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist comprehended such a concept.
Such comprehension ability was truly monstrous.
9th level sword concept. Duan Tian noticed that Su Li, who sat by his side, was staring fixedly at Feng Yu now with a gaze that was filled with burning battle intent.
Obviously, as a sword cultivator, Su Li had aroused battle intent towards Feng Yu.
Feng Yu's strength isn't bad, but he's older to Su Li by 7 or 8 years. So, based on current circumstances, he's inferior to Su Li in terms of natural talent and comprehension ability. Duan Tian thought in his heart. Of course, Duan Tian knew as well that there was no lack of assistance from the mysterious master behind Su Li that allowed Su Li to obtain such a great advancement within such a short period of time. Perhaps, in the course of Su Li's cultivation, there was utterly no lack of spirit fruits. Even if it was sword concept fragments, Su Li similarly had no lack for them. Su Li, are you confident in defeating him? Duan Tian laughed via voice transmission. If I don't utilize my grade 3 spirit sword, then I'm not a match for him. If I utilize my grade 3 spirit sword, then he'll lose for sure. Su Li replied via voice transmission. Meanwhile, Duan Tian noticed that when Feng Yu utilized his origin energy and 9th level sword concept, a spirit sword that was coiled with origin energy had appeared in his hand. At the same time, another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 3,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Feng Yu. Grade 4 spirit sword. Duan Tian's brows raised as he vaguely guessed where Su Li's confidence came from. In terms of cultivation, Su Li and Feng Yu were comparable. In terms of sword concept, Su Li was inferior by a level, and it was an ancient horned dragon worth of strength difference. In terms of spirit sword, the spirit sword in Su Li's possession was a grade higher than the spirit sword in Feng Yu's possession, and it provided Su Li with more than a single ancient horned dragon worth of strength. In terms of combined strength, Su Li surpassed Feng Yu slightly. Of course, it wasn't much. Normally speaking, if the two of them were to really fight a bloody battle, then they would surely be on par and find it difficult to decide on a victor. But when he thought of the strong confidence that Su Li revealed earlier, Duan Tian believed that Su Li surely had the confidence to win for sure, or perhaps Su Li had an ability or method to assure his victory. Duan Tian wasn't surprised by this. Su Li's master was a sword-cultivating expert from the foreign lands that had studied the Tao of sword cultivating for many years. Perhaps he'd already taught Su Li some formidable methods that belonged to sword cultivators. All these abilities were derived from sword skill, yet they surpassed the sword skills themselves. For example, if a high-grade earth-rank sword skill were to be studied a step further by an expert that was proficient in the path of sword cultivating, the expert would perhaps be able to derive many things from it. It was even to the extent that they were capable of perfecting the sword skill to the point of being almost a heaven-rank sword skill. Duan Tian, do you think Feng Yu can defeat Xianxia? Su Li asked suddenly.
Duan Tian's gaze locked onto the two people in the sky above the cage battle arena.
At this moment, Feng Yu held the sword with a single hand as 26 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 3,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes surrounded him from the sky like a host of stars surrounding the moon. It wasn't just that. The raging origin energy on Feng Yu's body had converged together to form a vast sword-shaped flame that enveloped his entire body, causing his to seem to have transformed into a sharp sword.
Compared to the current Feng Yu, Xianxia stood there like an ordinary person.
Not a trace of origin energy could be seen on Xianxia. Xianxia stared at Feng Yu with a calm gaze, and then he finally spoke slowly in reply to Feng Yu's question from before. So what if you're stronger than Yi Lu? In my eyes, no matter if it's him or you, you're both ants.
I don't care about the strength between ants. Zishang's tone was extremely calm, yet the contempt it contained caused many people to be stunned.
What do you think now? Duan Ling Tian looked at Su Li and didn't directly answer Su Li's question, but instead asked a question in reply. Looks like he's a monster just like you. Su Li sensed the confidence in Zishang's words, and he shook his head and laughed bitterly. Zishang is really confident. He actually takes Feng Yu to be an ant. I wonder if he really possesses strength, or is being deceiving.
His age is obviously slightly younger than Feng Yu. Could it be that he has comprehended 9th level concept as well? So long as he isn't being deceiving, then it's very likely that he has comprehended 9th level concept.
The atmosphere of the cage battle arena that had calmed down once again rose into an uproar because of Zishang's words. Some people felt that Zishang was being deceiving, yet there were also some people that felt Zishang really possessed strength. Ant! Feng Yu's expression darkened as the sword-shaped flames on his body skyrocketed slightly, and his eyes squinted with a fierce gaze as his gaze that was like a sword stared at Zishang. You take me to be an ant? As the head disciple of the number 1 sect in the Darkhan dynasty, the Dark Moon sect, Feng Yu possessed arrogance and dignity of his own. Today, he was belittled by someone who wasn't well known in the Darkhan dynasty in the past. This caused the killing intent in the depths of his heart to grow ceaselessly, and in the end, he was unable to restrain it any longer, causing it to gush out. Shocking killing intent flashed ceaselessly within Feng Yu's eyes.
I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times and I'll spare your life. Zishang paid no attention to what Feng Yu said, and he stood in the sky, his clothes fluttering without any wind blowing upon him as he looked calmly at Feng Yu and spoke slowly.
Kneel down and kowtow 3 times? Zishang's words caused the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena to be unable to refrain from going into an uproar.
Isn't Zishang too arrogant? He actually wants the Dark Moon sect's head disciple, Feng Yu, to beg for forgiveness before him?
He's thinking wishfully.
I'm more and more unable to see through him. Does Zishang really possess strength, or is he being deceiving?
The confusion in the eyes of the surrounding crowd of spectators grew deeper and deeper, whereas even more people were instead anticipating how the events would progress. Imperial Uncle. Looks like this disciple of yours is very confident of his strength. On the spectating area that belonged solely to the Imperial family, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor glanced at the black-clothed old man by his side and smiled. Confidence is a good thing. When the old man spoke, he had a calm face that was calm like an ancient well. Humph! Zishang, I hope you don't slap yourself in the face. The corners of Baihe's mouth curled into a wisp of a sneer. At this moment, the expressions of the higher-ups of the Dark Moon sect were extremely unsightly.
Zishang's contempt and humiliation towards their Dark Moon sect's head disciple was no different than humiliating the Dark Moon sect.
Want to take my life? That will depend on if you have the ability. In the sky above the cage battle arena, Feng Yu was completely enraged and couldn't restrain his rage any longer, and his figure flashed out to seem to transform into a sharp sword that brought about a wave of terrifying waves of air that pierced towards Zishang.
At the same time, Feng Yu's body flashed out, the grade 4 spirit sword pulsated before him and transformed into 9 grayish sword lights in the end, and they were like shadows as they flashed out along with him to aim directly towards Zishang's vital points.
Under his extreme rage, he'd struck a killing blow. It's the Dark Moon sect's high-grade Earth-rank sword skill. 9 vassal demon swords. Instantly, there were people that recognized the sword skill Feng Yu executed. The 9 vassal demon sword was a sword skill with extremely shocking offensive ability. Once it was executed, not only would one seem as if one had transformed into a sword, even the spirit sword in one's hand would transform into 9 fierce and swift sword lights that were mobilized forward by one's own speed. Its offensive ability was strong and its speed wasn't weak. Amongst the various high-grade Earth-rank sword skills, the 9 vassal demon sword could be considered to be a first-rate sword skill. Swish! 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 The 9 grayish sword lights moved like shadow, and they caused waves of ear-piercing sword howls as they swept towards Zishang. At this instant, the hearts of the surrounding spectators couldn't help but rise to their throats as they gazed concentratedly at the development of the events before them. The following scene was something they anticipated extremely. Zither young master looks to really be much stronger. Duan Ling Tian's attention had always been on Zishang. He noticed that from the beginning until the end, Zishang had a carefree expression that wouldn't change even if empty Tai collapsed before him. And it was as if Zishang utterly didn't take Fengyu seriously. He ought to make a move now. When he saw the 9 sword lights were about to pierce through Zishang's body, Duan Ling Tian was shocked in his heart. Practically at the instant Duan Ling Tian's thought had emerged, Zishang made a move. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian saw a white bolt of lightning flash by, and in the next moment, Zishang's had already soared into the sky to arrive at a higher point. At the same time, a seemingly ancient and simple zither had appeared in Zishang's hands. It isn't that zither from all those years ago. With a single glance, Duan Ling Tian discerned that this zither wasn't the zither Zishang used in the past. This zither is a grade 4 spirit weapon. Swish, 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 swish. At practically the exact instant that Zishang soared into the sky, the 9 sword lights that Fengyu executed had followed Zishang to soar into the sky and flash towards Zishang once more. Those 9 sword lights seemed as if they had grown eyes, and they continued to flash towards the vital points on Zishang's body. They seemed as if they wouldn't stop before killing Zishang. It's over. Amongst these numerous ear-piercing sword howls, Zishang's calm voice sounded out. In the next moment, the people with deep cultivations were able to clearly see Zishang's hand pluck a string on the zither in his hand, and then his hand shook abruptly. Instantly, a strand of material origin energy shot out from the tip of Zishang's finger that plucked the zither string, and accompanying the strand of origin energy was a strand of azure energy and fiery red energy. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a zither that was ear-piercing and displeasing instantly resounded out, and it suppressed the waves of sword howls that rose and fell without end. So fast! After Duan Ling Tian saw the zither string being plucked by Zishang and the tiny origin energy light that instantly flashed out swiftly, he was shocked greatly in his heart. It was too swift. OM. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian felt something flash before his eyes. In the next moment, the figure that soared into the sky and charged at Zishang with full fury had stopped for a moment before continuing to charge into the sky. At this moment, Fengyu's pupils were completely dilated, and he was brought up into the sky by momentum. The origin energy on his body had gone out instantly. The 9th level sword insight had vanished without a trace, whereas the 9 sword lights executed by the sword skill 9 Vassal Demon Sword had vanished along with the origin energy and concept. Fengyu was completely without any trace of life. Whoosh! When faced with Fengyu, who was brought flying up into the sky by momentum, Zishang unhurriedly moved to the side after putting away his zither. After charging up for some time, Fengyu's speed gradually reduced and then stopped, and then Fengyu's body plunged down before crashing heavily onto the cage that enveloped the cage battle arena, following in the footsteps of the Yi clan's Yi Lu to hang atop the iron cage. Unlike Yi Lu, even though Fengyu had died, there wasn't a trace of blood on his body, and it was as if he'd instantly died an unnatural death. What's going on? For a time, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. Of course, the people that were in an uproar were those with comparatively weak cultivations. Can anyone tell me if they were fucking acting? Zishang only plucked the zither a single time and Fengyu is dead? Moreover, he died without spilling blood. Killing without spilling blood? Isn't this Fengyu's ability? He was killed now, yet actually didn't spill blood as well. Could it be that this is karma? Has Fengyu really died? Why do I feel that it seems fake? Have any of you seen someone pluck a zither once and kill another? Many spectators couldn't help but shook questioning gazes towards the corpse of Fengyu that hung on the cage atop the cage battle arena. Fengyu is indeed dead. Meanwhile, one of the old men that were in charge of presiding over the second round of the selections announced. The old man's words were something that the group of spectators would naturally not doubt. He's really dead? Zishang is too terrifying, right? He only plucked his zither and Fengyu died. Not only does Zishang kill without spilling blood, he kills imperceptibly. Exactly. Even if Fengyu killed another, he would need to utilize his sword.
But Zishang seemed as if he utterly didn't require any weapons and was able to kill people imperceptibly. Many spectators whispered in discussions, and when they looked at Zishang once again, their eyes revealed slight terror. Of course, not everyone's thoughts were similar to these spectators. When all was said and done, the reason these spectators felt that Zishang killed imperceptibly was because their cultivations were too low, and it caused the strength of their gazes to be inferior. Thus they were utterly unable to catch sight of any traces of Zishang's attack. Earlier, so long as it was a martial artist at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage or above, practically all of them were able to clearly see that at the instant Zishang plucked his zither string, the origin energy that flashed out from the tip of his finger combined with two types of concept before transforming into a matchlessly swift tiny origin energy light that killed Fengyu right after it flew out. Because the tiny origin energy light was extremely small and thin, and its speed was exceedingly swift, so after it passed through Fengyu's corpse, it didn't leave behind any obvious traces of Fengyu's body. As for blood, it had utterly no way to flow out. This was something that achieved the same goal with different means when compared to Fengyu's previous methods of killing others, and they were both methods of killing without spilling blood. The Grade 4 Spirit Sword in Fengyu's hand was a sword that was shockingly thin. Killing imperceptibly? To think that they can think of such a thing. Duan Tian shook his head when he heard the discussions of the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena, and he felt that these spectators were truly too naive. Duan Tian. Zishang killed Fengyu by shooting out his origin energy earlier. Su Li took a deep breath and asked. Even though he was an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, but he only saw the scene of origin energy appearing on the tip of Zishang's finger and the origin energy fusing into the zither, whereas after Zishang plucked the zither string, the strand of tiny origin energy had completely vanished from his field of vision. He guessed that it had probably flashed out to attack Fengyu. Yes. Duan Tian nodded. Earlier, he combined his origin energy with wind concept and fire concept, and then he relied on the amplification of the Grade 4 Spirit Zither to condense it into a small and thin origin energy light that was flicked out by the zither string to shoot and kill Fengyu. This was something that was similar to a bow and arrow. The tiny origin energy light was the arrow, whereas the Spirit Zither was the bow. As for the zither string, it was the bow string. I truly never imagined that Zishang's strength was so terrifying. Moreover, he has comprehended two types of concept like you. Duan Tian, were you able to discern what level his wind concept and fire concept attained? Su Li gasped after he heard Duan Tian, and he couldn't refrain from asking curiously in the end. No. Duan Tian shook his head. The instant he attacked, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes hadn't even had the time to completely condense into form when they dispersed. Zishang had attacked so swiftly earlier that it wasn't inferior to the speed he killed Yi Lu with earlier. Never had I imagined that Zishang's strength has actually risen to such an extent now. Duan Tian had an extremely complicated gaze as he looked at Zishang. Even though when he carried out the 2-year agreement with Zishang all those years ago, Zishang's cultivation far surpassed him, but because he possessed a spiritual force that was stronger than Zishang and the soul skill Thousand Illusions to rely upon, he was still able to completely dominate Zishang. After that, he obtained fortuitous encounters again and again all along his way, and he originally thought he would be able to leave Zishang far behind. Yet who would have imagined that the fortuitous encounters Zishang obtained in the recent years seemed to not be inferior to his own. The scene before him exceeded his expectations. Fengyu. In the western spectating area, the expressions of the Dark Moon sect's higher-ups turned ominous. Never had they imagined that their Dark Moon sect's head disciple would fall here and would be killed by a single strike without the slightest ability to resist. They could imagine that after today, their Dark Moon sect would become the laughingstock of the Darkhan dynasty. The Dark Moon sect's higher-ups looked at each other before making a decision in the end. They carried along Fengyu's corpse and left the cage battle arena. And before they left, they looked at Zishang with gazes that were filled with extreme killing intent. The Dark Moon sect had never been a righteous sect, and they were unscrupulous for the sake of attaining their objective. Today, Zishang had killed the Dark Moon sect's head disciple and caused the Dark Moon sect to lose face, and he'd undoubtedly offended the Dark Moon sect, so it was impossible for the Dark Moon sect to let it go easily. Even though Zishang was a member of the Darhan dynasty's imperial family, it was impossible for him to be protected by the experts of the imperial family for his entire lifetime. So long as they were able to find a chance, they would surely kill Zishang. Dark Moon Sect. As he looked at the disappearing figures of the Dark Moon Sect's higher-ups, cold lights flashed within Zishang's narrowed eyes. Obviously, Zishang had heard of the Dark Moon Sect's reputation long ago. Duanling Tian, I extremely anticipate battling you. Before Zishang left the sky above the cage battle arena, his gaze locked onto Duanling Tian as he spoke via voice transmission. This was the first time after so many years that Zishang spoke to Duanling Tian. I anticipate it extremely as well. I hope you won't flee like a stray dog like you did the last time. Duanling Tian grinned and replied bluntly via voice transmission. You. I won't talk crap with you. Duanling Tian's words caused Zishang to be unable to refrain from recalling the past events that were unbearable to him, and his expression went grim, but it quickly returned to normal as if he'd instantly recovered his calm. Slight fear arose in the depths of Duanling Tian's gaze when he saw the changes in Zishang's expression. If Zishang had been enraged all the way, Duanling Tian wouldn't think much of it. But Zishang had calmed down so quickly, and it caused Duanling Tian to realize that the present Zishang was already not the same Zishang as before. The current Zishang was much more terrifying. After a short moment, Zishang withdrew the gaze he shot at Duanling Tian, and then his figure flashed out to return to the first-class spectating area that belonged solely to the imperial family. Zishang, I truly never imagined that your strength is already strong to such an extent. Even Bai he might not be a match for you now. The emperor smiled as he spoke to Zishang, and he wasn't stingy with words of praise in the slightest. Your Majesty, you're too kind. Zishang spoke neither arrogantly nor humbly, whereas Bai he, who sat nearby, had an expression that was as unsightly could be. The words his imperial father spoke seemed as if they transformed into numerous sharp needles that fiercely plunged into his heart, and it caused him to be extremely angry. He was inferior to Zishang? Zishang, I'll soon prove to my imperial father that you can't even withstand a fight before me. Bai he looked at Zishang and spoke with a low voice via voice transmission. Zishang glanced indifferently at Bai he, and then he changed his previous humble tone as he replied via voice transmission. Even though I don't know why you've always been against me, but I still want to let you know that if we fight, I won't hold back. What? You think that you're capable of defeating me if you don't hold back? Bai he mocked via voice transmission. But Zishang paid no attention to Bai he this time, and he looked at the black-clothed old man instead. Master, Zishang didn't lose face for you. Good, good. The old man was extremely satisfied with Zishang's display, and he took the initiative to gesture for Zishang to sit down. Big brother, congratulations. Ziyen congratulated Zishang excitedly, and her peerlessly beautiful face was beaming with spirit and even more striking. Zishang lightly smiled as he nodded, and the gaze he shot at Ziyen was filled with tender affections. Now, are there still any people that are not convinced and want to challenge the young geniuses at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage? In the sky above the cage battle arena, one of the old men that were in charge of presiding over the martial competition spoke out once more, and his voice spread out throughout the cage battle arena. For a time, besides Feng Tianwu, who was cultivating with her eyes closed, the remaining 11 7th-level Void Initiation stage and 8th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses shut their mouths tightly. What a joke! Would any of them still dare be unconvinced at this moment? Yi Lu and Feng Yu could be said to be the top figures amongst them, yet they were both killed because of being not convinced with the strength of the 9th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses, and they died at the hands of the young geniuses that looked to possess the weakest strengths. They didn't doubt in the slightest that if any one of them still dared to challenge a 9th-level Void Initiation stage young genius, they would surely follow in the footsteps of Yi Lu and Feng Yu. What a pity! With Feng Yu's strength, he originally had a 100% chance of obtaining one of the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It wasn't just Feng Yu. Even if Yi Lu didn't die, he would similarly be able to obtain a position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. They destroyed themselves. In the end,
None of the remaining 12 young geniuses stood out. Since no one has any objections, then I declare that the second round of the selections had begun. The old man in the sky above the cage battle arena announced once more. Instantly, besides Su Li, the gazes of the other two 8th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses lit up. As far as they were concerned, the two 8th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses who were stronger than them had died, and only another 3 8th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses, including them, remained. Whereas besides the 6 9th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses each occupying a position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, there were another 4 positions remaining. It wasn't difficult for them to obtain a position.
Tianwu is still cultivating? When he saw the second round was about to begin, Duanling Tian's gaze passed through space to finally descend onto the first-class spectating area that belonged solely to the Feng clan. Actually, when he killed Yi Lu earlier, he'd intentionally glanced a few times at Tianwu. Of course, his aim was mainly to know if Feng Tianwu had placed his pile of low-grade origin stones as a bet on himself. When he saw Feng Tianwu was cultivating with her eyes closed, he knew that this little girl had surely not placed the bet. At this moment, after a short while of Duanling Tian's gaze descending onto Feng Tianwu, Tianwu had suddenly and unexpectedly opened her eyes, and a bright light flashed within her eyes. Tianwu seems to have changed. After Duanling Tian, who originally intended to withdraw his gaze, noticed Tianwu had awoken, he took another few glances at her, and this glance caused him to notice some inklings. Tianwu, you've broken through? When he thought of how there were many experts in the first-class spectating areas and inscription masters that were skilled in utilizing their spiritual force might be present, Duanling Tian didn't utilize his spiritual force to detect Tianwu's cultivation, but instead asked her via voice transmission. Feng Tianwu, who'd just awoken, hadn't even had the time to suppress her pleasantly surprised feelings when she heard Duanling Tian's voice transmission, and she couldn't help but reply, "MMM." As expected, Duanling Tian gasped, and he was once again shocked by the natural talent of a fire spirit body's possessor. Tianwu was different from him. He possessed the memories of the rebirth martial emperor and many fortuitous encounters before being able to possess his current achievements, whereas Tianwu only had her fire spirit body to rely upon. Most importantly, Feng Tianwu was younger than him. In next to no time, Feng Tianwu had completely sobered up, and after she found out what happened earlier from Elder Kong, her peerlessly beautiful face went slightly grim as she hurriedly looked at Duanling Tian and said via voice transmission, "Big brother Duan, I'm sorry. I was cultivating earlier and didn't place a bet on you." "There's no rush." Duanling Tian lightly shook his head and spoke while revealing an indifferent expression towards missing the chance to bet earlier. There are always more chances later on. Feng Tianwu didn't have the time to reply when the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena had already spoken. The goal of the second round of the selections is to decide on the final 4 people amongst the remaining 12 young geniuses, and they will obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties along with the other 6 9th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses. When the old man spoke up to hear, he started speaking about the rules of the second round of the selections. The second round of the selections was carried out in the form of being able to freely challenge another. The 12 young geniuses, including Su Li and Feng Tianwu, soared into the sky, yet didn't converge together, but stood in the sky above their own respective spectating area. For a time, the 12 young geniuses had become the center of attention. Any one of you can enter the arena first to issue a challenge to another. No matter who wins, the 2 people will be allowed to rest for 1 battle. The second person that issues a challenge isn't allowed to challenge the 2 people that had just fought. The challenges will continue like this until the strongest 4 are decided upon. The old man spoke slowly. This method of allowing them to freely challenge another isn't bad. If you don't possess sufficient strength, then it's difficult to slip through. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Practically at the instant the old man finished speaking, an 8th-level Void Initiation Stage young genius flew out and was the first to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena. It was Feng Yunxiang. Before Feng Tianwu's identity was revealed, Feng Yunxiang was the number 1 expert and number 1 genius in the martial Dao of the Feng clan's younger generation.
But when compared with Feng Tianwu's natural talent and comprehension ability, he was slightly unable to compare.
Please choose one person from the other 11 people to issue a challenge to, said the old man to Feng Yunxiang. I challenge you. Feng Yunxiang pointed at a 7th-level void initiation stage young genius as he spoke.
Subsequently, the two of them fought.
No matter if it was cultivation or comprehension of concept, Feng Yunxiang was much superior and the outcome was obvious.
Feng Yunxiang won. After this battle, Feng Yunxiang left the arena. Subsequently, numerous figures flew out one by one to challenge the opponent they felt confident in defeating, and it caused the atmosphere at the scene to become completely heightened.
Swoosh! In next to no time, Feng Yunxiang entered the arena once more. This time, his gaze descended onto the fiery red beautiful figure that hadn't entered the arena up until now. Young Miss Tianwu, I'm sorry.
The person that was challenged was precisely Feng Tianwu. It's young Miss Tianwu.
He's too shameless, right?
He's actually challenging young Miss Tianwu when she's over 10 years younger than him. To think he's really able to steal his heart and destroy a flower. Perhaps he feels that young Miss Tianwu's natural talent is greater than his and has seized away his limelight in the Feng clan, and it caused him to be slightly angry out of embarrassment.
For a time, the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena emitted a wave of curses. So long as it was a normal person, they would subconsciously sympathize with the weaker party. Especially a peerless beauty like Feng Tianwu would more so cause others to feel tender and protective towards her from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, Feng Yunxiang's identity was slightly sensitive. Make a move. When facing Feng Yunxiang, Feng Tianwu had a cold and indifferent expression and she spoke with a dull tone. When compared with how she was when facing Duan Ling Tian, she completely seemed like a different person.
Sorry for the offense. Feng Yunxiang took a deep breath before flashing out, and a grade 4 spirit saber appeared in his hand. Then his origin energy skyrocketed as his saber concept followed his origin energy like a shadow and flashed straight towards Feng Tianwu. In the sky, 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared first before another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared successively.
8th level void initiation stage.
7th level saber concept.
The phenomenon of the heaven and earth continued to change until Feng Yunxiang's saber flashed out like a bolt of lightning and another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 3,000 plus ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared once more.
OM.
The saber in Feng Yunxiang's hand instantly transformed into saber image that covered the sky, and they were like dense shooting stars that flew straight for Feng Tianwu. He'd attacked with his entire strength, and the strength contained within his saber was comparable to the strength of 24 ancient horned dragons and over 3,000 ancient mammoths. When faced with Feng Yunxiang's saber images that covered the sky and descended like a heaven-encompassing net, Feng Tianwu rose her hand unhurriedly as a crimson-red whip appeared out of thin air within her hand. This whip was precisely the grade 3 spirit weapon Duanling Tian had refined for her.
Winds arose abruptly, causing the red clothes Feng Tianwu to slightly flutter and seem like a ball of blazing flames. Suddenly, origin energy started to bloom on the grade 3 spirit whip Feng Tianwu held, and then fire concept appeared right after it before fusing into the spirit whip. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled to first converge into 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. In the end, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. 8th level of the void initiation stage. 8th level fire concept. A grade 3 spirit weapon that provided a 70% amplification. This was Feng Tianwu's true strength at this moment. Swish! The grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand shook abruptly before flashing out like a venomous serpent, and the energy contained within it was the strength of an entire 26 ancient horned dragons and 7,000 ancient mammoths. It wasn't just slightly superior to Feng Yunxiang. For a time, most of the people present, including Feng Yunxiang, had astounded expressions when they saw the phenomenon of the heaven and the earth that Feng Tianwu caused when exerting her full strength. They weren't in time to recover from their shock when Feng Tianwu had already attacked. Whoosh!
Feng Tianwu's figure flashed out like a ball of flames that swept out, and everywhere she passed, she gave rise to a wave of explosions from the air exploding, and it caused the waves of airflow in the sky to sweep out towards the surroundings of the cage battle arena. For a time, a fierce gale sprung up within the cage battle arena. Swish! Subsequently, the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand flew out from her hand to transform into a crimson-red-colored bolt of lightning that coiled and flashed around her. Because of its speed being too swift, it seemed as if a layer of crimson-red-colored light barrier had formed in Feng Tianwu's surroundings, and it was like a large fireball that protected Feng Tianwu within it. Right at this instant, the saber lights that covered the skies arrived like shadows descending from the sky. OM! 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 The saber lights were like rainwater as they descended and crashed onto the crimson-red light barrier around Feng Tianwu before emitting a wave of heaving sounds, yet they were unable to break open the light barrier in the end. The martial skill Tianwu is executing now is a defensive martial skill executed by combining her spirit whip and fire concept. This defensive martial skill is an Earth rank martial skill. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. At this moment, Feng Yunxiang's attack wasn't even capable of breaking open the light barrier on the surface of Feng Tianwu's body, let alone harming Feng Tianwu. In next to no time, the saber image that approached in full fury as they covered the sky had gradually dispersed. Swish! At the instant the crimson-red-colored light barrier that surrounded Feng Tianwu vanished. The Grade 3 Spirit Whip returned to her hand, and with a raise of her hand, she easily blasted apart the remaining saber images. I admit defeat. When Feng Tianwu intended to attack once more, Feng Yunxiang recovered from his shock and hurriedly spoke of his admission of defeat. He was utterly convinced of his defeat in this battle. She's worthy of being the eldest master's daughter. Feng Yunxiang sighed in his heart. The people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena that were dumbstruck by Feng Tianwu's strength had recovered from their shock. Young Miss Tianwu is so strong. Yeah, she's too strong. Not only is her cultivation at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage, even her fire concept has been comprehended to the 8th level. Most shocking of all is that whip in her hand seems to be a Grade 3 spirit weapon. Without concept, young Miss Tianwu is an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist and is capable of exerting the strength of 11 ancient horned dragons. The amplification of a spirit weapon uses this strength as its foundation. Yet earlier, the amplification of young Miss Tianwu's spirit weapon had attained the strength of 7 ancient horned dragons and 7,000 ancient mammoths. In other words, the Grade 3 spirit weapon in young Miss Tianwu's possession is capable of providing an amplification of 70%. The entire cage battle arena was completely in an uproar. Numerous burning gazes converged onto the crimson-red whip in Feng Tianwu's hand, and it seemed as if this whip was much more alluring than Feng Tianwu herself. A Grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%? Even amongst all the Grade 3 spirit weapons, it can be considered to be at the top amongst the top. At the second-class spectating area that the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated at, Xianxia stood up from his seat and slightly lost his composure. As one of the only 4 Grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Dark Han dynasty, Xianxia's research into the Tao of weapons refinement was extremely deep. It was precisely because of this that he would know what a Grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70% meant. As the Vice Guild Master of the main guild of the Weapons Craftsman Guild in the Dark Han dynasty, Xianxia's knowledge towards this group that is weapons craftsmen wasn't limited to the Dark Han dynasty and the surrounding dynasties. After all, the faraway foreign lands possessed weapons craftsman guilds as well. It was even to the extent that every few tens of years, the Weapons Craftsman Guild of the foreign lands would send a special ambassador to the Dark Han dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild to guide them in the Tao of weapons refinement. Those special ambassadors were usually Grade 3 weapons craftsmen. Every time those special ambassadors left the Dark Han dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild, they would leave behind a piece of their work which was either a Grade 3 spirit weapon or Grade 2 spirit weapon. The Weapons Craftsman Guild of the Dark Han dynasty was the only place in the Dark Han dynasty that possessed a Grade 2 spirit weapon. But the spirit weapons left behind by these special ambassadors couldn't be misappropriated. No matter if it was the Grade 2 spirit weapons or Grade 3 spirit weapons in the Weapons Craftsman Guild, not to mention a spirit weapon that was at the top amongst the top grade, there wasn't even a single one that could be said to be top grade. Amongst the Grade 3 spirit weapons collected by the Weapons Craftsman Guild, most of them amplified strength by 67%, and a few were capable of amplifying strength by 68%. Yet now, he'd seen a Grade 3 spirit weapon that could provide an amplification of 70% here, so how could he not be shocked? The last time the Special Ambassador came seemed to have been 30 years ago. At that time, Xianxia was only a disciple of an ordinary clan in the Darkhan dynasty. Supposedly, that Special Ambassador claimed to be a top figure amongst Grade 3 weapons craftsmen. But the Grade 3 spirit weapon refined by him was only capable of providing an amplification of 68%. Besides that, this Grade 3 spirit weapon in the possession of young Miss Tianwu. When did the Feng clan have a Grade 3 weapons craftsman? When his feelings gradually calmed, Xianxia frowned and was slightly unable to wrap his head around it. According to his knowledge, even the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, only possessed a Grade 4 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 59% and could be said to be top grade. Now, he was truly unable to wrap his head around how such a Grade 3 spirit weapon appeared in the hands of Feng Wudao's daughter. Suddenly, a flash of enlightenment arose in his mind, and he slightly turned his head to glance at the violet-clothed young man that sat silently on a seat in the back. Could it be that it's because of brother Ling Tian? He knew that Duan Ling Tian had a Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind him. So when he thought about the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu, he guessed that it was very likely that the Grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's possession was refined by the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind Duan Ling Tian. The more he thought about it, the surer he became. But he temporarily didn't point it out as he wanted to confirm it a step further. If the Grade 3 spirit weapon in young Miss Tianwu's possession is really from Brother Ling Tian, then Brother Ling Tian surely possesses a Grade 3 spirit weapon as well. Besides Xianxia, there were many weapons craftsmen present here. Presently, their gazes stared fixedly at the Grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand, and they wished for nothing more than to directly charge forward and seize it away before making it their own. But when they thought of Feng Wudao who backed Feng Tianwu, all of them seemed as if they were doused in cold water and were completely helpless. Within the Darkhan dynasty, no one dare doubt Feng Wudao's strength. The Grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's possessed gave rise to a wave of noise and excitement in the cage battle arena, and most people, including the two old men that were presiding over the selections, were shocked to the extreme. If who was comparatively more composed amongst the people present was pointed out, then it would undoubtedly be Feng Tianwu herself, Duan Ling Tian, Feng Wudao, and Elder Kong. Because they knew beforehand, so they weren't surprised. Big brother. The Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tiannan, looked at Feng Wudao with a slight loss of composure, and his voice trembled slightly. The Grade 3 spirit weapon in Tianwu's possession. At this moment, he'd even completely forgotten that Feng Tianwu had defeated Feng Yunxiang. That's a present a Grade 3 weapons craftsman gave to Tianwu because of my son-in-law. Feng Wudao spoke unhurriedly. Son-in-law? As soon as Feng Wudao said this, it wasn't just the Feng clan's patriarch, even the other higher-ups were stunned. Subsequently, their gazes descended in unison onto the second-class spectating area that the members of the Darkstone Empire sat at. More precisely speaking, their gazes descended onto the violet-clothed young man. Duan Ling Tian has a Grade 3 weapons craftsman backing him? For a time, the members of the Feng clan were shocked greatly. They originally thought that Duan Ling Tian was able to become Feng Wudao's son-in-law because his luck was good, and all of them felt that Duan Ling Tian had risen in social standing and joined their Feng clan. But now they didn't think like this. What a joke! Even the emperor of the Darkhan dynasty would probably wish for nothing more than to betroth his daughter to a figure that is backed by a Grade 3 weapons craftsman, right? Duan Ling Tian noticed the burning gazes of the Feng clan members at the first possible moment. In next to no time, he guessed what was going on and hurriedly sent a voice transmission into the ears of Feng Wudao and Elder Kong. Uncle Feng, Elder Kong, both of you have sold me out just like that. Haha. Brother Duan, the eldest master, didn't sell you out.
He only said that there's a grade 3 weapons craftsman backing you. Elder Kong's voice transmission was filled with amusement. Duan Ling Tian caught his breath when he heard this. It was fine like this. If the news that he himself was a grade 3 weapons craftsman spread out, then he could have imagined that he would surely become the center of all attentions, and he didn't like the feeling of being looked at like a monkey. A grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. Where did this Feng clan's eldest master's daughter obtain this spirit weapon? The Darkhan dynasty's emperor had a slightly serious expression. Even the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family only possessed a single grade 3 spirit weapon, yet it was only capable of providing an amplification of 67% and was simply trash when compared with the grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's possession. In the Darkhan dynasty, the single one possessed by our imperial family is publicly known of. Of course, most people know clearly in their hearts that there are many grade 3 spirit weapons in our Darkhan dynasty's weapons craftsman guild's main guild, and there are even many grade 2 spirit weapons. The black-robed old man muttered. Could it be that the grade 3 spirit weapon in the hands of Feng Tianwu is from the weapons craftsman guild's main guild? No. The emperor shook his head and spoke extremely surely. There isn't a single grade 3 spirit weapon in the Weapons Craftsman Guild that can be called a top-grade spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 69%, let alone something at the top amongst the top grade that can provide an amplification of 70%. Moreover, not to mention the members of the Feng clan, the spirit weapons of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild are something that even the guild master can't utilize himself. So to say the grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's possession was obtained from somewhere else? The old man couldn't help but gasp. Looks like it's very likely that Feng Wudao went to the foreign lands and became acquainted with a grade 3 weapons craftsman. There's this possibility. The emperor nodded and then sighed. A spirit weapon like this in the hands of a grade 8 void initiation stage martial artist. It's truly a waste of God's given gifts. The nearby by Hao Zishang and Zi Yen agreed deeply. Humph. As for the second prince, he had an expression of displeasure. To think that he himself, the dignified second prince of the Darkhan dynasty, didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon, yet a little girl possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, and it caused him to be extremely resentful. Whoosh! In the sky above the cage battle arena, Feng Tianwu put away the grade 3 spirit whip that was the focus of everyone's attention before returning to the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan and stood there in the air. Now, the other 10 people can issue a challenge. The old man that presided over the second round of selections recovered from his shock and reminded with a loud voice. Perhaps it was because they were unable to recover from their shock. The other 10 young geniuses didn't react after a very long time. Swoosh! In the end, it was Su Li who was the first to recover from his shock and fly out to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena. His gaze flashed past one by one of the 9 young geniuses that he could choose. In the end, his gaze locked onto the single 8th level void initiation stage young genius amongst the 9 young geniuses. You! At this moment, Su Li was still shocked in his heart. The Feng clan's eldest master's daughter actually possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, and it was a grade 3 spirit weapon that could provide an amplification of 70%. In terms of the strength of amplification, it far surpassed the grade 3 spirit sword in his possession. Besides that, the defensive martial skill Feng Tianwu executed earlier caused him to be extremely shocked as well. That was a defensive martial skill that could be executed by relying on one's spirit weapon, while combining it with origin energy and concept. According to Master, it seems that only heaven-ranked defensive martial skills are capable of being flawlessly executed while combined with spirit weapons? But weren't heaven-rank martial skills only able to be utilized by relying upon intermediate concepts or above? This was something that Su Li couldn't understand no matter how he racked his brains. Actually, it wasn't just Su Li, even Duan Ling Tian was puzzled as well. Because what Su Li's master told him was something Duan Ling Tian knew clearly from the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Tian Wu. Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from asking via voice transmission. The defensive martial skill you utilized earlier. Big brother Duan, the defensive martial skill I executed earlier is formidable, right?
Before Duan Ling Tian could finish speaking, Feng Tianwu had already interrupted him via voice transmission, and her tone was filled with complacency.
It is. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he said, Tianwu, according to my knowledge, only heaven-rank defensive martial skills are capable of being utilized flawlessly while combined with spirit weapons. Yet the concept you've comprehended now ought to be insufficient to utilize a heaven-rank martial skill. Right? Big Brother Duan, what I utilized earlier wasn't a heaven-rank martial skill. This defensive martial skill is something my father obtained by chance many years ago, and it's a high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill that's almost a heaven-rank martial skill. Its biggest distinguishing feature is being able to be executed while relying on one's spirit weapon. Feng Tianwu explained slowly. So that's how it is. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding, and he couldn't help but be slightly shocked in his heart. Even if it's executed along with one's spirit weapon, an ordinary Earth-rank martial skill is unable to flawlessly fuse its amplification force into the martial skill, and only a heaven-rank defensive martial skill is capable of achieving this. Being able to rely on the amplification of spirit weapons to execute a high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill without comprehending intermediate concept was something that even the rebirth martial emperor had never heard or seen before.
Big Brother Duan, if you're interested in this defensive martial skill, I can teach it to you. This defensive martial skill can be executed by relying on any spirit weapon and concept, said Feng Tianwu to Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. At the same time that warmth arose in Duan Ling Tian's heart from hearing this, his gaze was extremely complicated. Perhaps the defensive martial skill Feng Tianwu executed earlier couldn't compare to a heaven-rank defensive martial skill. But to someone who hadn't comprehended intermediate concept, it was a heaven-defying martial skill. Once this defensive martial skill was executed, then so long as one's opponent's strength didn't exceed one's own by a great deal, the user would be practically capable of defeating all such opponents. Moreover, even the memories of the rebirth martial emperor didn't contain a martial skill like this, and it was sufficient to show how precious it was. Now, Feng Tianwu readily wanted to teach it to him, and it was sufficient to show his importance in Feng Tianwu's heart. There's no need, but Duan Ling Tian still refused Feng Tianwu's good intentions. It wasn't that he was such a great person, but it was because he felt there was no need. No matter how high one's comprehension ability was, wanting to cultivate this defensive martial skill to the level Feng Tianwu executed it at would require at least 2 or 3 years of time. Not to mention Duan Ling Tian didn't have the time to cultivate this defensive martial skill. Even if he did, he wouldn't cultivate it. Because his biggest goal at the moment was to successfully comprehend intermediate wind concept before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began a year from now. At that time, he could directly cultivate the various heaven-rank martial skills in the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, and there was no lack of heaven-rank defensive martial skills that could rely on the amplification of spirit weapons. So there was utterly no need for him to waste time on this type of defensive martial skill. Su Li. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian returned to his sense and his gaze converged towards the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, Su Li and an 8th-level Void Initiation Stage young genius were standing in confrontation. This 8th-level Void Initiation Stage young genius had fought a battle earlier and he'd only comprehended 7th-level concept, causing him to be unable to be of any threat to Su Li. But because Su Li hadn't truly revealed his strength up until now, this young genius that was Su Li's opponent didn't know of Su Li's true ability. Suddenly, Su Li's opponent attacked. Swoosh! His entire body flashed out and seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow that had left the bowstring of a heavy bow, and he arrived before Su Li in the blink of an eye. Swish! With a raise of his hand, an azure sword light that was condensed into form from origin energy and 7th-level sword concept flashed out and seemed to have transformed into a venomous azure serpent that fiercely bit at Su Li. Die! Su Li's opponent shouted out angrily as the sword in his hand pointed towards Su Li's throat. Obviously, he wanted to kill this person that challenged him with a single sword strike. Humph! When he noticed the killing intent in his opponent's sword, Su Li snorted coldly before attacking as well. Swish! A similar sword light was skillfully executed by Su Li, yet it contained an even stronger sword concept that was like a shadow as it intercepted his opponent's sword light. At this instant, it seemed like 2 venomous serpents were biting each other.
Some spectators with low cultivation covered their ears hurriedly when they saw this scene, as they were deeply afraid the sounds of the collisions of the two spirit swords would damage their eardrums. In next to no time, they realized that their worries were truly too unnecessary. Swish! Another ear-piercing sword howl resounded out. Subsequently, the people present could clearly see that Suli had flashed out and seemed to transform into a sharp sword that pierced through the sky, whereas, when he and his sword were about to collide with the spirit sword of his opponent, he instantly dodged to the side. At the instant before his opponent reacted to this, Suli had attacked once more. Swish! The spirit sword in Suli's hand seemed as if it had eyes as it directly flashed towards his opponent. Swish! In the next moment, a hideous bloody hole had appeared on the throat of Suli's opponent, causing dazzling and resplendent blood to spray out from it, and his opponent struggled for a few moments before finally stiffening. After being carried out by momentum for a distance, the figure of Suli's opponent stopped and plunged to the ground. Another corpse hung on the cage above the cage battle arena. What a swift sword! When Suli attacked to kill his opponent, Duan Ling Tian's pupils had already been unable to refrain from constricting, and his face was filled with astonishment. At that instant, he clearly saw Suli execute an extremely pure sword skill. The sword skill didn't have any fanciness to it, and it stressed upon being straightforward. As soon as the sword struck out, blood would be seen. This was something that achieved a similar result as his sword-drawing arts, but with different means, but the sword skill Suli executed was obviously much more formidable than his sword-drawing arts. Perhaps only by utilizing the Tempest Point would I be able to keep up with the speed Suli executed his sword skill with earlier. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. If Suli utilized a grade 3 spirit sword to kill his opponent, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't be so shocked. But the problem was Suli had only used a grade 4 spirit sword. In terms of strength, he only surpassed his opponent by a single level in sword concept and possessed an extra strength of one ancient horned dragon. Killing one's opponent who's only inferior to one by the strength of a single horned dragon in a single move was unbelievable in the eyes of any void initiation stage martial artist. Yet Suli had achieved it by utilizing his pure and formidable sword skill. Another 8th level void initiation stage young genius has died. After everyone in the cage battle arena recovered from their shock, they sighed. This young sword cultivator seems to be a member of the Darkstone Empire. The members of the Darkstone Empire have really seized the limelight this time. Yeah. Up until now, not only does the Darkstone Empire have Duan Ling Tian, who had entered the second round of the selections, there are another 2 people that have similarly entered the second round of the selections. This young sword cultivator and Duan Ling Tian will surely advance from the second round of selections. I only wonder if the remaining young genius is able to successfully advance. That person seems to be a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist. I think he's in a dangerous position. After all, besides the 6 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses and the 3 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses, only a single position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties remains. A single position competed for by 9 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses. It's dangerous indeed. The surroundings of the cage battle arena were filled with animated discussions, and the gazes of many people descended onto Long Yun as they shook their heads. When he heard these discussions, Long Yun's gaze was like a saber that flickered with a ghastly cold light. He was determined to obtain the final position. No, he wanted to do more than that today. Whoosh! Under the gazes of everyone present, Suli returned to the sky above the spectating area the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated at and stood by Long Yun's side. Suli, congratulations! Meanwhile, everyone from the Darkstone Empire, including King Yong, congratulated Suli. Who's issuing a challenge next? In next to no time, the old man's voice sounded out once more, causing the nerves of the other 9 young geniuses besides Suli and Feng Tianwu to become strained. Swoosh! A wave of the howls of the wind sounded out abruptly, and a young man appeared in the sky above the cage battle arena. Long Yun. When Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Yun, who was in the sky above the cage battle arena, he didn't think anything of it, but when he noticed Long Yun's gaze had actually locked onto Feng Yunxiang, who challenged Feng Tianwu and admitted defeat, he couldn't help but be shocked. Long Yun wanted to rely on his cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage to surmount a level and challenge Feng Yunxiang. At this instant, without mentioning anything else, Duanling Tian's slight admiration faintly emerged within Duanling Tian's heart as he admired Long Yun's courage. As a top figure in the younger generation of the Feng clan, Feng Yunxiang possesses a saber concept that's at a similar level as Long Yun, yet his cultivation is a level higher than Long Yun, thus giving him an extra strength of an ancient horned dragon. Even if Long Yun utilizes a grade 3 spirit saber, his strength would at most be equal to Feng Yunxiang. This battle is extremely dangerous to the both of them. Since Long Yun chose in this way, then he's either determined to gain face or he really has the confidence to defeat his opponent. Duanling Tian thought in his heart. I challenge you. Finally, Long Yun looked at Feng Yunxiang as he spoke resolutely. For a time, the originally clamorous cage battle arena became deathly silent. You want to challenge me? Feng Yunxiang was stunned when he was challenged by Long Yun, and then he asked with slight uncertainty. At this moment, he even thought that Long Yun had mistaken him for someone else. Not only do I want to challenge you, I want to kill you. Long Yun slowly opened his mouth, and his face was suffused with an evil smile as his eyes were covered with killing intent. Long Yun's reply was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, causing the quiet cage battle arena to instantly become bustling. Numerous gazes from every direction pierced through the sky to descend onto Long Yun. At this moment, Long Yun had become the center of attention of the entire cage battle arena. A 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist dares challenge an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and even threatens to kill his opponent. No matter what, this courage is hard to come by. Exactly. With the Yi clan's Yi Lu and the Dark Moon sect's Feng Yu as an example, this saber cultivator of the Darkstone Empire actually still dares to surmount a realm to challenge an opponent. His courage truly deserves compliment. No matter what the outcome is, I support him. I support him as well. The atmosphere in the entire cage battle arena was completely lit ablaze along with Long Yun challenging the 8th level Void Initiation stage young genius, Feng Yunxiang. A 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist like you wants to kill me? Feng Yunxiang started laughing, and as he finished laughing, his face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice. If you can't kill me during this battle, then you're dead. That would depend on if you have the ability. Long Yun spoke indifferently. Humph. Feng Yunxiang grunted coldly. He couldn't restrain himself any longer, and he attacked first to gain the upper hand. Om. 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 Just like when he fought Feng Tianwu earlier, saber images that covered the heavens and the earth swept out, and they seemed to have transformed into a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped Long Yun. In the sky above Feng Yunxiang, 24 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out behind him. 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. 7th level saber concept. Grade 4 spirit saber. This was Feng Yunxiang's strength. Duanling Tian. How long do you think Long Yun will take to kill Feng Yunxiang? Duanling Tian was originally watching the battle with concentration. Yet suddenly, a clear voice transmission sounded out by his ear. Duanling Tian was able to discern that this voice transmission was from Su Li. Duanling Tian was first stunned before asking, "Are you so sure that Long Yun is able to kill him?" "My guess is Long Yun is able to kill him within 10 breaths after he makes his first move. Do you want to bet with me?" Su Li's voice transmission continued to transmit out. 10 breaths? Su Li's words caused Duanling Tian to realize Su Li's confidence towards Long Yun. He felt that Su Li wouldn't just randomly talk nonsense. After all, Su Li's master and Long Yun's master were senior and junior brothers, and perhaps Su Li knew of some important things. For example, Long Yun had currently mastered a shocking martial skill, whereas that martial skill came from Long Yun's master. Since you're speaking like this, you're obviously extremely confident of Long Yun. If I still bet with you at a time like this, then wouldn't I be an idiot? Duanling Tian derided via voice transmission. Su Li was first stunned when he heard this, and then he revealed a bitter smile. He seemed to have been slightly too anxious, and it caused Duanling Tian to not fall into his trap. After hearing what Su Li said earlier, Duanling Tian was filled with interest towards the battle before him, and he started to watch the battle with concentration. Presently, Feng Yunxiang had executed the martial skill he executed when facing Feng Tianwu earlier, and it formed saber images that covered the sky and swept menacingly towards Long Yun. Every single saber image was filled with peerlessly fierce killing intent. On the other side, when faced with the saber images that covered the sky as they swept down, Long Yun's eyes abruptly squinted, and with a raise of his hand, the spirit saber that Duanling Tian saw once before had appeared once more. During the first round of the selections, Duanling Tian had once seen Long Yun utilize the spirit saber to resist the pressure that was emitted by the two old men. At that time, Duanling Tian had discerned that this was a grade 3 spirit saber. Whoosh! Along with the origin energy in Long Yun's hand pouring into the spirit saber, numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes swiftly condensed into form. In next to no time, the spectators noticed a shocking thing, and that was the ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Long Yun weren't much different in amount when compared to the ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Feng Yunxiang. There were 23 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Long Yun, and it was only a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes lesser than Feng Yunxiang. Grade 3 spirit weapon. This saber-cultivating young genius of the Darkstone Empire possesses a grade 3 spirit weapon as well? The entire cage battle arena was instantly in an uproar once again. Grade the spirit weapon. Another grade 3 spirit weapon. The previous grade 3 spirit weapon belonged to the Feng clan's Feng Tianwu, whereas this grade 3 spirit weapon instead belonged to this young saber cultivator of the Darkstone Empire. Up until now, 2 grade 3 spirit weapons had appeared in the Dynasty Martial Competition. Grade 3 spirit weapon. After Feng Yunxiang found out that the spirit saber in Long Yun's hand was a grade 3 spirit weapon, his expression couldn't help but go grim. What a young man a little over 30 years of age that possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon represented was something he was extremely clear about. Exactly what is his background? For a time, he couldn't help but arouse a sense of fear in his heart, and even his attack became slightly sluggish. At this moment he felt deep fear towards Long Yun's mysterious background. OM. Long Yun attacked, swinging his saber again and again like a bolt of lightning, and for a time, the origin energy saber lights that contained the amplification of his spirit weapon and saber concept tore through the sky. Instantly, numerous saber lights that were condensed into form from origin energy moved to intercept the saber image that covered the sky and became slightly sluggish because Feng Yunxiang was distracted. Originally, even if Long Yun attacked swiftly, he'd attacked at the last minute after all. And it was equivalent to making efforts at the last moment and was unable to condense sufficient amounts of saber lights to defend against the saber images that covered the sky. Right when most of the spectators thought that Long Yun would lose. After the origin energy saber lights that flashed out from the spirit saber in Long Yun's hand flew to midair, all of them actually split into 3. And these saber lights that split up to continue without losing momentum in the slightest to intercept the saber image that covered the sky. For a time, the saber lights and saber images were comparable in amount. Bang! 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 The saber lights and saber images collided with each other and emitted waves of oppressive explosions. At the same time, strands of roiling waves of air swept out to transform in a fierce gale that swept towards the surroundings. For a time, the clothes on most of the spectators in the cage battle arena couldn't help but flutter with the wind. Under the gazes of everyone present, Long Yun easily crushed the saber images that covered the sky and flawlessly defended against Feng Yunxiang's attack. In the next moment, Long Yun's movements caused many people to reveal bewildered expressions. Logically speaking, Long Yun ought to press on and attack without letting up now. Yet he didn't do this and instead held the grade 3 spirit sword tightly in his hands before holding it horizontally above his head. Whoosh! Origin energy skyrocketed on Long Yun's body, and it contained the peerlessly fierce and swift 7th level saber concept.
At this moment, everyone around the cage battle arena even had the misconception that Long Yun seemed to have fused into one with the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand and transformed into an enormous saber.
The reason they had this misconception was because the skyrocketed origin energy on Long Yun's body had formed into the shape of an enormous saber before enveloping Long Yun's entire body within it. Unity of man and saber. Suddenly, Long Yun spoke word by word, his voice low and heavy, and it didn't contain the slightest emotion. Unity of man and saber? Feng Yunxiang had originally recovered from his shock, yet when he heard Long Yun's words at this moment, his face couldn't help but become grim and be extremely shocked in his heart. As someone who similarly cultivated the saber, he naturally knew what these words meant. The unity of man and saber represented a supreme stage of saber cultivation. Saber and man weren't distinguished between each other. The man was a saber just like the saber was the man, both lived and died together. In the next moment, the origin energy that was shaped like an enormous saber and covered Long Yun shook abruptly. Then it carried along Long Yun to flash out like an enormous flying saber, and it split the airflow in the sky. After it arrived nearby Feng Yunxiang, the enormous sword suddenly stood upright before aiming at Feng Yunxiang and howled as it abruptly descended in the next moment while carrying the might to split everything. As the enormous saber descended, an enormous saber light whistled out from its tip. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to notice that the saber light that whistled out from the grade 3 spirit saber Long Yun held with both hands contained his origin energy, saber concept, and amplification from his spirit saber. When the enormous sword formed from origin energy that enveloped Long Yun descended, his entire body followed it to slant down, and the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand slashed down towards Feng Yunxiang from midair. This scene occurred in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point that some people were unable to react to what had happened.
No. Feng Yunxiang seemed to have realized how terrifying the strike of Long Yun's was, and he shouted out with a grim voice as his figure flashed out with the intent of dodging. But would he be able to dodge it?
The enormous saber that slashed down seemed to have locked onto Feng Yunxiang, as no matter where he headed, it still slashed down towards him. Crack! Feng Yunxiang wasn't in time to get far when he was slashed into two by the saber light that whistled out from the tip of the enormous saber. The top figure in the younger generation of the Feng clan had fallen here halfway on his path of growth. When Feng Yunxiang's corpse was about to split into two and reveal a bloody scene, the enormous saber suddenly changed its course. Whoosh! The blade of the saber tore through the sky as it gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind, and it slapped towards Feng Yunxiang's corpse that hadn't split up yet. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and Feng Yunxiang's corpse transformed into a rain of blood that covered the sky as it sprayed down, and not a single intact piece of him could be found. Silent. The cage battle arena was deathly silent. Up until now, even though it wasn't the first time someone had died in the Dynasty Martial competition today, this method of dying that was even more brutal than being torn into pieces had appeared for the first time. At the same time, the enormous saber transformed from origin energy in the sky above the cage battle arena had gradually dispersed, and only a young man remained standing there with his sword before him. Drip! Drip! The tip of the spirit saber in his hand was still ceaselessly dripping with dazzling and resplendent blood. The blood scattered through the sky and seemed to have transformed into numerous little roses. The numerous roses ceaselessly descended onto the cage battle arena. Yun Xiang. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, the Feng clan's patriarch Feng Tian Nan and the few higher-ups were the first to recover from their shock, and all of them had dark expressions. Feng Yunxiang, the former number 1 genius of their Feng clan's younger generation, had been killed just like this. At this moment, they wished for nothing more than to make a move and kill Long Yun. But when they thought of the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession and the expert that might exist behind Long Yun, they were completely helpless. Su Li, you knew since long ago that Long Yun had this move? Duan Ling Tian withdrew his shocked gaze and looked at Su Li as he asked curiously via voice transmission. Needless to say, Long Yun's attack earlier had caused him to be shocked. Even though it was still an extremely far distance away from the true unity of man and sword, but it was truly rare for a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist to be able to achieve it to such an extent. To a certain extent, That saber already possessed the form of a heaven-rank martial skill.
What do you think? Su Li didn't reply directly, but it wasn't difficult to guess the answer in his heart.
At the same time, the deathly silent cage battle arena gradually became bustling with noise and excitement. Numerous gazes once again converged onto Long Yun as expected. It's difficult to imagine that the saber strike from before was executed by a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist. At the instant, he transformed into an enormous saber and attacked with the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand. I even had the feeling that his entire body seemed to have really transformed into a saber. I had this feeling as well. He said unity of man and saber earlier. Perhaps it's the unity of man and saber in the legends.
I might not be the true unity of man and saber, but this saber skill he executed has already surpassed the scope of most high-grade Earth-rank offensive martial skills. When he said he wanted to kill Feng Yunxiang earlier, I thought he was bragging. Now it would seem like he wasn't talking nonsense but really possessed this strength. The gazes the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena looked at Long Yun had changed completely as they discussed animatedly.
Duan Ling Tian, that sword-cultivating young man, and this saber-cultivating young man are all from the Darkstone Empire. Are the lands of the Darkstone Empire so good that it's able to give birth to so many monstrous geniuses? Suddenly, a spectator couldn't help but say this, and these words caused the entire cage battle arena to be stirred. My wife is going to give birth next month. I've decided. Once my child is born, I'll bring my family to settle down in the Darkstone Empire. My wife has already been pregnant for a few months as well. I intended to bring her to the Darkstone Empire to give birth and benefit from the luck of the Darkstone Empire. Perhaps my child will be as outstanding as the 3 of them in the future.
No matter what, the Darkstone Empire had completely and utterly became famous this time.
Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Long Yun. Any one of the 3 people were outstanding talents in the current young generation of the Darkhan dynasty, yet these 3 people had appeared in a tiny empire under the Darkhan dynasty at the same time. So long as one was a normal person, one would be shocked by this. There were even people that felt the Darkstone Empire might be favored by the gods. Besides Duan Ling Tian, the group of Darkstone Empire young geniuses that sat at the spectating area had flushed faces and were exceedingly excited. At this moment, they felt proud for being a member of the Darkstone Empire. Never had they imagined that on the vast stage that was the Darkhan dynasty, their hometown, the Darkstone Empire, would actually be able to obtain such an honor.
This was something they didn't dare imagine in the past.
For a time, they couldn't refrain from looking at Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Long Yun, and their eyes were filled with admiration. It was precisely because of these 3 people that the Darkstone Empire was be able to obtain this honor. King Yong, the name of your Darkstone Empire is going to shake the entire Darkhan dynasty. At that time, the Darkstone Empire will become the strongest empire under the Darkhan dynasty. Xiang Ying smiled as he spoke to King Yong.
Vice Guild Master Xiang, you're too kind. King Yong replied modestly.
But the depths of King Yong's gaze was filled with excitement. As the Darkstone Empire's King Yong, even though he wasn't the emperor, his status was much more respected than the emperor. To a certain extent, he could be considered to be the protector of the Darkstone Empire. Another grade 3 spirit weapon.
How can this person from the Darkstone Empire possibly possess a grade 3 spirit weapon? On the spectating area that belonged to the imperial family, the emperor frowned and his eyes were filled with bewilderment.
After all, even he himself didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even though their Darkhan dynasty's imperial family possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, but that grade 3 spirit weapon was in the hands of his great imperial uncle.
Is a member of a tiny empire, a mere 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist, worthy of possessing a grade 3 spirit weapon? The second prince, by he, revealed greed within his eyes. If it wasn't for so many people watching now, he would perhaps charge up impatiently and seize the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession and make it his own.
Saber young master, grade 3 spirit saber?
Looks like he obtained some fortuitous encounters as well. Zishang's eyes revealed slight surprise as he muttered. Right, if he didn't obtain any fortuitous encounter, it would be impossible for him to appear here today. let alone compete with the various young experts of the Dark Han dynasty.
This was something that Xianxia was extremely sure of.
As a former member of the 5 great young masters, Xianxia was extremely clear of the ability of Long Yun, who was also one of the 5 great young masters.
Xianxia, you know him? Xianxia's muttering had completely entered into the ears of the black-clothed old man that sat at the side.
Yes, master. Xianxia nodded respectfully before slowly speaking of Long Yun's background. The black-clothed old man came to a sudden understanding when he heard this, and then his eyes flickered with a bright light. In this way, the grade 3 spirit saber in his possession was either found from some ruins and it was given to him by another, and the latter's possibility is greater.
Exactly. Xianxia deeply agreed with his master's guess.
If the grade 3 spirit saber was obtained by Long Yun from some ruins somewhere, it would only mean that his luck was good, yet it was impossible to allow Long Yun to possess his formidable cultivation and ability.
After confirming this, even though the old man coveted the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession, yet he didn't dare arouse the intention of seizing it from Long Yun.
What a joke!
It was extremely likely that an expert that was capable of casually giving away grade 3 spirit weapons was behind Long Yun.
That expert's strength was unquestionable. Taking the risk of offending an expert like that to forcefully seize a grade 3 spirit saber?
He didn't feel he had the courage. At this moment, just like the earlier Feng Tianwu, the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's hands had become the center of attention as expected. The burning gazes that shot out from the surroundings only moved away after Long Yun put away the spirit saber.
Whoosh! As he enjoyed the numerous gazes that were filled with reverence from the surroundings, Long Yun flew back to the spectating area the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated at and stood in the sky by Su Li's side.
Subsequently, the second round of the selections continued.
At this moment, because another 2 8th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses had died, only Feng Tianwu and Su Li remained as the 2 8th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses.
The remaining 9 people, including Long Yun, were 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists. But now, no one dared underestimate Long Yun because he was a 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. At least, after the other 8 7th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses entered the arena successively. Besides them not daring to challenge Feng Tianwu and Su Li, they similarly didn't dare challenge Long Yun. Even though Long Yun was only a 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, his combat strength was even capable of killing an 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, and it caused the remaining 8 7th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses to be both reverent and afraid. Besides the 6 9th level Void Initiation Stage young experts, each occupying a position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, amongst the 4 remaining positions, 3 of them belong to Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Long Yu. Does anyone have any objections? After the group of 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists successively challenged their opponents, the old man that presided over the martial competition today spoke out in question. Of course, he was asking the other 8 7th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses besides Long Yun.
I have no objections.
I have no objections.
Instantly, the 8 young geniuses expressed that they had no objections. They knew their own limitations.
Perhaps the 8 of them could compete with each other, but if Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Long Yun were to be pulled in, then they would absolutely be looked for a beating. So it was better to admit their inferiority, and they would even be able to save a great amount of time. Otherwise, if Feng Tianwu and the others were to challenge them, they would similarly have to admit defeat. Obviously, the old man that presided over the martial competition had the same thoughts. In this way, the last position will be decided upon from the 8 of you. The old man continued. All of you have good luck. If it wasn't for 4 8th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses dying today, all of you might not have this opportunity. The 8 of them deeply agreed with the old man's words. Indeed, if it wasn't for those 4 8th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses being killed, it would be utterly impossible for them to have a share in the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties.
Sometimes luck was really extremely important.
Besides that, subsequently the old man added,
the person that's the final victor amongst the 8 of you will not only be able to obtain the position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, The person will also be considered to have obtained the last rank in the ranking battle of today's dynasty martial competition and obtained the rewards of our Dark Han dynasty's imperial family.
Rewards from the imperial family? For a time, the breathing of the 8th 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses sped up.
Subsequently, the 8 young geniuses started to compete with each other for superiority. Time silently passed by.
In the end, the outcome was a blue-clothed young man that had comprehended 7th level spear concept, had successfully obtained the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties.
This blue-clothed young man wasn't from any power of the Darhan dynasty, but had come from an empire, and his name was Feng Jun.
If you have no intention of competing for a higher ranking in the ranking battles, then you can give up now. You'll obtain the rewards of our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. 100 low-grade origin stones. One of the 2 old men spoke to Zheng Jun. 100 low-grade origin stones? Zheng Jun's breathing became rapid when he heard this. As a young genius from an empire that was under the Darkhan dynasty, origin stones were an existence of legend that were far beyond his reach. Yet now he was able to obtain origin stones? 100 low-grade origin stones. Instantly, the eyes of many people in the cage battle arena went red with greed. Especially the young geniuses from the various empires and those 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses that were just eliminated, all of them had eyes that were red with greed. Just a little bit more. Just that little bit more, and it would be one of us that was able to advance. Perhaps the few top powers that stood at the peak of the Darkhan dynasty wouldn't care about 100 low-grade spirit stones. But to the members of the various empires, it was a treasure that possessed an extraordinary value and couldn't be measured with gold and silver. I give up on competing in the ranking battle. Zheng Jun didn't hesitate in the slightest as he spoke directly to the old man. He knew his own limitations.
No matter if he gave up now or not, he was bound to be ranked at the last position today.
Not to mention those 6th 9th level void initiation stage young experts, he was even far from being a match of the other 3 people.
Okay. The old man nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a spatial ring shot out and flashed straight at Zheng Jun. This is your reward. Thank you, senior. After he received the spatial ring, Zheng Jun thanked the old man before returning to the second-class spectating area that the group of people from the empire he belonged to were seated.
For a time, that spectating area was bustling with noise and excitement.
Perhaps the results of the young genius of their empire was inferior to the Darkstone Empire today, yet they become eminent amongst the 36 empires present, and it was sufficient to be proud of.
Do the 3 of you want to challenge the 6th 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses?
If you're not challenging them, then the 3 of you will directly undergo the ranking battle to decide on the 7th, 8th, and 9th positions that will respectively provide different rewards from our Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. In the sky above the cage battle arena,
the old man's left Feng Tianwu and descended onto Su Li and Long Yun, who stood together. I don't. Feng Tianwu was the first to shake her head. I don't as well. Su Li shook his head.
Me too, said Long Yun. Very good. The old man nodded and said, then now, the 7th until the 9th position shall be decided from the 3 of you. Young Miss Tianwu, we'll start from you. As he finished speaking, the old man looked at Feng Tianwu. May I know who you want to challenge?
Feng Tianwu flew out like a ball of flames and arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena in a short moment. Her gaze descended onto Long Yun at the first possible moment. I challenge him.
The Darkstone Empire's Long Yun.
Instantly, the 2 old men looked at Long Yun in unison, whereas the gazes of most of the people present had successively descended onto Long Yun, and it caused Long Yun to once again become the center of attention. When faced with Feng Tianwu's challenge, Long Yun's gaze flickered slightly before directly admitting defeat. He'd already witnessed Feng Tianwu's strength. Even though he was extremely confident of his own ability, but the gap in their strengths caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness. Not only did this red-clothed young woman that was shockingly young possess a cultivation that was higher than him, her comprehension in concept was higher than his, and even the grade 3 spirit weapon in her possession was stronger than his. He's witnessed the might of the grade 3 spirit weapon in the young woman's possession. It was a grade 3 spirit weapon that could provide an amplification of 70%.
It was much more powerful than the grade 3 spirit weapon in his possession.
All of this caused his comprehensive strength to be far inferior to the young woman, and there was utterly no need to undergo a battle. The woman's strength was sufficient to crush him. Su Li. After Long Yun admitted defeat, Feng Tianwu's gaze moved onto Su Li, and she nodded lightly to Su Li. Compared to Long Yun, she looked at Su Li with slight politeness. All of this was naturally because she knew Su Li was Duan Ling Tian's friend. Unlike Long Yun, who admitted defeat, when faced with Feng Tianwu's challenge, Su Li wasn't afraid in the slightest, and he flew out to stand in confrontation with Feng Tianwu. Young Miss Tianwu. Su Li nodded to Feng Tianwu. I know you're big brother Duan's friend, but I'm determined to obtain the 7th position in the Dynasty Martial Competition today. Feng Tianwu spoke to Su Li with a tone filled with confidence. I'm the same. Su Li didn't have the slightest intention of being polite when facing Feng Tianwu, who was like a celestial maiden that descended to the mortal world, and he seemed as if he wasn't facing a peerless beauty, but an ordinary person that couldn't be any more ordinary. The two of them stood facing each other and had successfully attracted the gazes of everyone present. Feng Tianwu, the Feng clan eldest master's daughter. When she revealed her ability for the first time today, she showed her shocking strength. A cultivation at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage, 8th level fire concept, and a grade 3 spirit whip that provided an amplification of 70%. Su Li, the young genius of the Darkstone Empire, had a cultivation and concept that was equal to Feng Tianwu. But up until now, in the eyes of the crowd in the cage battle arena, the spirit weapon Su Li had revealed was only a grade 4 spirit sword. This Su Li from the Darkstone Empire has a cultivation and concept that isn't bad, and it isn't inferior to young Miss Tianwu. But the spirit weapon in his possession is only a grade 4 spirit sword, so he'll surely be at a disadvantage. A grade 4 spirit sword is much inferior to the grade 3 spirit whip in the hands of young Miss Tianwu. Most importantly, the grade 3 spirit whip in young Miss Tianwu's possession is capable of providing an amplification of 70%. The difference in spirit weapon is too great. Su Li has no chance of winning in this battle. Practically all the surrounding crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena didn't look favorably upon Su Li. Yet when faced with the doubt of the crowd, Su Li's expression remained unchanged. Su Li, I won't use my grade 3 spirit weapon when fighting you, said Feng Tianwu to Su Li, her words frank and open like a man. For a time, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. Young Miss Tianwu is worthy of being Lord Wu Dao's daughter. She's frank and open, and she's unwilling to take advantage of Su Li with her spirit weapon. I envy the Darkstone Empire's Duan Ling Tian more and more now. What ability does he possess to actually be able to marry such an outstanding woman like young Miss Tianwu? You're asking what ability Duan Ling Tian possesses? You're nothing compared to him. The discussions in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had unconsciously moved onto Duan Ling Tian. Many people were speaking ill of Duan Ling Tian, and there were also many people that were feeling outraged in Duan Ling Tian's stead. The latter were mostly people that admired Duan Ling Tian from the bottom of their hearts. Tianwu and this fellow Su Li are undergoing a ranking battle, yet they're actually able to pull me in. Duan Ling Tian had a strange gaze as he felt he was caught in the crossfire. Who did I offend or provoke? There's no need. When he heard Feng Tianwu's frank words, Su Li shook his head instead. Right when Feng Tianwu revealed a bewildered expression, a 3-foot-long blade that had flowing lights revolving around it had appeared out of thin air in Su Li's hand. This isn't the spirit sword Su Li utilized earlier. In next to no time, someone noticed an inkling. Meanwhile, origin energy appeared in Su Li's hand before fusing into the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. Instantly, 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky before another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and over 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. An amplification of 68%. A grade 3 spirit sword. Su Li possesses a grade 3 spirit weapon as well? My god! Is today the great gathering of grade 3 spirit weapons? Doesn't our Darhan dynasty only possess a single grade 3 spirit weapon? Moreover, that grade 3 spirit weapon seems to be in the possession of the imperial family, right? Along with a grade 3 spirit sword appearing in Su Li's hand, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. If it was said that someone wasn't surprised at this moment, then Duanling Tian would be that person.
He's heard long ago that Su Li and Long Yun possessed grade 3 spirit weapons, so even if he saw Su Li withdraw a grade 3 spirit sword with his own 2 eyes, he wouldn't think anything of it. Brother Ling Tian, all the 3 grade 3 spirit weapons in their hands were refined by the grade 3 weapons craftsman that's backing you? Duan Ling Tian's composed expression was completely noticed by Xianxia, and Xianxia couldn't refrain from asking via voice transmission.
And his tone contained slight anxiousness. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken by surprise when he received Xiangying's voice transmission, and he only reacted to it after a short moment. He knew Xiangying had overthought things. Pavilion Master Xiang, you're overthinking things. Duan Ling Tian replied truthfully.
I'm overthinking? Xiangying was first stunned, and then he asked a step further. Am I really thinking too much? No matter if it's the Feng clan's young Miss Tianwu or Su Li and Long Yun, who are young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, all of them seem to be deeply related to you, right?
That's right. Duan Ling Tian didn't deny this. The 3 of them do more or less have a slight relationship with me, but only Tianwu's grade 3 spirit weapon was refined by the grade 3 weapons craftsman that's backing me. Su Li and Long Yun's grade 3 spirit weapons are unrelated to me.
Moreover, amongst the 2 of them, I'm friends with Su Li and would perhaps be able to ask the grade 3 weapons craftsman that's backing me to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for Su Li, but it's impossible that I would help Long Yun. Duan Ling Tian spoke frankly and openly. Xiangying didn't doubt this, but he still couldn't refrain from saying in shock. Brother Ling Tian, the grade 3 weapons craftsman who's behind you is truly an extraordinary figure. He's actually capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon that can provide an amplification of 70% like the spirit weapon in young Miss Tianwu's possession.
He's all right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Luckily, he was thick-skinned, otherwise, he would probably be praised to the point of being unable to refrain from blushing. Another grade 3 spirit weapon, on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. The corners of the emperor's mouth twitched, and his dignified appearance had vanished.
Even with his lofty status in the Darkhan dynasty, he couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. It's a member of the Darkstone Empire again. The black-clothed old man couldn't refrain from gasping.
The fortune of the members of the Darkstone Empire is outstanding indeed. Bai Hao, that had always remained silent, spoke out in what was a rare occasion, and his tone contained slight surprise. As for Zishang and Ziyan, they didn't say anything.
But the greed in the eyes of Bai He, who sat by Ziyan's side, was even more greater than when Long Yun withdrew a grade 3 spirit saber. Another grade 3 spirit weapon. Moreover, it's a grade 3 spirit sword.
He himself used a sword and had comprehended sword concept. Compared to a grade 3 spirit saber, he wanted a grade 3 spirit sword even more desperately.
Su Li. Bai He's eyes were filled with yearning.
But in next to no time, a string of words entered into Bai He's ears, and it was like a pail of cold water sprayed on him. Bai He, you better not even think about the grade 3 spirit weapons in that Long Yun and Su Li's possession. Bai He was able to discern that this was the voice transmission of his imperial father, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor.
The emperor had obviously noticed the greed that Bai He's gaze revealed. Why? Bai He frowned when he heard this, and he replied with unwillingness.
Humph! The emperor grunted via voice transmission, and he spoke with slight disappointment. Didn't you think about it properly? Why would he possess a grade 3 spirit weapon? Do you think it fell down from the heavens like a pie falling from the heavens? Moreover, they're only members of a mere empire, yet are able to possess this strength of theirs. Do you think there isn't an expert standing behind them?
The emperor's words were spoken with extreme reason, causing Bai He to be slightly hesitant.
Meanwhile, besides utilizing his grade 3 spirit sword, Su Li had even directly revealed the 8th level sword concept he'd comprehended.
After a short moment, Su Li chose to attack first and seize the initiative.
Swish! 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 Swish!
Sword images flew out both horizontally and vertically, and they were like shadows that swept towards Feng Tianwu.
On the other side, the grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand shook. Then it coiled around her graceful and delicate body before starting to pulsate, and it once again formed the crimson red light barrier. This crimson-red light barrier was like an enormous fireball that protected Feng Tianwu within it. Clang, 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 clang. The Grade 3 spirit sword in Su Li's hand struck out successively, and it descended like tiny stars in the sky onto the fireball on the surface of Feng Tianwu's body. Every time the spirit sword descended, the enormous fireball would shrink slightly. Of course, if one used one's eyes to look at it, it would be extremely difficult to discern the changes in the fireball. In the end, under the gazes of everyone present, the fireball moved to a void to the distance. Feng Tianwu realized that she couldn't continue being passive. Otherwise, it would practically be a situation where she would lose for sure. Even though a defensive martial skill was capable of solving one's most urgent defensive needs, yet it was impossible for it to be utilized from the beginning until the end. What she wanted to do during this ranking battle wasn't to fight Su Li to a tie. It was instead to defeat Su Li. Only in this way would she be able to occupy this 7th position in the Dynasty Martial competition this time. Just like she'd said before, she was determined to obtain the 7th position. Swish, 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 swish. Finally, Feng Tianwu attacked. The Grade 3 spirit whip in her hand flashed out to transform into dense whip image that tore through the sky as they swept out straight towards Su Li. These whip images covered the heavens and the earth as they descended, and it was as if a storm was pouring. Flower rain. Duanling Tian was stunned when he saw this scene, and he couldn't help but recall the scenes when he met Feng Tianwu for the first time in Phoenix Nest City. Duanling Tian still remembered that when he met Tianwu for the first time all those years ago, it was on the stage of the groom search competition outside the Phoenix Nest city governor's estate. He'd fought Feng Tianwu on their first meeting. During that battle, Feng Tianwu had executed a similar martial skill, and later on, he found out from Feng Tianwu that the martial skill was called Flower Rain. The martial skill Tianwu executed now doesn't seem to be Flower Rain. In next to no time, Duanling Tian noticed that even though the martial skill Feng Tianwu executed now was similar to the martial skill Flower Rain from that day, it was obviously greatly stronger than Flower Rain. When Feng Tianwu attacked while combined with her 8th grade fire concept, the whip images that whistled out seemed to have transformed into numerous flaming shooting stars that covered the heavens and the earth as they enveloped Su Li. Swish! 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 Needless to say, Su Li's strength was extremely strong, and relying on a cultivation and concept that was equal to Feng Tianwu and a Grade 3 spirit weapon that was inferior to the Grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's possession, he was still able to block Feng Tianwu's attack that covered the heavens and the earth. Every single time Su Li's figure flashed, he seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that flashed out swiftly and brought about a wave of sword howls. The 3-foot-long blade in his hand was swift like a bolt of lightning, as if formed an impermeable sword net that stopped the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand time and time again. The situation of the battle became more and more intense, whereas the atmosphere in the cage battle arena became silent and heavy. This fellow Su Li is actually so strong? Looks like that master of his isn't simple. When he saw Su Li rely on a strength that was inferior to Feng Tianwu yet still be able to use sword skills that were simplified from their complicated form to fight with Feng Tianwu and not fall into a position of disadvantage, Duanling Tian couldn't help but be shocked. For a time he was filled with curiosity towards Su Li's master. Su Li's master should be a void transformation stage expert without a doubt, since he's capable of teaching Su Li to such an extent. His comprehension towards the sword has already arrived at a certain level. At least, he ought to have already comprehended advanced sword concept. Advanced concept was also called void transformation concept. Normally speaking, only an expert at the void transformation stage was capable of mastering such a concept. Of course, nothing was an absolute. If one's comprehension ability far surpassed one's natural talent, then a void interpretation stage martial artist had the possible of comprehending void transformation concept. A martial artist like this was even more rarer than a void transformation stage martial artist. Moreover, any one of them were extremely terrifying existences. 15 minutes of time passed swiftly. Feng Tianwu and Su Li were unable to decide on the victor. Half an hour passed. The situation of the battle remained the same. Meanwhile, Some spectators couldn't refrain from urging impatiently. If this continues on, then when will it end?
The ranking battle between the 9th-level Void Initiation stage young experts still have to be held after this.
Exactly. If Su Li and young Miss Tianwu fight for an entire day and night, then wouldn't we have to wait for an entire day and night?
In my opinion, there's utterly no point in continuing to battle like this. It should be considered as a tie.
Many spectators were slightly impatient, and some put forward suggestions. In the sky above the cage battle arena, after the two old men that presided over the martial competition looked at each other, they looked at the emperor.
The emperor nodded to them.
Instantly, the two old men looked at Feng Tianwu and Su Li, who were still in battle and were intending to announce the outcome as a tie. Young Miss Tianwu. One of the old men hadn't finished speaking when he stopped abruptly. It wasn't that someone had interrupted him, but it was he himself who opened his mouth but didn't emit any sound, and he stared blankly at the scene before him. Under the gazes of everyone present, without any sign, another ancient horned dragon silhouette had appeared in the sky above Feng Tianwu.
So long as it was someone with a discerning gaze, they would be able to notice the reason.
At this moment, the strands of crimson-red energy within the origin energy on the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand had obviously become even more condensed. 9th-level fire concept. Duanling Tian, who was watching the battle between Feng Tianwu and Su Li concentratedly, couldn't help but be visibly moved. Never had he imagined that Feng Tianwu would actually comprehend 9th-level fire concept at this critical moment. She's worthy of being a possessor of the fire spirit body. Tianwu is simply like the favorite of the fire concept. Duanling Tian couldn't help but be stunned. The others were shocked as well.
Even this is possible?
My God!
How old is young Miss Tianwu? Her cultivation is at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage and has comprehended 9th level fire concept. I truly feel that the more than half my lifetime that I've lived was lived in vain.
It isn't just you, aren't I the same? The animated discussions in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were mostly filled with dejection.
After Feng Tianwu comprehended 9th level fire concept at the last minute during the battle, her strength increased greatly and she forced back Su Li, who'd originally been in a tie with her.
Right when she was prepared to seize this opportunity to follow up with an attack. I admit defeat. Su Li spoke out with a tone that had no lack of a sigh. At this moment, Su Li felt it was slightly regretful. Originally, the difference in their grade 3 spirit weapons caused his strength to be slightly weaker than Feng Tianwu, but the sword skills he executed were undoubtedly slightly stronger than Feng Tianwu's martial skills. So in terms of true strength, he wasn't inferior to Feng Tianwu. But never had he imagined that just when he thought this battle with Feng Tianwu would end in a tie, Feng Tianwu had actually comprehended 9th level fire concept at the last minute. Feng Tianwu, who had comprehended 9th level fire concept, was equivalent to possessing the strength of another one ancient horn dragon, and it broke the balance that was maintained between him and Feng Tianwu. Continuing the battle would be pointless, because he didn't have the slightest confidence of being victorious, and even ending it with a tie was impossible.
Su Li, you're worthy of being Big Brother Duan's friend. Your sword skill is extremely strong, and if it wasn't for my strength surpassing you, I wouldn't be a match for you. Feng Tianwu spoke sincerely when facing Su Li, who admitted defeat.
Young Miss Tianwu, you're too kind. Your natural talent and comprehension ability is truly shocking to me. Su Li spoke with slight embarrassment. Natural talent?
Comprehension ability? Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes that flickered with bright lights instantly dimmered down when she heard Su Li, and then she sighed in her heart. If it's possible, I'd rather not possess this natural talent and comprehension ability. I only hope to be an ordinary person.
Her natural talent and comprehension ability were reliant upon the fire spirit body to be so monstrous, whereas, as the possessor of the fire spirit body, the pressure she endured wasn't something an ordinary martial artist could imagine. When a person knew since extremely early on that when they turned 30, they would face a calamity that allowed no survival, the way they felt was something only one who'd really experienced it once would understand.
Young Miss Tianwu has successively defeated Long Yun and Su Li. She's ranked number 7 in the Dynasty Martial Competition's rankings and obtained the rewards of the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. 1,000 low-grade origin stones. One of the old men raised his hand and passed a spatial ring to Feng Tianwu. 1,000 low-grade origin stones. Instantly, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar again. 1,000 low-grade origin stones, an entire 10 times the reward given for the person that was ranked number 10. If I'm able to obtain so many origin stones, then I'll even be able to laugh myself awake while dreaming.
Stop dreaming. Ordinary martial artists like us might not even be able to gather 100 origin stones in our entire lifetimes, let alone 1,000 low-grade origin stones. Yeah, ordinary martial artists like us can only accept our fate.
Many spectators with ordinary cultivations couldn't help but sigh sorrowfully.
Feng Tianwu herself instead didn't reveal the slightest expression of happiness when facing 1,000 low-grade origin stones, and she received the spatial ring with a calm expression before returning to the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan and sat by Feng Wu Dao's side. Big brother Wu Dao, congratulations. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor looked over towards Feng Wu Dao and congratulated repeatedly.
Feng Wu Dao glanced at the emperor and nodded indifferently.
The emperor didn't feel the slightest displeasure from Feng Wu Dao's casual gesture, because he knew that this man nodding to him was already a show of respect.
If it was another person, perhaps Feng Wu Dao would utterly pay no attention. Lord Wu Dao, congratulations.
Patriarch Feng, congratulations. Meanwhile, many people from other powers congratulated Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tian Nan.
Feng Wu Dao had a calm expression as if he didn't hear them and he paid no attention to them, whereas Feng Tian Nan instead was slightly numbed as he squeezed out a trace of a stiff smile and nodded as he replied to them successively. Obviously, he still hadn't been able to let Feng Yunxiang's death go.
Feng Yunxiang being defeated by Feng Tianwu first wasn't a big deal, but in the end, he'd actually died at the hands of the Darkstone Empire's Long Yun, and it caused his Feng clan to lose face greatly.
But his Feng clan just happened to be unable to do anything to Long Yun.
At least, before they confirmed the ability of the expert standing behind Long Yun that gave Long Yun the Grade 3 Spirit Saber, the Feng clan didn't dare act rashly.
In the sky above the cage battle arena,
the other old man looked at Su Li and Long Yun. Su Li, Long Yun, the rankings of number 8 and number 9 will be decided from amongst the two of you.
I admit defeat. Long Yun glanced at Su Li before admitting defeat again.
Even though there was unwillingness in the depths of his gaze, but he knew as well that he wasn't a match for Su Li now. Master, don't worry, I'll sooner or later be able to defeat Su Li and bring honor to you, Long Yun silently promised in his heart. In this way, Su Li is ranked number 8 in the rankings of the Dynasty Martial Competition today. Su Li, you'll obtain the reward bestowed by our Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family, 500 low-grade origin stones. With a raise of his hand, 2 spatial rings had appeared, and he passed one of them to Su Li. Within it was exactly the 500 low-grade origin stones. Long Yun, you're ranked number 9 in the Dynasty Martial Competition today, and you'll obtain 200 low-grade origin stones as your rewards. Subsequently, the old man passed the other spatial ring to Long Yun. After Su Li and Long Yun received the spatial rings, they flew towards the second-class spectating area that the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated at under numerous envious and jealous gazes that came from all around. Su Li and Long Yun obtained so many origin stones, yet they actually seem as if they aren't happy in the slightest bit, truly strange. In next to no time, someone noticed an inkling. It's normal that young Miss Tianwu doesn't have any reaction from obtaining 1,000 low-grade origin stone. After all, her identity is noble, and she has no lack for origin stones. But Su Li and Long Yun are instead from tiny empires, yet they're actually so composed when facing low-grade origin stones. It's truly shocking.
Many people sighed.
Of course, there were people that refuted this argument and they spoke with evidence.
Humph. Have all of you forgotten that both Su Li and Long Yun possess a Grade 3 spirit weapon? Exactly. That's a Grade 3 spirit weapon.
Besides young Miss Tianwu, even amongst the most outstanding group of young geniuses from our Darkhan dynasty, there probably might not be a second person that possesses one.
Compared to a Grade 3 spirit weapon, low-grade origin stones are nothing worth mentioning. There was an origin stone vein within the Dar Han dynasty that was rich with low-grade origin stones, whereas, before today, the Dar Han dynasty only possessed a single grade 3 spirit weapon that was publicly known of. Which of the two was more precious was obvious. In next to no time, this topic ended. The other 6 9th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses are about to undergo the final ranking battles. Truly a cause for anticipation. Yeah. The main event today is about to start. 6 9th level Void Initiation Stage young experts are about to carry out an intense battle. What a pity for young Miss Tianwu. Saying that she won't compete with the 6 9th level Void Initiation Stage young experts since the beginning. Yet now she has comprehended 9th level fire concept and would originally have a chance to compete with the 9th level Void Initiation Stage young experts. But she has missed the chance now. This can't be blamed on young Miss Tianwu. It was impossible for even herself to know that she would be able to smoothly comprehend 9th level fire concept while battling Su Li. The atmosphere in the cage battle arena became bustling once more. The attention of everyone had moved to the 6 9th level Void Initiation Stage experts that included Duan Ling Tian. Of course, many people mentioned Feng Tianwu and felt regretful for Feng Tianwu. Young Miss, do you regret it? On the first-class spectating area that belonged solely to the Feng clan, Elder Kong looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with a slight smile. Feng Tianwu lightly shook her head. There's nothing to be regretful about. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties is the final stage. The ranking battle today is nothing before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and the rankings are of no importance. When he heard Feng Tianwu's words, Feng Wudao's revealed a rare wisp of a gratified smile. His daughter had grown up. Now, the 6 young geniuses, please enter the arena. In the sky above the cage battle arena, one of the old men's voice sounded out and it clearly entered into the ears of everyone present. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Along with the old man speaking, there were 3 figures that flashed out first, and they obviously were prepared since long ago. These 3 people were respectively the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's second prince, Bai He, the young prince Bai Hao, and the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao. Duan Ling Tian, bring first place home. Su Lu looked at Duan Ling Tian and grinned as he spoke in encouragement. Su Li's words resonated with most of the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, and their gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Yeah, Duan Ling Tian, bring first place home. At that time, our Darkstone Empire would really be in the limelight. If Duan Ling Tian really seizes the first rank in the ranking battles during the martial competition today, just thinking about the scene at that time is causing me to feel excited. Duan Ling Tian, good luck. I look favorably upon you. When faced with the spirited and passionate young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, Duan Ling Tian shrugged, and then he shook his head and smiled. I don't dare guarantee that I'll be ranked at the top, but I'll surely try my best. Just like he said, he didn't dare guarantee it. After all, on this stage that is the Dynasty Martial Competition, he didn't dare arrogantly utilize his spiritual force while being stared at by so many Void Interpretation Stage experts. Otherwise, if he executed his soul skill 1,000 illusions, then the other 5 people would not even be able to touch the corners of his clothes. Now, he wanted to use his own true strength to compete with the other 5 young experts. Duan Ling Tian, they're joking, don't be pressured, said King Yong to Duan Ling Tian. Yeah, we're joking. Seeming to have realized that what they did would give Duan Ling Tian pressure, the group of geniuses from the Darkstone Empire hurriedly rectified it. But they were overthinking things. Duan Ling Tian wouldn't feel any pressure because of this. After all, he'd never thought of bringing honor to the Darkstone Empire when he participated in the Dynasty Martial Competition. He, Duan Ling Tian, only lived for himself and the loved ones by his side. Brother Ling Tian. Xianxia turned around to look at Duan Ling Tian with eyes that were filled with encouragement. After Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled in reply, he flew out to leave the spectating area and arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena. Meanwhile, the Zhang clan's Zhang Shouyong and the imperial family's Zishang had arrived successively. Including Duan Ling Tian, the 6 9th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses stood apart at different places and their gazes descended onto the 2 old men as they waited for them to explain the rules. In next to no time, the old man said,
The 6 of you will decide on the top 6 rankings in the ranking battles of the Dynasty Martial competition today. The higher up the ranking, the more rewards. There are no specific rules for the battle between the 6 of you. Just like the few people from before, you may freely challenge an opponent. You may enter the arena to choose an opponent to challenge, and you're not allowed to challenge any one of the 2 people that had just fought. Besides that, killing is not allowed in the battles between the 6 of you. Of course, this isn't saying that we aren't allowing all of you to fight with your full strength. But it's to remind all of you that once the opponent of any one of you is in danger of losing his life, the 2 of us will directly interfere. Of course, after you're saved while facing a danger to your life, it would also mean that you've lost. The 2 old men added together. Duan Ling Tian and the other 6 nodded when they heard this.
Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised that the competition for the top 6 didn't allow killing.
After all, the 10 young geniuses that were decided upon to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties today would have to participate in it 1 year from now, whereas
the performance of the young geniuses at the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was linked to the benefit of the Darkhan dynasty.
Supposedly, after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ends, the dynasties of some young geniuses that performed well would be able to obtain grade 3 spirit weapons and some precious grade 3 medicinal pills bestowed by the powers of the foreign lands. All of this was the reason various dynasties flocked to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If there were no benefits, there would utterly be no dynasty that was willing to take pains for the sake of some martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It was precisely because of this that it was impossible for the Darkhan dynasty to allow any accidents to occur to Duan Ling Tian's group of 6 during the dynasty martial competition. Because every single one of them would possibly bring honor and even a certain amount of benefits to the Darkhan dynasty in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that was held in a year.
As for the few 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses that were killed earlier, perhaps they were considered to be outstanding in the dynasty martial competition, but if it really came to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties,
they were practically there just to make up the numbers.
Their deaths were of no importance to the major affairs of the Darkhan dynasty. Now the competition for the top 6 will begin. Who amongst all of you will be the first to enter the arena and issue a challenge? One of the old men spoke and asked Duan Ling Tian and the others. Practically at the instant the old man finished speaking, a figure had already flashed out to arrive at the center area of the sky above the cage battle arena.
It was the Yi clan's Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was the son of the Yi clan's patriarch, the eldest young master of the Yi clan, and he was even the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Yi clan.
Not only that, Yi Xiao was even publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius in the Yi clan for the past 100 years. It could be known from this that Yi Xiao's strength was extraordinary.
Besides that, Yi Xiao was also publicly acknowledged as one of the 3 strongest people in the younger generation of the Darkhan dynasty, and he was as equally famous as the Zhang clan's Zhang Shouyong and the imperial family's 2nd prince, by Yi Xiao, besides Duan Ling Tian, and by how having a calm expression. When they saw that Yi Xiao was the first to enter the arena, the eyes of the other 2 young geniuses flashed. At this moment, all of them were curious. Who would Yi Xiao choose to be his opponent? Yi Xiao's gaze flashed past Duan Ling Tian and the others, and he seemed to be considering who he should challenge as his opponent for this battle. Who do all of you think Yi Xiao will choose? Meanwhile, the surroundings of the cage battle arena were bustling with noise and excitement.
He looks to be slightly hesitant. But I think the possibility he chooses the Darkstone Empire's Duan Ling Tian is greater. I think so too. After all, Duan Ling Tian killed their Yi clan's 2nd strongest expert in the younger generation, Yi Lu, earlier. Yi Xiao will probably take revenge for Yi Lu.
Many people discussed animatedly and guessed. Most people felt that Yi Xiao would challenge Duan Ling Tian. Even Duan Ling Tian himself felt that Yi Xiao would very likely challenge him after hearing the discussions from the surroundings.
In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Yi Xiao's gaze had fixed onto someone. It isn't me? When he noticed that Yi Xiao's gaze wasn't on him, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned as it slightly exceeded his expectations.
At this moment, Yi Xiao's gaze had fixed onto a nearby young man.
Zhang Shouyong. I fought you twice all those years ago, yet lost to you on both occasions. After that, when I wanted to defeat you and wash away my shame, you instead left the capital and were never heard of again. Yi Xiao's gaze instantly locked onto Zhang Shouyong as he spoke slowly.
Today is the third time I fight you. I will defeat you and wash away my shame. The battle intent on Yi Xiao shot into the sky.
Whoosh! Zhang Shouyong's expression remained unchanged when challenged by Yi Xiao, and then his figure flashed out to instantly arrive at the central region of the sky above the cage battle arena to stand in confrontation with Yi Xiao.
Yi Xiao.
Finally, Zhang Shouyong spoke. Do you know why you lost to me the first 2 times?
During those 2 times, your strength wasn't inferior to me like it is today. Humph. You don't have the qualifications to preach to me. Yi Xiao grunted coldly, and with a raise of his hand, a crescent moon-shaped spirit saber appeared in his hand. The spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand flickered with a faint white light and seemed like a real crescent moon.
When they saw Yi Xiao and Zhang Shouyong standing in confrontation, Duanling Tian's group of 4 moved backwards and stood far away in the sky to watch the battle.
Duanling Tian. I'll get back the debt you owe me after I defeat them one by one. Suddenly, a voice transmission that was filled with confidence entered into Duanling Tian's ears. Duanling Tian didn't even have to turn around to know that this voice transmission belonged to Zishang. I'll wait and see. Duanling Tian replied unhurriedly. Zishang said he wants to defeat everyone?
Looks like the fortuitous encounters he obtained aren't simple. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such strong confidence. Duanling Tian guessed in his heart.
At the same time, Yi Xiao attacked. With a raise of his hand, the spirit saber in his hand emitted a dazzling milky white sheen, and it was formed from his origin energy, ceaselessly gushing into the spirit saber in his hand.
Not only that, there were also strands of azure-colored energy flashing within Yi Xiao's origin energy, and it was obviously wind concept.
Swoosh! Along with Yi Xiao taking a step forward, the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him as 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form first.
This was the phenomenon formed from the energy possessed by a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist drawing upon the energy of the heaven and the earth.
Subsequently, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. This was the amplification from the Grade 4 spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand.
In the end, another 9 ancient horned dragons appeared once more.
9th-level wind concept. All of this didn't stop there. Along with a strand of fierce aura blooming out from the spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand, another single ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared in the sky above him. 1st-level saber concept. 2 types of concepts. When they witnessed the strength Yi Xiao revealed, all the other 4 young geniuses, including Duanling Tian, revealed shocked expressions. Especially by his pupils constricted abruptly. He didn't expect that Yi Xiao's strength would actually unknowingly leave him far behind. This caused him to feel disgruntled. 2 types of concept again.
Moreover, one of them is even a 9th-level concept. Yi Xiao deserves to be the #1 genius in the past 100 years of the Yi clan. Yi Xiao is similar to Zishang and has comprehended 2 types of concept. Looks like the ranking battles today will be extremely interesting.
If Zhang Shouyong hasn't comprehended 2 types of concept, then this battle is indeed slightly dangerous for him. Even though he comprehended Earth Force, he is utterly unable to draw assistance from the Earth while in midair. Zhang Shouyong's expression looks to be extremely calm. Perhaps he has comprehended 2 concepts as well. The surroundings of the cage battle arena were completely in an uproar. At this moment, Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao had become the center of attention. Most people were shocked by Yi Xiao's comprehension of 2 types of concept, whereas even more people were instead curious as to how Zhang Shouyong would deal with it. No one hoped that this battle would be a battle without suspense. After all, only when the 2 people in battle were well matched in strength would they be able to watch to their satisfaction and heart's content. Yi Xiao, looks like you haven't been lazy during these past few years. As he looked at the 29 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Yi Xiao, Zhang Shouyong spoke slowly with a calm tone, and his expression was carefree from the beginning until the end. For the sake of defeating you, I naturally tried my best to improve my strength. As Yi Xiao spoke, he flashed out. He seemed as if he was taking an idle stroll. He looked to be slow yet was actually swift, and in the blink of an eye he'd already arrived nearby Zhang Shouyong. At the instant that Yi Xiao made a move, Zhang Shouyong made a move as well. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, an exquisite wine gourd had appeared in Zhang Shouyong's hand, and after he took out this wine gourd, Zhang Shouyong instead placed his mouth on the opening of the gourd before raising his head to drink. This scene caused many people present in the surroundings of the cage battle arena to be speechless. Even if he craved wine at this moment, no matter what, Zhang Shouyong should distinguish the situation, right? Didn't he notice that his opponent has already attacked? Of course, practically all the people that were speechless were the representatives and young geniuses from the various empires. The members of the Dark Han dynasty weren't so surprised. After all, when Zhang Shouyong became famous in the Dark Han dynasty all those years ago, he had a nickname and people called him the drunkard Zhang Shouyong. Exactly how Zhang Shouyong craved wine could be known from this. Thus, so long as it was a member of the Dark Han dynasty, they weren't surprised that Zhang Shouyong drank wine at a situation like this. Big brother Zhang is really unrestrained. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled when he saw the scene. Starfall Moonchaser. Zhang Shouyong hadn't finished drinking when Yi Xiao had already shouted out lightly as he instantly flashed out, and everywhere he passed, he dragged out numerous afterimages that only vanished after a short moment. The grade 4 spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand instantly flashed out like a crescent moon that was moving swiftly, whereas, behind the crescent moon, a portion of the origin energy that acted as the energy of the crescent moon was flickering with a starry sheen, and it was like an array of stars that hung in the night sky. Starfall Moonchaser was the martial skill that Yi Xiao had executed at this moment. When the crescent moon flew out, the numerous stars that remained there silently like a meditating monk had instantly moved out like frenzied rabbits as they transformed into numerous shooting stars that followed behind the crescent moon that flashed towards Zhang Shouyong. Whoosh! When the crescent moon was about to flash past Zhang Shouyong's throat, Zhang Shouyong, who was still drinking wine, moved. He raised his leg and stepped in the air. Practically at the instant his foot descended, an enormous milky white brick that was condensed from origin energy appeared beneath his foot, and the enormous brick was suffused with an earthen yellow energy. Obviously, it was Earth concept. Bang! Zhang Shouyong's foot descended to step just onto the enormous brick. Instantly, the enormous brick cracked apart and the dense cracks seemed to have transformed into a spider web. When Zhang Shouyong relied on this to soar up into the sky, the enormous brick shook before instantly exploding apart and transform into nothings as it had completed its mission. Zhang Shou, who soared up, seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that shot into the sky, and he easily avoided Yi Xiao's crescent moon, what was chased after by the group of stars. But the crescent moon didn't just stop there, and it seemed as if it had eyes as it continued to chase towards Zhang Shouyong with full fury, and its strength didn't reduce in the slightest. It actually didn't have any consumption? Duanling Tian couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at the crescent moon that had vast origin energy that still pulsated on it. Normally speaking, if it was an attack by shooting our origin energy, then no matter if it was a spirit weapon that left one's hand or an attack purely condensed into form from origin energy, after it flew out for a distance it would more or less have some consumption of energy. But Yi Xiao's grade 4 spirit saber didn't have any consumption of energy. What's going on? The scene before him had completely drawn out Duanling Tian's curiosity. For a time, Duanling Tian seriously sized up the attack. Swoosh! 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 When faced with the crescent moon that flashed over swiftly, Zhang Shouyong, who was still pouring wine down his throat, continued to step on the enormous bricks that appeared out of thin air, and he flew out to dangerously dodge time and time again. The crescent moon seemed as if it was forever tireless, and it targeted Zhang Shouyong without letting up, while its distance to Zhang Shouyong grew nearer and nearer. Compared to the speed Zhang Shouyong dodged at, its speed was obviously quicker. So that's how it is. While Zhang Shouyong was playing hide and seek with the crescent moon, Duanling Tian was instead observing from the sidelines, and after observing for a while, he finally obtained the answer. It turned out that the reason the crescent moon possessed unending origin energy was because it was borrowing origin energy from the group of stars behind it, whereas the origin energy of the group of stars was ceaselessly provided by Yi Xiao.
It could be said that so long as Yi Xiao didn't stop supplying origin energy or the origin energy within Yi Xiao's body didn't finish, the strength and speed contained within the crescent moon wouldn't change in the slightest. What a peculiar martial skill. As he looked at Yi Xiao, who strolled idly in the sky while controlling the spirit sword as he wished with a raise of his hand, Duanling Tian couldn't help but sigh.
Big brother Zhang still hasn't finished drinking? When Duanling Tian looked at Zhang Shouyong, who was pouring wine into his belly, he was slightly speechless, whereas the spectating areas that surrounded the cage battle arena was instead deathly silent. Some people even started to doze off. He has finished drinking. He has finally finished drinking. Suddenly, someone cried out excitedly. Instantly, the group of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena that were drowsy instantly seemed as if they'd taken a stimulant, and all of them were filled with spirit as they looked towards the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, Zhang Shouyong had finally finished drinking, and he raised his hand to move the wine gourd away from his mouth. The crescent moon barely flashed by Zhang Shouyong's body, and it sliced off a piece from the corner of Zhang Shouyong's clothes. Slap! Under the gazes of everyone present, the origin energy in Zhang Shouyong's hand skyrocketed with a raise of his hand, and it was suffused with a deep earthen yellow aura as he directly slapped the wine gourd. Instantly, raging origin energy and ninth-level earth concept gushed into the wine gourd. The wine gourd shook as a white light flashed, and then it was directly raised up before being thrown out by Zhang Shouyong. More precisely speaking, it was smashed out. Swoosh! The wine gourd Zhang Shouyong smashed out flashed through the sky. It contained energy that was strong to the extreme as it moved to intercept Yi Xiao's crescent moon that was transformed from Yi Xiao's grade 4 spirit sword, and it seemed as if it wanted to go head-on with it. At the same time, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared first in the sky above Zhang Shouyong, and then another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. In the end, another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. It amplifies so much strength? For a time, many people with discerning gazes reacted to the number of silhouettes in the sky and cried out in shock. At this instant, the strength Zhang Shouyong revealed had completely surpassed Yi Xiao, and it was an entire 4,000 ancient mammoths worth of strength more than Yi Xiao. Bang! The wine gourd that tore through the sky collided with the crescent moon that once again flashed towards Zhang Shouyong, and it emitted an enormous bang. Subsequently, a strong wave of air swept out, and it transformed into waves of strong gales that swept out in all directions. Bang! After the wine gourd and crescent moon collided, they suddenly split apart before colliding once more and emitting another enormous bang. Grade 3 spirit weapon. It's a grade 3 spirit weapon. Not only is it a grade 3 spirit weapon, it's also a grade 3 spirit weapon that's capable of providing an amplification of 70% like the grade 3 spirit weapon in young Miss Tian Wu's possession. A grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%? The spectating area all the Zhang clan higher-ups were seated at was deathly silent. After a short moment, the group of Zhang clan higher-ups looked at the Zhang clan's patriarch. Patriarch, the grade 3 spirit weapon in the possession of the eldest young master is... I don't know either. Patriarch Zhang shook his head slightly stiffly. His gaze never left Zhang Shouyong's spirit weapon gourd, and his heart was filled with shock. Where did my eldest son obtain this spirit weapon? In terms of amplification, even the grade 3 spirit weapon in the possession of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family is probably far inferior to this spirit weapon. Another grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. The pupils of Xianxia who sat by King Yong's side constricted, and for a time he couldn't refrain from sending a voice transmission to ask the violet-clothed young man in the distant sky. Brother Ling Tian, Zhang Shouyong's spirit weapon. Pavilion Master Xiang, you've guessed correctly. This grade 3 spirit weapon in the hands of Big Brother Zhang was personally refined by the grade 3 weapons craftsman behind me. When he heard Xiangying's voice transmission, he even didn't turn around to look at Xiangying before being able to guess Xiangying's thoughts. As expected, although Xiangying had indeed guessed so earlier, now that he heard Duanling Tian admitted himself, Xiangying couldn't help but be greatly shocked in his heart. From this, Xiangying realized a problem, and it was that so long as the grade 3 weapons craftsmen behind Duanling Tian were to refine a spirit weapon, Practically all the spirit weapons refined were top grade amongst the top grade. The grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's possession was capable of providing an amplification of 70%. The grade 3 spirit weapon gourd in Zhang Shouyang's possession was capable of providing an amplification of 70%. Besides that, when he became acquainted with Duanling Tian all those years ago, it was because Duanling Tian had placed a grade 4 spirit sword in their treasure-gathering pavilion, a grade 4 spirit sword that could provide an amplification of 60%. Exactly what sort of existence is that weapons craftsman? At this moment, Xianxia was even more curious about the weapons craftsman behind Duanling Tian. As for the other people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, all of them were surprised. This is the 4th grade 3 spirit weapon that has appeared today. I thought that Zhang Shouyang would lose to Yi Xiao. Yet I never imagined that he would withdraw a grade 3 spirit weapon. Yeah. Zhang Shouyang, who possesses a grade 3 spirit weapon, has completely surpassed Yi Xiao in terms of strength. The scene before them caused the group of spectators to feel that a turn in the road had appeared. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out, and it was caused because Zhang Shouyang's wine gourd was smashed out once again by him after it returned to him, causing it to collide with the crescent moon controlled by Yi Xiao. After a few head-on collisions, Zhang Shouyang's expression remained unchanged, whereas Yi Xiao's countenance seemed pale. Zhang Shouyang. With a raise of his hand, Yi Xiao's crescent moon flashed back to return into his hand. I truly never imagined that after not seeing you for so many years, you actually have obtained such fortune to obtain a grade 3 spirit weapon like this. Originally, as far as he was concerned, it was completely sufficient to crush Zhang Shouyang with the 2 types of concept he'd comprehended. But out of his expectations, Zhang Shouyang actually possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, and it was a grade 3 spirit weapon that was capable of providing an amplification of 70%. After numerous head-on collisions, he felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. You're able to comprehend 2 types of concept, so why can't I possess a grade 3 spirit weapon? Zhang Shouyang spoke with a calm expression. Zhang Shouyang. Since you possess this grade 3 spirit weapon, I know I'm not a match for you. But if you didn't possess this grade 3 spirit weapon or your strength was equivalent to me, then it would be impossible for you to defeat me. Yi Xiao spoke in a slight disgruntled tone. Is that so? Zhang Shouyang started laughing. At the same time, the origin energy on the spirit weapon gourd in his hand faintly subsided slightly. At the same time, the ancient mammoth silhouettes that were more than Yi Xiao gradually dispersed in the sky above Zhang Shouyang. 29 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled in the sky, and they stood facing the 29 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Yi Xiao. What do you mean by doing this? Even though he asked like this, but Yi Xiao's eyes revealed a strand of imperceptible delight. Nothing much. Didn't you say that I'm relying on the might of my spirit weapon and relying on my strength that surpasses you to defeat you? Now, I've suppressed my strength to a similar level as yours to fight you. Are you satisfied? Zhang Shouyang spoke slowly, and his expression still remained calm as if he was speaking about a matter of no importance. For a time, the surrounding crowd of spectators were in an uproar as they felt Zhang Shouyang was being careless. Zhang Shouyang, you'll regret this. A wisp of an evil smile arose in the corners of Yi Xiao's mouth as his legs slightly shook, causing him to flash towards Zhang Shouyang once again. Starfall Moonchaser. With a raise of his hand, the grade 4 spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand flashed out once more, and it transformed into a crescent moon that flashed through the sky towards Zhang Shouyang. Bang! Practically at the instant Yi Xiao attacked, Zhang Shouyang stomped onto the sky, causing the enormous brick that appeared out of thin air beneath his feet to shatter with a bang, and then it transformed into nothingness as it had completely its mission. Zhang Shouyang himself instead shot into the sky like a cannonball, and he soared up into the sky in the first possible moment. Zhang Shouyang had a solemn expression when facing the crescent moon that changed directions and headed up towards him, and he used a voice that only he himself could hear as he mumbled, "Empty. Tai suppression." Practically the instant the Zhang Shouyang finished speaking, his wine gourd directly flew up into the sky with a raise of his hand, and it started expanding. Of course, it didn't really expand, but the origin energy in the surroundings of the wine gourd had skyrocketed, and it transformed into a wine gourd that was like an enormous mountain.
In the surroundings of this wine gourd condensed into form from origin energy and was like an enormous mountain, material earthen yellow energy swiftly coiled around and instantly caused the enormous wine gourd to seem as if it was real.
When faced with Yi Zhao's attack, the enormous wine gourd fiercely plunged down with a speed that grew swifter and swifter. Rumble.
Everywhere the enormous wine gourd passed, it gave rise to a wave of explosions in the air that sounded like thunderclaps.
At the same time, everyone in the sky above the cage battle arena, including Duanling Tian, felt as if the scorching sun in the horizon had been covered up by this enormous wine gourd. Before this enormous wine gourd, Yi Zhao's spirit saber that had transformed into a crescent moon seemed like an ant. What ability is this? Yi Zhao's expression became slightly grim as a bad premonition arose in his heart.
Right at this instant, the enormous wine gourd fierce collided with the crescent moon that chased after Zhang Shouyong like a shadow. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out. The enormous wine gourd shook in the sky while the crescent moon was instead blasted flying, and the origin energy and concept within was instantly obliterated. Pooh! Yi Zhao's origin energy had always been connected with the Grade 3 Spirit Saber via his martial skill, Starfall Moonchaser, and not that everything on the Spirit Saber was obliterated. It caused him to suffer from a backlash as he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Right when Yi Zhao had once again held the Grade 4 Spirit Saber in his hand. Rumble.
The enormous wine gourd descended towards Yi Zhao from above, and it was as if an enormous mountain was enveloping towards Yi Zhao. For a time, the surrounding area was enveloped by a shadow with Yi Zhao at the center.
Humph! Yi Zhao's gaze went slightly cold as origin energy coiled around the Spirit Saber in his hand, and then his two concepts emerged at his call.
Swoosh! In the next moment, Yi Zhao soared into the sky and seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he moved to intercept the enormous wine gourd. Let me see how many strikes of my saber your wine gourd that's condensed into form from mere origin energy and 9th level earth concept is able to withstand. Yi Zhao shouted out coldly, and in a short moment he'd already swung out more than a few tens of strikes with his spirit saber.
Om. Numerous narrow and long saber lights flashed out to descend onto the enormous wine gourd, and it seemed as if it smashed onto firm ground and easily penetrated into it. It wasn't long before a few hundred hideous saber marks had appeared on the bottom of the enormous wine gourd. Yet the wine gourd's speed of descent didn't slow down in the slightest. How can this be possible? In the end, Yi Zhao was slightly numbed. Bang! The enormous wine gourd finally smashed onto Yi Zhao's body, and accompanied by an enormous bang, Yi Zhao swiftly fell to crash onto the cage above the cage battle arena.
Hoo! Yi Zhao, who lay on the cage, breathed heavily, and his eyes revealed slight terror as he looked at the enormous wine gourd that had stopped in midair. He was unable to wrap his head around how Zhang Shouyong achieved this.
The strength Zhang Shouyong utilized was clearly similar to him, yet after Zhang Shouyong utilized his origin energy combined with 9th level earth concept to coil around the Grade 3 spirit weapon wine gourd's surroundings to condense into an enormous wine gourd, it instead possessed the strength to easily crush him. Up until now, he was unable to wrap his head around what ability Zhang Shouyong had used. He was sure that this was absolutely not the might of a martial skill.
It was impossible for even a high-grade Earth-rank martial skill that was infinitely close to a Heaven-rank martial skill to be so abnormal.
Zhang Shouyong is victorious. Once after the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena recovered from his shock and announced did Duanling Tian and the group of young geniuses recover from their shock. Even though it was extremely outstanding, the martial skill Big Brother Zhang executed earlier was insufficient to allow him to instantly crush Yi Zhao. His earth concept is actually capable of forcefully condensing the origin energy that coiled around the wine gourd and had condensed into form to become an actual piece of earth. Those numerous saber lights from the hundreds of attacks Yi Zhao shot out blasted onto the enormous wine gourd, yet most of its energy had been neutralized on the way by the earth that surrounded the spirit weapon wine gourd. In the end, when it finally collided with the spirit weapon wine gourd, it already didn't possess much strength left, and it was utterly unable to affect Big Brother Zhang. Duanling Tian couldn't help but gasp. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, there was only a single possibility. The possibility was Zhang Shouyong had already touched onto the threshold of intermediate concept. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to rely on ninth-level elementary concept to condense his origin energy into a real piece of earth. Materialization of concept was something only intermediate concept was capable of achieving. For example, once water concept was comprehended to the level of intermediate concept, it was even capable of condensing into real water when combined with origin energy. The fire concept was similar, it was capable of being combined with origin energy to condense real flames. No matter what concept of nature it was, so long as it touched the level of intermediate concept, then so long as the person that had comprehended the concept of nature was willing, they would be able to materialize the concept. Just like when Han Shui attacked that day, when her intermediate ice concept was combined with origin energy, it could form into real snow and strong winds that swept out to directly freeze the target into a popsicle. Unknowingly, Duanling Tian recalled the mysterious young girl. Looks like Zhang Clan's Zhang Shouyong has already touched onto the intermediate earth concept. With the ability he utilized earlier, it won't be long before he'll be able to officially comprehend intermediate earth concept and even break through to the void interpretation stage. There was no lack of void interpretation stage experts in the surrounding first-class spectating areas of the cage battle arena, and they saw through the ability Zhang Shouyong utilized earlier. Exactly. While similarly at the ninth level elementary concept, yet once one touches on intermediate concept, one's strength would obtain a great increase. At least, before others that possessed a similar cultivation, one would be in an undefeatable position. When facing an opponent like this, unless one's movement technique far surpasses the opponent to the point of being able to dodge the material concept executed in combination with origin energy, otherwise it would be extremely difficult to defeat the opponent. Indeed, many spectating void interpretation stage experts spoke out with their views. Even though their voices weren't loud, yet it clearly spread throughout the deathly silent cage battle arena and it caused everyone to hear it clearly. So that's how this Zhang Shouyong has actually touched the threshold of intermediate earth concept. After he consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered slightly, Yi Xiao soared up into the sky and looked at Zhang Shouyong with a complicated expression. He originally thought that he could defeat Zhang Shouyong today and wash away his shame. But unexpectedly, the outcome was similar to the last two times. He still lost to Zhang Shouyong. Intermediate earth concept. He looked at Zhang Shouyong with a slightly dark expression as when he heard the discussions of the void interpretation stage experts, he understood that he wasn't a match for Zhang Shouyong. At least he wasn't a match for Zhang Shouyong now. If he exerted his full strength, his strength was even inferior to Yi Xiao, and it was utterly impossible for his movement technique to be faster than Zhang Shouyong. He suddenly noticed that he'd actually unknowingly become the one at the bottom amongst the three publicly acknowledged most outstanding young experts of the Darkhan dynasty. This caused him to be slightly unable to accept this. In next to no time, his gaze moved onto Duanling Tian, and after it flashed past Duanling Tian, it descended onto Zishang. Fortunately, there are these two fellows to be at the bottom. In this way, even if I'm inferior to Bai He, Zhang Shouyong, and Yi Xiao, it wouldn't be too shameful. At this moment, Bai He completely didn't realize that he didn't quite understand the true strength of Duanling Tian and Zishang. Even though the two of them had fought earlier, they'd instantly killed their enemies, and even the phenomenon of heaven and earth hadn't condensed into form before everything was already over. Amidst the waves of praise from the surroundings of the cage battle arena, Zhang Shouyong's expression remained unchanged as he moved to the side, and his gaze flashed past Duanling Tian, Zishang, Bai Hao and Bai He. He was extremely curious about who would be the next to enter the arena. Who will be the next to issue a challenge? Meanwhile, one of the old men looked at Duanling Tian's group of four. I'll do it. A light shout sounded out as a black-clothed young man had already arrived at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. Presently, the person in the arena was none other than the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family's second prince. Bai He. The second prince has entered the arena. I never imagined that the three publicly acknowledged strongest young experts of our Darkhan dynasty would enter the arena so quickly. I wonder who the second prince will choose as his opponent. No matter who it is, the second prince's chances of victory are much greater. His strength isn't inferior to Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. Many people praised Bai He up to the skies, and it caused Bai He himself to feel his face go slightly hot. Perhaps his strength wasn't inferior to Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao in the past. But now, he knew he wasn't a match for Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao. Of course, if he was challenged by Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao, he would still fight and absolutely not admit defeat directly. As the second prince of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, he had his own arrogance and pride, so even if he wasn't a match, he would fight to the end and reveal his strength and natural talent that far exceeded ordinary young geniuses. Along with Bai He's gaze flashing past Bai Hao, Duan Lingtian, and Zishang, the cage battle arena went deathly silent as everyone had held their breaths. In the end, Bai He's gaze locked onto a person. A young man that wore white clothes. Zishang. The person Bai He challenged was exactly Zishang, the former zither young master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters. This caused many people to be surprised. After all, amongst the people that Bai He could choose to challenge, 2 of the 3 people were members of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, and they were on Bai He's side. Originally, most people thought that he would choose to challenge Duan Lingtian. But the outcome exceeded their expectations. I've never heard of Zishang in the past, but his strength is extremely strong, as he killed the Dark Moon sect's head disciple, Feng Yu, with a flick of his finger. The gazes of many spectators descended onto Zishang. The Dark Moon sect's head disciple Feng Yu had a cultivation at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage and had comprehended 9th level sword concept. He could be considered to be a top 8th level Void Initiation stage young genius in the Dynasty Martial competition today. But an existence like this was annihilated with a single flick of Zishang's fingers. Only an instant passed from when Zishang attacked to the point Feng Yu died, and even the phenomenon of heaven and earth hadn't had the time to condense into form, clearly showing how swiftly Zishang attacked and how strong his strength was. Whoosh! When faced with Bai He's challenge, Zishang flew out with a calm expression. Big brother. On the first-class spectating area that belonged solely to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, Ziyen clenched her fists tightly, and her peerlessly beautiful face was mixed with slight worry. Even though she knew her older brother was a 9th level Void Initiation stage expert now, the second prince Bai He had stepped into the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage since long ago. Don't worry. Even if Zishang is inferior to Bai He wouldn't face any danger to his life. The black-clothed old man noticed Ziyan's anxiousness and couldn't help but smile as he consoled. Exactly. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor nodded. Obviously, no matter if it was the black-clothed old man or the emperor, neither thought that Zishang would be able to defeat Bai He. After all, Bai He had always been an outstanding talent amongst the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty, whereas Zishang had only just risen swiftly. As far as they were concerned, Bai He's foundation was much more solid than Zishang, and if nothing unexpected happened, then Zishang would surely lose. Zishang. In the spectating area of the Darkstone Empire, Long Yun's gaze descended onto Zishang, and it flickered with a bright light. As a figure that was once one of the 5 great young masters like Zishang, Long Yun's attention towards Zishang wasn't inferior to Duan Lingtian's attention to Zishang. He felt his own fortuitous encounters were already shocking, yet Zishang's fortuitous encounters seemed to be even more shocking. Exactly how strong is Zishang's true strength now? He was extremely curious about this. In the sky above the cage battle arena, Duan Lingtian and the others stood far away as their gazes descended onto the 2 young men that stood in the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. A black-clothed young man and white-clothed young man stood facing each other in the sky. Zishang, truthfully speaking, I was really surprised when I saw you possessed a cultivation at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage today. But I want to tell you that even if your cultivation is equal to mine, you're bound to be the stepping stone of Bai He, for your entire lifetime. Bai He looked at Zishang as he provoked via voice transmission, and he obviously wanted to infuriate Zishang. But unfortunately, Zishang had a calm expression when facing Bai He's provocation, and he replied indifferently via voice transmission. Second prince, who will be whose stepping stone is still unknown now. But you'll know soon enough. Zishang, you're courting death. When Bai He, who wanted to provoke and infuriate Zishang, head then, He instantly burst into rage, and then his figure flashed out to charge straight towards Zishang. In the sky above him, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes instantly condensed into form, and accompanying this was a 3-foot-long blade that had flowing lights revolving upon it appeared in by his hand, causing another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes to appear in the sky above him. Grade for Spirit Sword. Whoosh! In the end, along with a strand of peerlessly sharp aura flickering on the 3-foot-long blade, another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form and coiled down from the sky above him. It wasn't just that, there was another aura mixed within the origin energy on by his sword, and it was the aura of an advanced force. 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form along with the appearance of this force. The strength of 28 ancient horned dragons and 2,000 ancient mammoths, this was Baihe's full strength. Swoosh! Baihe's speed was extremely swift, and he seemed like an arrow that left the bow to arrive before Zishang in a short moment. Die! Suddenly, Baihe's gaze went slightly cold as the Grade 4 Spirit Sword in his hand curved in an arc and flashed out swiftly. The instant that Baihe struck out. Swish! 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 A wave of sword howls resounded out, and they rose and fell continuously. It was the Grade 4 Spirit Sword in Baihe's hand that had condensed 10 sword lights condensed into form from origin energy that appeared out of an air from all directions before piercing towards Zishang. Everywhere the sword lights passed, the airflow in the sky surged and the light howls of the wind it emitted were slightly ear-piercing. Whoosh! When faced with Baihe's move of taking the initiative to attack, Zishang didn't have any intention of dodging, and with a raise of his left hand, a simple and unadorned zither once again appeared in his hand. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zishang's right hand abruptly raised up as raging origin energy coiled on his palm. It wasn't just that. At the center of his palm was strands of deep azure-colored energy and red-colored energy that were weaved together, and the red-colored energy seemed to be gradually strengthening. Fire drawing assistance from the force of the wind. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Practically at the same instant, Zishang moved. He slapped out his palm, and the fire concept and wind concept condensed in the center of his palm instantly warped and revolved to form a deep vortex. He's going to. Duanling Tian was slightly puzzled by Zishang's actions, because Zishang's palm wasn't slapping out at Baihe, but was instead targeted the zither in his own hands. More precisely speaking, it was heading towards the row of zither strings on the face of the zither. Swish! 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 Right at this moment, the 10 sword lights Baihe shot out was less than a foot away from Zishang, and they were about to penetrate Zishang's body. Finally, the revolving vortex on the center of Zishang's palm crashed down to slap onto the row of zither strings on the face of the zither. Clang! Instantly, the row of zither strings trembled in unison before emitting an ear-piercing and enormous clang. Ah! Ah! Practically the instant the enormous clang resounded out, the eardrums of many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena split open, and some spectators with low cultivations that were unprepared even bled from their 7 apertures and were in extremely sorry states. Luckily, I was prepared this time. Many people had hurriedly stretched out their hands to cover their ears when they saw Zishang take out the zither, and when they saw many people in their surroundings bleeding from all 7 apertures, their hearts were filled with a feeling of being fortunate. Along with Zishang's palm slapping onto the row of zither strings on the face of the zither, an enormous clang resounded. Whoosh! With the center of his palm as the center, an energy that was terrifying to the extreme instantly swept out in all directions, and it was a formidable area attack that he'd executed by combining the zither in his hand with his origin energy and concept. Besides carrying raging milky white origin energy, the extremely terrifying energy contained strands of azure energy and red-colored energy mixed within. The red-colored energy raged and skyrocketed more and more intensely, and it was actually raising by itself by relying on the azure energy. Fire drawing assistance from wind. The sudden scene before his eyes caused Duanling Tian to be unable to help but be shocked. Subsequently, Duanling Tian noticed that along with Zishang's palm descending onto the zither, before the phenomenon of heaven and earth could condense into form, Zishang had actually directly put away the zither in the blink of an eye, whereas
The origin energy vortex that revolved ceaselessly at the center of his palm and contained wind concept and fire concept had vanished along with the disappearance of the zither. In the sky, the phenomenon of heaven and earth that hadn't had the chance to condense had instantly dispersed. Instantly, only a single thought remained in Duan Tian's mind. He wouldn't be thinking that this strike of his was sufficient to defeat Bai He, right? Duan Tian's heart jerked as an insane thought arose in his mind. Whoosh! In next to no time, Duan Tian realized that he'd guessed correctly. The energy that had swept out into the surroundings after Zishang's palm descended onto the zither had formed into an origin energy vortex that revolved ceaselessly as well, and combined with the azure and red energies, it seemed like a swiftly revolving wheel of fire and wind. Within the origin energy vortex, the red-colored energy swiftly grew under the supply of energy from the azure-colored energy. Along with the growth of the red energy, the strength contained within the origin energy vortex grew stronger, and it wasn't the slightest bit affected by Zishang's lack of further action. Bang! 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 The origin energy vortex spread out ceaselessly and carried the might of fire and wind as it suddenly shot out, causing a wave of deafening explosions of the air to resound out in the sky. It wasn't just that, besides the single sword light that was closest to Bai He, all of the other 9 sword lights that were condensed from the 3-foot-long blade in Bai He's hand were shattered by the origin energy vortex. Whoosh! After the origin energy vortex shattered the 9 sword lights, it didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it continued to sweep out in all directions and envelop Bai He. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out and Bai He and his sword were swept into the origin energy vortex. At this moment, even if Bai He mobilized all the origin energy within his body in time, it would still be difficult for him to resist the origin energy vortex. Under the gazes of everyone present, the spirit sword in Bai He's hand was very quickly swept flying by the origin energy vortex, and it fell onto the cage battle arena, whereas Bai He himself was instead carried along by the origin energy vortex to take a few tens of spins, shaking him to the point his countenance was ghastly pale and blood sprayed from his mouth. If this were to continue, he would obviously die. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the 2 old men that presided over the martial competition moved at the same time. One of them saved Bai He, while the other obliterated the origin energy vortex with a raise of his hand. Even then, the origin energy vortex still carried along a wave of violent winds that swept out towards all direction, and it caused the clothes of most people to flutter. At this moment, only the sound of Bai He breathing heavily and the whistling sound of the violent winds remained. Numerous gazes descended in unison onto the white-clothed young man in the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. Since the beginning until the end, the white-clothed young man hadn't moved in the slightest, and he stood there unmoving like a mount, with an expression that seemed like it wouldn't change even if empty Tai collapsed before him. Second Prince has lost just like this? The spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena successively recovered from their shock, and all of them revealed astonishment and felt it was difficult to believe that everything they saw earlier was real. Some people even felt they were dreaming, but when they stretched out their hands to fiercely pinch their own thighs, the pain they felt seemed to tell them that they weren't dreaming. Zishang is victorious. Along with the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena speaking out, the outcome of the battle had appeared. Meanwhile, everyone was jolted awake from their shock. Too terrifying. Zishang is too terrifying. He isn't just terrifying, he's simply abnormal. It was nothing when he killed that Dark Moon sect's head disciple before the phenomenon of the heaven and earth could condense into form. After all, his opponent was only an 8th-level void initiation stage martial artist. But earlier, when facing the Second Prince, one of the 3 publicly acknowledged strongest young experts of the Darkhan dynasty's younger generation, he actually defeated his opponent with a single move. Moreover, the phenomenon of heaven and earth didn't even have the time to condense into form. As the saying goes, dogs bite. Looks like these words aren't the slightest bit mistaken. The entire cage battle arena was in an uproar because Zishang had defeated Bai He with a single move. The faces of many people had even flushed red, and they were extremely excited. It was as if the one that defeated the Second Prince wasn't Zishang but them instead. This, in the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family,
The black-clothed old man was completely stunned. Zishang was his personal disciple, and logically speaking, no one would understand Zishang better than he did. But now, the skill Zishang revealed had instead caused him to feel unfamiliarity. Especially the origin energy vortex that appeared as Zishang raised his hand. It was obviously an extremely formidable martial skill. Yet he'd never seen or heard of this martial skill before. Hiss!
The emperor who sat by the old man's side couldn't help but gasp. Zishang is actually so strong?
Perhaps Zishang's strength is even equal to Bai Hao. When he recalled the scene from before, the emperor couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. At this moment, the emperor didn't feel the slightest bit of displeasure because Zishang had defeated his son. As far as he was concerned, it was a good thing for both him and the imperial family that a young genius that was stronger than his son was able to appear in the imperial family. This meant that the members of the imperial family had the chance to go further on the stage that was the martial competition of the 10 dynasties.
At the beginning, the emperor had a disappointed expression when he glanced at the distant Bai He, who had a ghastly pale countenance.
Subsequently, the emperor seemed to have thought of something, and he started to laugh heartily.
Ha 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 ha. Zishang, you've done well. Your strength has really given me a pleasant surprise.
Let's not talk about your reward for the ranking battles. I'll decide now that after the dynasty martial competition ends, no matter how your ranking is, I'll give you an extra 10,000 low-grade origin stones. The emperor's words had suppressed all the clamorous voices in the cage battle arena, and it clearly spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. For a time, the cage battle arena was deathly silent, and only the emperor's laughter remained.
10,000 low-grade origin stones?
Numerous burning gazes firmly locked onto Zishang from the surroundings of the cage battle arena, and they wished for nothing more than to take his place. As expected of our Darkhan dynast's emperor, not only does he not feel ashamed and angered from the second prince being defeated, he's still rewarding the person that defeated the second prince.
His Majesty is wise, long live His Majesty.
In next to no time, many spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena weren't the slightest bit stingy with their words of praise to the emperor. Thank you, Your Majesty. After Zishang heard the emperor, he was slightly shocked, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude after recovering from his shock. Originally, even though he was mentally prepared to defeat the second prince today, he was slightly worried about the emperor's attitude. After all, the second prince was the biological son of the emperor, whereas he was only an outsider.
Now it would seem that he'd overthought things. If it was said that whose expression was the most unsightly right now, then it would undoubtedly be the second prince, Bai He. After being defeated by Zishang, Bai He felt ashamed and wished for nothing more than to dig a hole in the sky to conceal himself. To think that he, the dignified second prince of the Darkhan dynasty, one of the 3 great young experts of the Darkhan dynasty's younger generation, had actually lost at the hands of person of lowly birth. How could he endure this? Most importantly, he'd used voice transmission to shame and provoke Zishang on many occasions earlier.
At this moment, he felt that everything he did earlier was like himself slapping his own face.
Now Zishang is probably bursting with laughter in his heart, right?
Unconsciously, Bai He's body started to lightly tremble, and he was furious to the limit, yet just happened to be unable to do anything. How can Zishang possibly possess such strong strength in such a short period of time? But, at the same time that Bai He felt fearful towards the strength Zishang revealed, his heart was filled with envy. Exactly what fortuitous encounter did he obtain?
Why wasn't it me that obtained that fortuitous encounter?
As far as Bai He was concerned, if he obtained the fortuitous encounter Zishang obtained, then perhaps he'd have already broken through to the void interpretation stage now. He hated. He envied. Unlike Bai He's hate and envy, Duanling Tian's eyes lightly narrowed as he looked at Zishang. I truly never imagined that Zishang possessed such a formidable strength now. Especially his comprehension of wind concept and fire concept can be said to be at the highest level. As the saying goes, while amateurs watch the show, the experts watch the skill involved. Earlier, ordinary martial artists were utterly unable to notice the fire concept that was still ceaselessly growing after Zishang put away the zither. But Duanling Tian had seen it clearly. Fire drawing assistance from the might of wind. and it grows stronger and stronger. This is basic common sense. Yet very few martial artists are really capable of comprehending fire and wind concept and using wind concept to drive the growth of fire concept. This was something that Duanling Tian was extremely clear about from the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Supposedly, if the method of allowing using wind to drive the growth of fire was used well, it was even possible to use wind concept to increase the fire concept's level while in battle. Duanling Tian was extremely sure that when Xianxia attacked, the fire concept had surely been improved quite a bit by the wind concept. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to so straightforwardly defeat Bai He. Besides that, the martial skill Xianxia executed earlier isn't ordinary. Needless to say, after Xianxia defeated Bai He with a single move, Duanling Tian had looked slightly more highly upon Xianxia. After a short moment, Xianxia and Bai He both left the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena.
Next. Meanwhile, the old man spoke once more.
Whoosh! Practically the instant the old man finished speaking, a figure had already flashed out. He'd arrived at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena at the first possible moment.
Yi Xiao. Instantly, the person that entered the arena drew the attention of most people.
Presently, the person that entered the arena was precisely the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao.
Up until now, 2 battles had been carried out in the ranking battles for the top 6 positions. The first battle was between Yi Xiao and Zhang Shouyong, and now Yi Xiao had once again occupied the deciding position, and it caused many people to be unable to refrain from feeling curious. Who will this Yi Xiao challenge this time?
Under the gazes of everyone present, Yi Xiao's gaze directly locked onto a single person, Duanling Tian. When he saw Yi Xiao look over and call out his name, Duanling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he flashed out to instantly arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena to stand in confrontation with Yi Xiao. Duanling Tian wasn't surprised that Yi Xiao challenged him. After all, he'd first taught Yi Xiao's younger brother, Yi Xiang, a lesson, then killed the second strongest young expert of the Yi clan's younger generation, Yi Lu.
It was completely within reason that Yi Xiao would want to get even with him.
Duanling Tian, you possess this cultivation at such an age. Needless to say, your natural talent is extremely strong. Unfortunately, the path towards the martial Dao doesn't only rely on natural talent. It relies even more on comprehension ability. Obviously, Yi Xiao didn't think that Duanling Tian's comprehension in concept was high. Are you lecturing me? Duanling Tian couldn't refrain from laughing. It's still unknown if you can defeat me, yet you're already impatiently lecturing me here? It seems to be slightly improper, right?
Or to say it more bluntly, do you have the qualifications?
Humph.
You'll know soon enough if I have the qualifications. Yi Xiao grunted coldly as his feet shook, and then his figure flashed out with the wind to charge towards Duanling Tian.
In his hands, the spirit saber then was like a crescent moon had appeared out of thin air, and origin energy raged on it as concept followed the origin energy like a shadow, revealing his strength. Starfall Moonchaser. After Yi Xiao arrived nearby Duanling Tian, the spirit saber in his hand shook with a raise of his hand, and he was about to swing it down towards Duanling Tian. Practically the instant Yi Xiao raised his hand, Duanling Tian moved. Whirlwind. In the eyes of many martial artists with low cultivations, Duanling Tian had instantly vanished on the spot, whereas martial artists with deep cultivations were instead able to see that Duanling Tian seemed to have transformed into a gale that had already approached Yi Xiao before Yi Xiao swung his saber out.
In that instant, a wave of ear-piercing sounds of wind and lightning suddenly resounded out, and then it stopped abruptly.
Swish! Subsequently, a slight howl of the sword instantly sounded out a swell, and then it instantly died down. Besides people with deep cultivations, practically everyone else was unable to hear this howl of the sword. What a swift sword strike! The pupils of many martial artists with deep cultivations couldn't help but constrict when they saw the violet sword light that flashed in Duanling Tian's hand. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao's grade 4 spirit saber had already flashed out towards Duanling Tian, who was extremely close to him, and it seemed to have transformed into a crescent moon that shot out with full fury.
Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he was prepared since long ago, and at the moment before Yi Xiao had swung out with his sword, Duan Ling Tian had moved unhurriedly to the side. In the eyes of the group of people with deep cultivations, Duan Ling Tian had completed the actions of swinging his sword and sheathing it in the blink of an eye, whereas, at the instant he sheathed his sword, he seemed as if he possessed foresight and dodged to the side. When Yi Xiao saw the crescent moon that flashed out and was powered by the group of stars lost its target, his eyes squinted, and then he wanted to control the crescent moon to change directions and chase after Duan Ling Tian. "You've already lost." An extremely indifferent voice suddenly sounded out, and it was Duan Ling Tian that spoke slowly. "I've lost?" Yi Xiao couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian. After he noticed the numerous strange gazes that shot at him from the surroundings, a bad premonition arose within his heart, and he hurriedly looked at Duan Ling Tian after withdrawing his spirit saber and said in a low voice, "What do you mean by this?" Duan Ling Tian didn't answer Yi Xiao, and his gaze moved slightly down to descend onto Yi Xiao's throat. A shallow mark of a sword had appeared on Yi Xiao's throat, and a clear and dazzling mark of blood that was beautiful and resplendent appeared there. When he noticed where Duan Ling Tian's gaze was looking at, Yi Xiao faintly sensed his throat feeling slightly cold, and when he stretched out his hand to wipe his throat, he saw that his hand was covered in dazzling fresh blood. How could this be possible?" Yi Xiao looked at Duan Ling Tian with a stunned gaze and an expression of disbelief. Now, he was able to guess that Duan Ling Tian had already attacked the instant Duan Ling Tian approached him. Earlier, there was a moment that he felt a cold wind blow past his throat, and at the beginning, he thought it was the wind in the air had suddenly become cold, but when he thought about it now, he knew it was caused by the blade of Duan Ling Tian's sword. Fast. Too fast. Never had Yi Xiao imagined that Duan Ling Tian's speed of striking with the sword was so fast, to the point that he didn't even have the time to react before his throat was sliced. At the same time, Yi Xiao broke out in cold sweat. He could imagine that if Duan Ling Tian didn't show mercy earlier, he would have already been killed by Duan Ling Tian with a single slit of the throat. Duan Ling Tian's methods of slitting the throat with a single strike was something that he'd witnessed earlier. Their Yi clan's young genius, Yi Lu, had his throat slit by Duan Ling Tian with a single strike. "Now do you still think that you have the qualifications to lecture me?" Duan Ling Tian stood at the side as he looked at Yi Xiao with a calm expression, and his gaze contained no discernible feelings. "I admit that I indeed have no qualifications to lecture you. But I still have to thank you for showing mercy." Yi Xiao took a deep breath, and his expression flickered before finally squeezing out a trace of a smile in the end. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao left the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. Yi Xiao's character isn't bad. He isn't like his younger brother. When he saw Yi Xiao admit defeat so readily, it caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help but be surprised. Duan Ling Tian is victorious. Meanwhile, the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena announced. At this moment, the two old men that were in charge of presiding over the martial competition looked at Duan Ling Tian with slightly complicated gazes. This violet-clothed young man had entered into their field of vision when they came over with the emperor earlier. This was a person that dared be disrespectful to their Darkhan dynasty's emperor. Originally, they thought that the violet-clothed young man was relying on his status as the son-in-law of Feng Wu Dao to dare be so unbridled, but now they didn't think like this. With the natural talent and comprehension ability the violet-clothed young man revealed, he did indeed possess the ability to be arrogant. How can Duan Ling Tian possibly be so strong? After Yi Xiao returned to the first-class spectating area the Yi clan members were seated at, his second brother Yi Xiang's expression was extremely unsightly as he looked at the violet-clothed young man that stood in the sky, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. "Don't go offend Duan Ling Tian again in the future. I and our Yi clan can't afford to offend him." Yi Xiao glanced at Yi Xiao with a gaze of warning, and he obviously didn't speak these words only for Yi Xiang. Presently, the Yi clan's patriarch and all the Yi clan higher-ups present laughed bitterly and helplessly. They knew that Yi Xiao was right, not to mention Duan Ling Tian's own terrifying natural talent and comprehension ability. Just his background was sufficient to make their Yi clan be afraid. So it turns out that big brother Duan concealed so much strength when fighting me that day. Even the #1 expert in the Yi clan's younger generation, Yi Xiao,
can't withstand a single move of his. After Feng Tianwu received the spatial ring brought over by a worker of the cage battle arena, she looked at Duanling Tian from afar as she muttered. From Duanling Tian moving to him attacking and then dodging to the side. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and the phenomenon of heaven and earth in the sky didn't even have the time to condense into form. It could be known from this that the speed Duanling Tian attacked with had already attained an extremely shocking degree. What a kid! He actually concealed his strength so deeply. Feng Wu Dao's gaze lit up, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Young miss, how many origin stones did you earn for Brother Duan this time? Elder Kong looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with a smile. 8,000 plus. Feng Tianwu recovered from her shock, and her absolutely beautiful face bloomed into a brilliant smile. Not bad, but you won't have such a good opportunity next time. Elder Kong nodded. Feng Tianwu deeply agreed with Elder Kong's words, as the reason she was able to earn so much this time was because the members of the cage battle arena didn't know Duanling Tian's exact cultivation. It was precisely because of this that in the battle between Duanling Tian and Yi Xiao, Duanling Tian's odds would be much higher than Yi Xiao. Whereas after this battle, it would obviously be impossible for Duanling Tian's odds to be so high. After all, he was an existence that was capable of defeating Yi Xiao in a single move. Duanling Tian's strength is actually so strong, he's able to defeat Yi Xiao in a single move, so doesn't that mean that he's also capable of defeating Bai He in a single move? The Emperor's brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten about Duanling Tian's disrespect towards him at the beginning. He's worthy of being Zishang's rival. With his strength, he has the qualifications to become Zishang's opponent. The black-clothed old man had a serious expression. How can this be possible? How can this Duanling Tian possibly possess such a terrifying strength? The beautiful face of Ziyen, who sat at the side of the old man, was covered in disbelief, and slight worry for her older brother, Zishang, was contained between her brows. She knew clearly in her heart that the battle between her brother, Zishang, and Duanling Tian was unavoidable today. Moreover, during these past few years, the motivation that drove her brother Zishang was undoubtedly Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. At the same time that Zishang himself revealed surprise as he looked at Duanling Tian, now he revealed burning battle intent. Never had I expected that you possessed such formidable strength as well. But it's good this way. Otherwise, it would be boring if you were too weak. Impossible. Impossible. How old is he? How can he possibly possess such a formidable strength? After Bai He, who was defeated by Zishang earlier, had consumed a healing medicinal pill, his injuries had already completely healed. But after he witnessed Duanling Tian's strength now, his eyes were filled with a sheen of disbelief. At the beginning, after he witnessed the strength of Yi Xiao and Zhang Shouyong, he knew clearly in his heart that he wasn't a match for Yi Xiao and Zhang Shouyong. On the other hand, Bai Hao was his cousin brother. Even though Bai Hao had been wandering outside the dynasty for many years, Bai Hao had sparred with him some time ago, and he knew he was far from being a match for Bai Hao. At that time, Bai He had taken Duanling Tian and Ziaishang to be his stepping stones for today. But now amongst the two people that he'd taken to be stepping stones, one had defeated him with a single move, whereas the other defeated Yi Xiao, who was stronger than him, with a single move. How could he accept this? Could it be that I really am going to be ranked 6th? The bottom. The corners of Bai He's mouth were filled with bitterness, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness as his heart became warped and frenzied. Duanling Tian surely acquired repeated fortuitous encounters to possess this cultivation at such an age. Why? Why can Duanling Tian and Zishang obtain fortuitous encounters, yet I, Bai He, have none? I hate. The heavens are unfair. The heavens are unfair. At this moment, Bai He seemed to have completely forgotten that his birth was thousands of times better than Duanling Tian and Zishang. He was the son of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, the respected second prince of the Dark Han dynasty, who received the reverence of all, whereas Duanling Tian and Zishang were only from a tiny imperial kingdom. It was even to the extent that Duanling Tian was even from a tiny kingdom beneath an imperial kingdom, and it was even inferior to Zishang. Duanling Tian, nice? Too formidable.
Meanwhile, the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone dynasty praised excitedly in succession. The young geniuses of the other empires were influenced by this as well. Who said that there aren't experts amongst us who came from the empires?
The Darkstone Empire's Duanling Tian used a single move to defeat the young expert of the Darkhan dynasty that has become famous for many years, Yishao. Duanling Tian, you can do it. All of us that are similarly from the various empires are proud of you. Right, we're proud of you. We hope you can aim your sword for first place.
Aim your sword for first.
In the 9 second-class spectating areas, the young geniuses of the various empires were in an uproar.
Presently, amongst the 6 9th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses that stood in the sky above the cage battle arena, only Duanling Tian came from an empire and was a young genius recommended by an empire.
In the eyes of the young geniuses of the various empires, at this moment, Duanling Tian was representing the honor of all of the young geniuses from the various empires.
In the sky above the cage battle arena, Duanling Tian withdrew to the side.
Brother Ling Tian, even though I was mentally prepared long ago that you'd be able to surpass me sooner or later, but never had I imagined that your strength has already surpassed me in the dynasty martial competition today. Zhang Shouyong looked at Duanling Tian with a complicated gaze as he sighed via voice transmission. Big brother Zhang, you don't have to belittle yourself. Your Earth concept is much stronger than the concept I've comprehended, as it can already materialize. Duanling Tian shook his head. So what if it can materialize?
It's still only a 9th-level elementary concept. It's fine if I'm facing someone with a strength that's equal or inferior to me, but if I encounter a freak like you, just your speed already far surpasses me.
So even if my Earth concept can materialize, it won't be of any effect to you. Zhang Shouyong spoke truthfully. No matter what, as things are now, besides Bai Hai who hasn't fought, you'll surely the first amongst the 5 of us to break through to the void interpretation stage, said Duanling Tian.
He was extremely confident of Zhang Shouyong in this matter.
Once Zhang Shouyong broke through to the void interpretation stage, it would be sufficient for Zhang Shouyong to easily crush all of them who hadn't broken through to the void interpretation stage. I hope so. Zhang Shouyong nodded. Next. Meanwhile, the old man spoke out once more. At this moment, no one made a move and the atmosphere became slightly strange. Presently, the gazes of most people had descended onto the white-colored figure in the sky above the cage battle arena. And it wasn't Zishang but Bai Hao.
Bai Hao was recommended by the imperial family and was the person that presided over the martial competition yesterday, and to most of the people present he was covered in mysteriousness.
Up until now, only he hadn't fought yet amongst the 6 young geniuses that were competing in the ranking battles for the top 6.
The other 5 9th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses, including Duanling Tian, had now looked over at Bai Hao in unison as they awaited Bai Hao's entrance into the arena.
Whoosh! Finally, under the gazes of everyone present, Bai Hao flashed out to arrive at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. Bai Hao has entered the arena. I wonder who he will choose to be his opponent.
We'll know soon enough.
Numerous gazes constantly stayed on Bai Hao. In the end, Bai Hao chose his opponent, Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong was stunned. He heard himself being challenged by Bai Hao, and then he flashed out to stand in confrontation with Bai Hao. In his hand, the wine gourd appeared out of thin air before he started pouring wine down his throat. After a short moment, Zhang Shouyong put down the wine gourd and looked at Zhang Shouyong with a serious expression. Obviously, he realized that Bai Hao wasn't simple.
Even though Bai Hao attacked once yesterday, it was only briefly. But even in that brief moment, besides revealing a cultivation at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, he also revealed a 9th level fire concept. Duanling Tian's gaze descended onto Bai Hao as his expression became slightly serious.
He kept having the feeling that when Bai Hao attacked yesterday, besides not utilizing a spirit weapon, Bai Hao might have still been holding back. Let's begin. Bai Hao spoke indifferently, whereas at practically the instant he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong moved. Bang! Zhang Shouyong raised his right leg before fiercely stomping it out, smashing the enormous brick that appeared out of thin air beneath his feet into pieces before his entire body relied on this repulsive force to charge towards Bai Hao like a cannonball. Everywhere Zhang Shouyong passed, The howls of the wind resounded out as explosions of air rose and fell without end. Whoosh! Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhang Shouyong held tightly onto his wine gourd with a raise of his hand, and then he pulled his shoulders backwards, causing his entire body to seem like a heavy bow. Along with origin energy blooming out from Zhang Shouyong's hand and gushing into the wine gourd, Earth concept followed out like a shadow, causing the surface of the wine gourd to be covered in a layer of earthen yellow clothes. Ha! As Zhang Shouyong shouted out explosively, his body that had been pulled into a bow abruptly straightened out, and the wine gourd in his hand flew out with a swish, and it seemed to have transformed into an earthen yellow-colored bolt of lightning that shot towards Bai Hao. At the same time, Zhang Shouyong flashed out and followed close behind the wine gourd. In the sky, ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form successively and dashed out along with Zhang Shouyong, seeming to be telling everyone in the surroundings that he'd already exerted his full strength. One wine gourd, one man, one ahead while the other behind, flashing towards Bai Hao. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian saw a 7-foot-long spear appear out of thin air in Bai Hao's hand and flowing lightly revolved around the spear, causing one to know with a single glance that it wasn't an ordinary spear. Grade 3 spirit weapon? As a genuine Grade 3 weapons craftsman, Duan Ling Tian recognized the grade of the spear in Bai Hao's hand with a single glance. Flame Cloud Spear. Bai He's pupils constricted, and his expression was slightly unsightly, as envy filled the depths of his gaze. He was able to recognize that the Grade 3 spirit weapon in Bai Hao's hand was precisely the sole Grade 3 spirit weapon possessed by the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family, and it was grasped in the hand of that existence of the imperial family. Yesterday he's gone to see his father to ask his imperial father to assist him in borrowing this Grade 3 spirit spear, yet he was refused by his imperial father. Never had he imagined that the Grade 3 spirit spear he was unable to borrow had appeared in Bai Hao's possession today. As far as he was concerned, if he possessed this Grade 3 spirit spear to rely on today, then perhaps he didn't have to be afraid of Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao, and at the same time he wouldn't have lost at the hands of Zishang within a single move. He envied. He hated. Why? Why was this Grade 3 spirit spear lent to Bai Hao but not to me? Bai Hao uses spears? When he saw Bai Hao maintaining a calm expression even when facing the wine gourd that approached menacingly, Duan Ling Tian's expression became serious. Finally, Bai Hao moved under Duan Ling Tian's gaze. Bai Hao held the spear with a single hand as origin energy skyrocketed on his body, and then strands of material red-colored energy emerged from his body. When the red-colored energy covered his origin energy shook abruptly before transforming completely crimson red. For a time, Bai Hao and his spear were within a raging red-colored sea of flames. Materialization of concept again. When he saw Bai Hao, who was completely covered in the red-colored flames, not suffer the slightest bit of injury, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Bai Hao's fire concept had actually already touched the threshold of intermediate concept, and it wasn't inferior to Zhang Shouyong's earth concept. Swoosh! Finally, Bai Hao moved. He flashed out as if he was a large fireball that tore through the sky, and it caused the sky to be covered in a scorching aura that moved to directly intercept the enormous wine gourd that Zhang Shouyong smashed out. Suddenly, Bai Hao held the spear with both hands before raising it up above his head. Whoosh! In the next moment, an ear-piercing howl of the wind sounded out instantly, and it was like thunder that reverberated in the ears of all. Bai Hao had swung down the spirit spear he raised up to smash towards Zhang Shouyong, whereas the spear in his hand seemed to have transformed into a rod at this moment. Bang! The spirit spear in Bai Hao's hand descended to fiercely smash onto the wine gourd that flashed directly towards him, and the scorching flames swept out to instantly collapse the material earth on the surface of the wine gourd. It wasn't just that. After his spirit spear shattered the material earth concept on the surroundings of the wine gourd, it continued to descend onto the wine gourd, causing another enormous bang to sound out, and the wine gourd was directly blasted flying. Bang! The wine gourd that was blasted flying collided with Zhang Shouyong, who was following behind it, causing Zhang Shouyong to be knocked flying. Pooh! Zhang Shouyong was hit by the wine gourd without the slightest preparation, causing his face to go ghastly white as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was only capable of stopping his flying body after being knocked flying for a period of distance.
Bai Hao on the other hand had already put away the grade 3 spirit spear in his hand and the flames on his body died out along with this. You aren't a match for me. Bai Hao's gazed calmly at Zhang Shouyong as he spoke indifferently. Zhang Shouyong didn't deny what Bai Hao said and he withdrew to the side after putting away his wine gourd.
Bai Hao is victorious. Meanwhile, one of the old men recovered from his shock and announced the results. Whereas, the cage battle arena was filled with clamorous noise now. What happened earlier? The imperial families Bai Hao used that spirit spear as a rod. And with a swing of his rod, he blasted Zhang Shouyong's wine gourd flying. Not only did he blast the wine gourd flying, he even injured Zhang Shouyong. I only saw the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky when Zhang Shouyong attacked, but I didn't see it clearly when Bai Hao attacked. I didn't see it clearly either.
Bai Hao is similar to Duan Lingtian and Ziaishang, he defeated his opponent with a single move. From the beginning until the end, the phenomenon of the heaven and earth utterly had no chance of condensing into form.
I feel that Bai Hao's strength is equal to Duan Lingtian and Zishang, and it surpasses the other three young geniuses in all aspects. Not only that, when Bai Hao attacked, his fire concept combined with origin energy actually transformed into real flames. He's just like Zhang Shouyong, and is an existence that's halfway into the void interpretation stage. His strength is even stronger than Zhang Shouyong. The crowd in the surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. Most of the people present, including Duan Lingtian, were shocked by Bai Hao's strength.
Big brother Zhang, when Bai Hao raised the spirit spear and smashed it out towards your spirit weapon gourd, did it contain another concept? Duan Lingtian couldn't refrain from asking Zhang Shouyong via voice transmission.
Because Bai Hao had attacked too swiftly, the phenomenon of heaven and earth hadn't had the time to condense into form, and coupled with the material fire concept blocking Duan Lingtian's field of vision, Duan Lingtian didn't notice the second concept.
Of course, Duan Lingtian not noticing it didn't mean that Zhang Shouyong, who faced the attack, didn't notice it as well.
Exactly. Even though Zhang Shouyong had lost at the hands of Bai Hao, he wasn't dejected in the slightest. Besides fire concept, he also used rod concept. According to my conjecture, his rod concept ought to be at least at the second level. Rod concept.
Second level and above?
Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Hao with slight surprise when he heard this. Never had he imagined that Bai Hao's strength was actually so strong. Ninth level fire concept and rod concept at the second level or above, when both are combined, they're already not inferior to my 8th level wind concept and 3rd level lightning concept. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart.
Even though I've also comprehended 1st level earth concept as well, who knows if his rod concept is only at the 2nd level.
Perhaps it's at the 3rd level and even the 4th level might be possible.
After all, Zhang Shouyong had only roughly estimated that Bai Hao's rod concept was at the 2nd level or above and he wasn't able to be sure of exactly how strong it was.
Bai Hao had easily obtained the victory in his battle between Zhang Shouyong, and it had shocked many people in the cage battle arena. As it is now, amongst the 6 young geniuses, Duan Lingtian, Zishang, and Bai Hao possess the strongest strength. The other 3 people are slightly inferior. If nothing unexpected happens, then the top 3 during the ranking battles today will probably be Duan Lingtian, Zishang, and Bai Hao. No matter if it is Duan Lingtian, Bai Hao, or Zishang, up until now, they attacked so swiftly that the phenomenon of heaven and earth only flashed briefly, and we utterly don't know exactly how their strengths are. Perhaps, only when the 3 of them face each other would we be able to confirm their exact strength.
Truly a cause for anticipation. The sounds of discussion rose and fell in the surroundings of the cage battle arena and many people were looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian, Zishang, and Bai Hao.
Bai Hao. Zishang looked at Bai Hao who'd withdrawn to the side, and his eyes abruptly narrowed as he thought in his heart. I originally thought that my opponent today was probably only Duan Lingtian, yet never had I imagined that Bai Hao's strength was so strong, and he already possesses the qualifications to be my opponent. But no matter if it's Duan Lingtian or Bai Hao, they're bound to be the stepping stone of Zishang.
I, Zishang, am determined to obtain first place in the dynasty martial competition. Unknowingly, Zishang's eyes were filled with confidence, and it was confidence towards his own strength.
In next to no time, along with the discussions in the surroundings of the cage battle arena calming down, the old man spoke once more. At the same time, Zishang moved and arrived at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena at the first possible moment. It's Zishang. Zishang was actually so impatient to enter the arena.
I wonder if he will choose Duanling Tian or Bai Hao as his opponent. If he chooses Duanling Tian or Bai Hao, then this battle will surely be extremely interesting.
The atmosphere of the cage battle arena that had slightly calmed down was once again in an uproar. But unfortunately, Zishang didn't choose Duanling Tian or Bai Hao. His gaze locked onto his target at the first possible moment. Yi Xiao, will you admit defeat yourself? Or should I defeat you myself? Then person Zishang challenged was exactly the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao. Presently, Yi Xiao was sitting at the first-class spectating area that the Yi clan members were seated at, and he flew out when challenged by Zishang. If you have the strength, then defeat me. Don't even dream about making me admit defeat. Yi Xiao's words displayed his proud and unyielding character.
As the eldest young master of the Yi clan, the #1 expert of the Yi clan's younger generation, he had his pride and dignity that were more important than his life, and he wouldn't allow another to trample on it.
Very good. Zishang stood in confrontation with Yi Xiao as he nodded with satisfaction. Since it's like this, then I'll defeat you with my own 2 hands. Humph! Yi Xiao grunted coldly, and he once again chose to attack first and seize the initiative. Unfortunately for him, his speed was swift, but Zishang's speed was swifter.
Along with a zither appearing out of thin air in Zishang's hand, he raised his hand and origin energy flickered on the tips of 2 of his fingers before transforming into 2 tiny vortexes that ceaselessly revolved and warped.
Within these 2 tiny vortexes, wind concept and fire concept followed like shadows as fire drew assistance from the might of wind and gradually strengthened the fire concept. In the next moment, Zishang's hand descended swiftly like a bolt of lightning, and his fingers smashed onto 2 zither strings. Cover your ears. Along with the appearance of the zither in Zishang's hands, many people couldn't help but hurriedly shout out in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. Many spectators with comparatively low cultivations hurriedly covered their ears, whereas, within this instant, the sound of the zither resounded out. Clang! Clang!
2 ear-piercing and unpleasant sounds instantly resounded out from the zither. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, 2 vortex point forces that ceaselessly revolved whistled out from the zither like 2 extremely swift arrows shot out from a bow. One of the vortexes intercepted the spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand that flashed over. Clang! The sound of a zither resounded out as the spirit saber was swept to the side by the vortex, and the origin energy on the spirit saber dimmed down slightly, whereas the other vortex directly flashed in full fury and like a shadow towards Yi Xiao.
When faced with this vortex that approached with full fury, Yi Xiao's eyes squinted, and with a raise of his hand, he slashed out with his palm formed into a flat blade, heavily descending onto the vortex.
However, the vortex instead easily blasted half the origin energy on the palm blade into dispersal, and then it heavily injured Yi Xiao in one go and blasted Yi Xiao flying.
At the same time that Yi Xiao flew out in a sorry state, he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his countenance was ghastly pale to the extreme, whereas the grade 4 spirit saber that flew out lost its supply of origin energy, causing it to completely dim down before falling to the ground and was barely grasped by Yi Xiao, who just caught his breath. Zishang. Yi Xiao looked at the white-clothed young man in the distance that had put away his zither and stood there since long ago, and his eyes revealed deep fear.
When did such a figure appear in the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family?
In the past, he actually didn't have the slightest knowledge. He defeated his opponent in a single move once again. Zishang's strength is too overbearing.
The phenomenon of heaven and earth are still unable to completely condense into form, and we're unable to discern exactly how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes Zishang can condense from the energy of the heavens and the earth when he attacks.
I suspect that when Zishang attacks with his full strength, it's very likely he possesses the strength of more than 30 ancient horned dragons. It's possible. When they saw Zishang defeat Yishao in a single more, the cage battle arena was in an uproar as expected. Zishang's strength had shocked them once more. Along with Zishang and Yishao withdrawing to the side, the ranking battles continued.
Next, as soon as the old man finished speaking, a figure swiftly flashed out to arrive in the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena in the blink of an eye.
Duan Ling Tian. Instantly, the violet-clothed young man that took the initiative to enter the arena drew the attention of everyone. Who should I choose? It was the first time that Duan Ling Tian had taken the initiative to enter the arena and challenge an opponent, and his gaze descended and flashed past each of the 4 young geniuses besides Yishao as he carefully sized them up. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that besides Ziaishang, Bai Hao and Zhang Shouyong having a calm expression, the expression of the second prince, Bai He, was slightly unsightly, and his gaze was complicated. Duan Ling Tian revealed a brilliant smile when he saw this scene, and then his gaze locked onto Bai He. Second prince, if I didn't remember wrongly, you seem to have said that you want to teach me a lesson? Now I'll give you that chance. How about it?
As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the cage battle arena was deathly silent.
Numerous strange gazes descended onto Bai He as expected, and all of them felt that Duan Ling Tian was truly too bad.
With his strength that was capable of defeating Yi Xiao with a single move, he challenged Bai Hao that was obviously inferior to Yi Xiao and even spoke such mocking words.
Wasn't he humiliating Bai He?
You. Bai He's expression went gloomy when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and when he recalled his actions of provoking Duan Ling Tian at the beginning, he wished for nothing more than to slap himself at this moment. When he noticed the numerous strange gazes that shot over from the surroundings, he couldn't bear it any longer, and he flew out to stand in confrontation with Duan Ling Tian before laughing coldly. Duan Ling Tian, do you really think that I, Bai He, am afraid of you?
I didn't think like this. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and then laughed indifferently. Then, second prince, please make a move. Duan Ling Tian's casualness caused Bai He's expression to go ominous. Since you want to court death, then I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, Bai He was like a wild beast that had its tail stepped on. He was fuming with rage as he flashed out, and a spirit sword appeared out of thin air within his hand.
Right at the instant, origin energy raged on the spirit sword in Bai He's hand, and his sword concept emerged. Duan Ling Tian moved. Whirlwind. Duan Ling Tian's speed was so swift that Bai He only swapped a swift afterimage flash by, and it directly flashed past him to arrive behind him.
When he reacted to this, he instantly turned around and intended to attack once more.
Duan Ling Tian is victorious. The old man's voice clearly entered into Bai He's ears.
Bai He's expression went grim when he heard this, and then he recalled the scene when Duan Ling Tian defeated Yi Xiao earlier, causing him to hurriedly stretch out his hand and wipe his throat. The outcome was that his hand was covered in blood. Instantly, Bai He's expression became ghastly pale to the extreme, and he was slightly scared out of his wits. He knew that he'd lost. He'd lost completely.
He wasn't even capable of reacting to the moment that Duan Ling Tian drew his sword, slitting the throat with a single move once more.
If it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian holding back, the second prince would have died for sure. What a swift strike. What swift speed.
Even though the people present weren't surprised that Duan Ling Tian was capable of defeating Bai He, they were still shocked by Duan Ling Tian's speed. Duan Ling Tian had attacked twice, respectively against Yu Xiao and Bai He.
But both of them ended up with a similar fate. Their throats were sliced before they could even react. Duan Ling Tian. In the second-class spectating area where the members of the Darkhan dynasty were seated, King Yong revealed a smile. Duan Ling Tian's display had exceeded his expectations, and it caused him to be extremely pleasantly surprised at the same time. Before this, he'd never imagined that a member of their Darkstone dynasty would actually be able to proceed to this extent, and if not for himself being sure that everything before him was real, he would feel that he might be dreaming. But no matter how shocked the other people in the cage battle arena were, the dynasty martial competition still continued, and it went on like a raging fire. Perhaps intentionally or unintentionally, Duan Ling Tian, Zishang, and Bai Hao had all chosen to first challenge the other 3 young geniuses as their opponents. In next to no time, the other 3 had lost at the hands of the 3 of them.
In today's Dynasty martial competitions ranking battles, the results for the 4th, 5th, and 6th have been decided. It's respectively Zhang Shou-yong, Yi Xiao, and Bai He. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the old man announced with a sonorous voice. 6th place will obtain 2,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward. 5th will obtain 5,000 low-grade origin stones. 4th will obtain 10,000 low-grade origin stones. The other old man continued. As expected, as soon as the old man finished speaking, the scene was in an uproar. 10,000 low-grade origin stones? For a time, numerous burning gazes descended onto Zhang Shou-yong in unison. Just 4th place is already able to obtain a reward of 10,000 low-grade origin stones? Then wouldn't the people ranked in the top 3 obtain even more origin stones? The hands of the person that obtains first in the Dynasty martial competition will probably go weak from counting the origin stones he receives. The attention of the surrounding crowd had moved to the rewards of today's Dynasty martial competition. Even more people were curious about the reward for the people in the top 3. No one was surprised by how wealthy the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family was. They knew that the origin stone vein in the Dark Han Dynasty was controlled in the hands of the imperial family. Perhaps some top powers were able to take a share of it, but more than 50% of the origin stones mined from the vein would still be controlled in the hands of the imperial family. Just 4th place gets 10,000 low-grade origin stones? Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up. Doesn't that mean that it's very likely first will obtain a few tens of thousands of low-grade origin stones? When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with yearning to obtain first place in today's Dynasty martial competition. Meanwhile, Zhang Shou-yong, Zishang, and Bai He had each received their respective spatial ring that contained the origin stone reward before returning to the first-class spectating areas where they sat. They looked along with the others towards the last 3 young geniuses that remained in the distant sky. A violet-clothed young man and 2 white-clothed young men. Whoosh! A gust of wind lightly blew by, and it caused the clothes of the 3 of them to flutter. The battle was imminent. Now, the 3 of you will decide the top 3 rankings in the martial competition today. The old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others as he spoke slowly. The 3 of them were competing for the top 3 ranks. In other words, any one of them would be facing 2 battles, whereas there were a total of 3 battles, the final 3 battles. Only 3 battles were required for the final rankings to be decided upon. Along with the old man speaking, the clamorous noise in the cage battle arena slowly died down and gradually vanished. The entire cage battle arena returned to calm. Whoosh! A figure was the first to fly out and stand at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. It was a white-clothed young man. Zishang. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. At this moment, Zishang only had 2 choices. One was to choose Duan Ling Tian as his opponent and challenge Bai Hao in the next round. The second choice was to choose Bai Hao as his opponent and battle Duan Ling Tian after that. In next to no time, Zishang made a choice. Bai Hao. Zishang's gaze descended onto Bai Hao, and his burning gaze was filled with battle intent. Whoosh! Bai Hao flew out when he was challenged, and he stood opposite of Zishang as he stood in confrontation with Zishang. 2 white-clothed figures stood facing each other, and it was a dazzling scene. I wonder who will win in the battle between Zishang and Bai Hao. As it is now, their chances of winning should be 50-50. After all, since the beginning until the end, we've been unable to discern their exact strength. I think that Bai Hao's chances of winning are higher. It wasn't only the surroundings crowd of spectators that didn't know who would win between Zishang and Bai Hao. Even Duan Ling Tian was unable to guess who was stronger between the 2 of them. Zishang and Bai Hao had comparable cultivations. This was the information they possessed up until now, whereas in terms of concept, they couldn't be sure even until now. As for spirit weapons, if Zishang didn't conceal a spirit weapon, then Bai Hao would surely surpass him in terms of spirit weapon. After all, Bai Hao possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even though it wasn't the weapon he was skilled in using, it could be used as the weapon he was skilled in using, so it didn't affect the exertion of his strength. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zishang and Bai Hao moved at practically the exact same time. Zishang soared into the sky as a zither appeared out of thin air in his hand. At the same time,
His palm descended as wind concept and fire concept combined into his origin energy to form a swiftly revolving vortex at the center of his palm, and it directly pressed onto the face of the zither.
Whoosh! Practically the instant Xianxia's hand descended, a spirit spear appeared in Bai's hand, and as he flashed like a bolt of lightning towards Xianxia, the material flames that skyrocketed on his body caused him to seem to have transformed into a ball of flaming clouds that flashed in the sky.
The temperature in the sky rose abruptly. Along with a wave of violent winds blowing over from all directions, Duanling Tian felt a gust of hot wind assault him, and it enveloped him within. What an overbearing fire concept! Clang! The instant Xianxia's hand descended, an ear-piercing sound of a zither sounded out. At the same time, a strong wave of air came from the center of Xianxia's palm, passed through the zither, and swept towards the surroundings like undulating ripples. Within these ripples, slightly material origin energy could be faintly seen, and besides that was an azure-colored energy and a red-colored energy that grew ceaselessly.
At this moment, Xianxia had once again utilized the skill he used to defeat Bai He. Whoosh! When faced with the skill of Xianxia's, Bai Hao neither dodged nor moved aside, and his hands shook suddenly before raising up the spirit spear and smashing down towards the wave of air that spread out. Bang! An enormous bang resounded out as the spirit spear in Bai Hao's hand was smashed out fiercely by him like a spirit rod. Instantly, two formidable energies collided with each other, and the material flames on the spirit spear in Bai Hao's hands gushed out, as if it had transformed into a ferocious demon beast that opened up its bloody mouth and pounced over. On the other side, Xianxia refused to show weakness as well, and his palm descended. It pushed out wave after wave to greet Bai Hao's attack. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded, and the spirit spear in Bai Hao's hand shook as he retreated a few meters back in a slightly sorry state, whereas Xianxia wasn't any better, and he'd retreated a few meters as well. The formidable collision of their probing attacks caused slight rosiness to suffuse both their faces. Yet the eyes they looked at each other with was instead filled with battle intent that soared ceaselessly. In the sky above them, numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes had slowly condensed into form in the end. In the sky above Bai Hao, a total of 31 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared.
9th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Grade 3 Spirit Weapon.
9th level Fire Concept.
2nd level Rod Concept. At this moment, Bai Hao had revealed his true strength for the first time. On the other side, there were originally 32 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Xianxia, but in the blink of an eye, 2 of them had completely vanished, and it was as if they'd never appeared. It's the energy received from relying on the method of using fire concept to draw assistance from wind concept. Presently, as the wind concept and fire concept Xianxia exerted had successively vanished, the strength bestowed onto him from the method of using fire concept to draw assistance from wind concept would naturally vanish as well. It was extremely easy for Duanling Tian to guess what had happened before him, but he still couldn't help but be surprised. When relying on his wind concept to fuel his fire concept, Xianxia is actually able to obtain the strength of an extra 2 ancient horned dragons. Flowing lights flickered within Duanling Tian's eyes as he looked at Xianxia, and his feelings were slightly complicated. In next to no time, his attention had moved to the 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above Xianxia. This was the strength Xianxia possessed before relying on his wind concept to fuel his fire concept. 9th level Void Initiation Stage. Grade for Spirit Weapon. Besides that, according to Duanling Tian's conjecture, his wind concept and fire concept ought to be respectively a 7th level wind concept and 4th level fire concept. When the strength of the 2 types of concepts were combined together, it was comparable to the strength of 11 ancient horned dragons. Solely in terms of strength, it was comparable to the strength of Bai Hao's 2 concepts. But because the spirit weapon in his possession was a grade lower than the spirit weapon in Bai Hao's possession, under the condition that their cultivation and concept were equal, his strength was instead slightly weaker. Of course, all of this was under the precondition that he didn't utilize his wind concept to fuel his fire concept. Once he utilized his wind concept to fuel his fire concept, it was sufficient to allow his fire concept to advance by 2 levels and obtain an extra 2 ancient horned dragons worth of strength.
So if both of them were to fight with their full strengths, it would still be Xianxia who was superior in terms of strength that they could exert. Fueling fire concept with wind concept? Bai Hai's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he saw the two ancient horned dragon silhouettes that vanished in the blink of an eye, and he spoke out with slight astonishment. Your eyesight isn't bad. Xianxia spoke indifferently. Fueling fire concept with wind concept? Bai Hao's words instead caused many people present to be filled with bewilderment. Although they'd never heard of this thing, but the two ancient horned dragon silhouettes of Xianxia's that vanished in the blink of an eye had similarly caused them to be bewildered. Imperial Uncle, this disciple of yours is actually already capable of relying on the ability of using his fire concept to draw assistance from his wind concept and advance the might of his fire concept. It's truly shocking. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor looked at the black-clothed old man by his side and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The shock on the old man's face gradually vanished, and replacing it was a gratified smile. Of course, there were still many people that knew what fueling fire concept with wind concept meant. Along with the discussions of the people that knew the facts, it wasn't long before the entire cage battle arena understood what fueling fire concept with wind concept meant. So this fueling fire concept with wind concept is actually a skill, and one can rely on the might of wind force to improve the might of fire concept. Xianxia has actually comprehended a skill like this. It's truly shocking. According to the experts present, martial artists below the void interpretation stage are rarely able to comprehend this sort of skill. Xianxia is the first void initiation stage martial artist they know of that was capable of comprehending this type of skill. He's worthy of being a young genius that's recommended by the imperial family. Experts are really as numerous as the clouds in the imperial family. Not to mention that both the young geniuses that have made an appearance today are stronger than the second prince. Similar discussions entered completely into Baihe's ears, causing his body to start trembling, and his fists had unconsciously been tightly clenched together. Xianxia. Baihe gnashed his teeth as cold lights flickered within his eyes. Bai Hao was stronger than him, and he could only admit it. But Xianxia, who was someone of lowly birth in his eyes, had actually trampled on him. So how could he endure this? In the sky above the cage battle arena, Xianxia and Bai Hao attacked once more, and the situation of the battle was extremely intense. In terms of strength, if Xianxia didn't use his technique of fueling fire concept with wind concept, he was inferior to Bai Hao, but once he utilized that technique, he completely surpassed Bai Hao. Of course, his technique of fueling fire concept with wind concept required a certain amount of time to accumulate strength, and it was precisely because of this that Bai Hao was able to grab the opportunity to try his best to suppress Xianxia and not allow Xianxia to willfully increase the might of his fire concept. With Xianxia's current strength, he was at most capable of increase his fire concept by 2 levels. But now, every time he increased it by a single level, he wouldn't be in time to continue making it increase as he would become entangled with Bai Hao, causing him to utterly not be able to increase his fire concept by 2 levels. After increasing his fire concept by a single level, his strength was only equal to Bai Hao, and coupled with them being on par in terms of combat experiences and martial skill, the battle had temporarily come to a tie. Suddenly, Duanling Tian left the sky above the cage battle arena and returned to the second-class spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated, and he sat back by Su Li's side. Duanling Tian, who do you think will win? Su Li couldn't refrain from asking when he saw Duanling Tian return. I don't know. Duanling Tian shook his head and said truthfully, based on the current circumstances, so long as Bai Hao doesn't give Xianxia the chance to increase his fire concept by 2 levels, it would be very unlikely that Xianxia would be capable of defeating him. Whereas if he gave Xianxia the chance, or perhaps if Xianxia grabbed onto an opportunity to increase his fire concept by 2 levels in one go, then it wouldn't be impossible for Xianxia to defeat Bai Hao. Duanling Tian finished speaking in a single breath. Su Li nodded with understanding as he felt this way as well. Clang. 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 Xianxia held the zither with one hand as origin energy that was followed by fire concept and wind concept raged on his other hand, and it ceaselessly descended onto the zither strings to resound with a wave of ear-piercing zither sounds. At the same time, numerous attacks that were like flame wheels ceaselessly swept toward Bai Hao. Bang. 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 Bang.
When faced with Zishang's repeated attacks, Bai Hao wasn't willing to show weakness, and the spirit spear in his hand was raised and smashed down repeatedly like a spirit rod, and it successively smashed Zishang's attacks into dispersal. He didn't dare dally in the slightest bit, as he knew that once he gave Zishang an opportunity to take advantage of, he would lose for sure. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the situation of the battle was intense, and it caused the spectating crowd to be bedazzled.
I truly never imagined that the former member of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zither Young Master, would actually possesses such a formidable strength now. I wonder exactly what fortuitous encounter he obtained. Su Li had a complicated gaze as he lightly sighed. Su Li's words aroused the resonance of Duan Lingtian and Long Yun. Both of them were from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom like Zishang, and both of them had some relationship with Zishang,
so they felt it even more deeply. Duan Lingtian, who was originally silently watching the battle, suddenly noticed that his spatial ring was lightly trembling, and even though the trembling's frequency wasn't high, he was still able to sense it clearly.
What's going on? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as his mind entered within the spatial ring.
Instantly, the events within the space of his spatial ring caused him to be unable to refrain from being stunned.
He noticed that the Devil Seal tablet that was originally silently placed idly at the side had suddenly seemed as if it had gone mad, and it ceaselessly knocked against the space within his spatial ring.
The things in the space within his spatial ring were in a complete mess from being knocked around by it, and everything was scattered around as if his spatial ring had become a rubbish dump.
At the same time that Duan Lingtian's expression froze, he couldn't help but recall that at yesterday morning, the space within his spatial ring had suffered an inexplainable attack, causing the things within his spatial ring to be in disorder and scattered all over. At that time, he didn't know what had happened, whereas he understood completely now, and it turned out that it was the Devil Seal tablet that did it.
What exactly is going on?
Duan Lingtian was completely ill at ease when encountering something like this, as there was utterly no similar records within the memories of the rebirth Martial Emperor.
Logically speaking, the space within a spatial ring was only capable of storing things that didn't possess life. This was an iron law within the Cloud Continent, whereas the Devil Seal tablet was something without a life, as the soul within it had already been exterminated all those years ago. So logically speaking, it would be impossible for it to contain life.
But now, the unusual movements of the Devil Seal tablet caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly perplexed. Based on the actions of the Devil Seal tablet, it seems to want to charge out of my spatial ring? But even though the movements of the Devil Seal tablet were forceful, it was incapable of shaking the space within the spatial ring. The solidity of the space within the spatial ring was unimaginable.
At this moment, Duan Lingtian even had the desire to let the Devil Seal tablet out.
But practically at the exact same time, his intuition told him that if he let the Devil Seal tablet out, it would absolutely not be a good thing.
So he endured his desire. Wait, there's surely a reason why the Devil Seal tablet would be like this. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he came back to his senses, and his gaze descended onto the two people that were fighting intensely in the sky. With just a glance, he noticed that something was off. Between Zishang's brows, Duan Lingtian noticed that a small black dot had appeared between Zishang's brows at this moment.
The small black dot was ceaselessly enlarging, and it seemed as if it was taking root and growing.
What's that? Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck as he gazed at the space between Zishang's brows.
Meanwhile, he noticed the commotion made by the Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring had become greater.
Could it be that the unusual actions of the Devil Seal tablet are related to the small black that's ceaselessly enlarging between Zishang's brows? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian felt that it was slightly unbelievable. Even during his 2 lifetimes, the rebirth Martial Emperor had never encountered such a strange thing, yet he'd actually encountered such a strange thing now.
Could it be that the small black dot that has appeared between Zishang's brows is related to the Devil Seal tablet? Now, Duan Lingtian could only think like this, but even after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't wrap his head around it.
Look quickly. There seems to be something between Zishang's brows. That's a black-colored flame brand. No, I remember that there wasn't such a brand between Zishang's brows earlier. I still remember that there was no such brand between Zishang's brows earlier. What exactly is going on? A wave of confusion arose in the cage battle arena as they were shocked by the peculiar scene before them.
A brand appearing out of nowhere on a person's face, and it was even an obvious brand, caused others to feel a chill run down their spines and their scalps go numb. At this moment, even the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, the emperor, and the black-clothed old man by the emperor's side, unconsciously became tensed and extremely serious,
because the scene before their eyes caused them to feel astonishment. That small black dot has become a black-colored flame brand in the blink of an eye. After the small black dot appeared between Zishang's brows, Duanling Tian's gaze had never left it, and he clearly saw the changes between Zishang's brows.
The Devil Seal tablet seems to have gone into a greater frenzy. Duanling Tian noticed that after the small black dot between Zishang's brows became a flame brand,
the Devil Seal tablet within his spatial ring seemed as if it had gone mad and madly collided all around the space within his spatial ring. If it wasn't for the space within his spatial ring being sufficiently solid, it would have probably knocked a hole open long ago.
What exactly is the flame brand between Zishang's brows?
Why is it able? Duanling Tian thought in his heart, but his thoughts hadn't finished revolving when his pupils couldn't help but constrict, and his face was covered in astonishment as if he'd seen something terrifying.
At the exact same time, Zishang, who was in the sky above the cage battle arena and had a flame brand appear between his brows, had put down the zither in his left hand before his right hand suddenly formed into a fist. No one noticed that at this moment Zishang's eyes had dimmed down slightly.
Subsequently, he stepped out slightly stiffly, and it was this step that caused him to vanish before the eyes of everyone. In the next moment, he'd already arrived behind Bai Hao, causing Bai Hao to be unable to react in the slightest towards all this. Bang! At the same time, Zishang's fist smashed out, and he didn't even rely on the amplification of his spirit weapon to smash his fish towards Bai Hao. Everywhere his bare fist passed, the sounds of air exploding rose and fell, and the airflow in the sky seemed to have been completely extracted.
The might of his punch shook the heavens. "Stay your hand!" The emperor's face went grim as he shouted out in alarm.
The two old men in the sky above the cage battle arena had reacted as well, and they moved out with the intention of stopping Zishang. Even though they didn't know what had happened to Zishang, but the strength that was contained on Zishang's fist caused them to fear from the bottom of their hearts.
At this instant, Zishang wasn't a void initiation stage martial artist in their eyes, but an existence that wasn't inferior to them.
Swoosh! Swoosh! The two old men flashed out and pounced towards Zishang.
But unfortunately, their speeds were fast, yet Zishang was faster, and his fist blasted with terrifying strength that raged and skyrocketed as it smashed towards Bai Hao without holding back in the slightest. Bai Hao's expression instantly went pale when he heard the sound of something tearing through the sky behind him.
Never had he imagined that Zishang's strength would increase so greatly in an instant, and Zishang had actually arrived behind him right under his very eyes. Bang! Zishang vanished on the spot and appeared behind Bai Hao before swinging out his fist. All of this happened in the blink of an eye.
Even though the two old men that presided over the dynasty martial competition had pounced towards Zishang in a timely manner, their speeds were obviously unable to stop Zishang in time.
"Stay your hand!" Right when the emperor and the black-clothed old man by his side went grim and intended to make a move. Swish! A sword howl briefly appeared, and it instantly sounded throughout the entire cage battle arena.
For a time, the two old men stopped their actions and they seemed to have thought of something, causing them to heave a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders.
In the next moment, everyone saw that Zishang, who swung his fist to smash towards Bai Hao, was blasted flying along with the appearance of a brief sword howl, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before barely being able to stop himself.
In the sky above Zishang, the numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes that hadn't completely condensed into form along with the swing of his fist were completely destroyed before they could be completed.
"Thank you, Lord Wu Dao, for this life-saving grace." Bai Hao, who survived the calamity, couldn't help but take a deep breath before looking at Feng Wu Dao on the Feng clan's spectating area and bowing in thanks. Even though the sword howl only appeared briefly, and the origin energy sword light was difficult to be noticed by others, but he was still able to guess that the person who executed it was undoubtedly Feng Wu Dao. Because, amongst the experts present, Only Feng Wudao had the strength to save him at that critical moment earlier. Moreover, Feng Wudao himself was an extremely formidable sword cultivator. Thank you, Big Brother Wudao, for lending a hand. Meanwhile, the Emperor thanked Feng Wudao.
Feng Wudao nodded lightly with a carefree expression as if he'd done something of no importance.
But his gaze descended onto the distant Zishang at this moment, and his brows frowned slightly. At the instant earlier, he even had the feeling that the strength contained within Zishang's fist at that moment was absolutely something only a martial artist at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above could possess. When Zishang swung out with his fist, he didn't utilize a spirit weapon of concept, and he'd only purely utilized origin energy to make Bai Hao be unable to resist in the slightest. All of this is related to the flame brand between Zishang's brows? Feng Wudao guessed in his heart.
There was only this explanation at this moment.
Even though he didn't know what the flame brand that appeared out of nowhere between Zishang's brows meant. He could guess that it was an extremely terrifying thing, and it was capable of allowing a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist to possess a strength at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above in the blink of an eye. So would it be a simple thing? Zishang is victorious. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the two old men heaved a sigh of relief in unison when they saw Feng Wudao interfering, and one of them announced with a tone as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders.
Along with the announcement of the old man, everyone in the surroundings of the cage battle arena recovered from their shock.
It was as if they'd discussed and agreed upon it earlier as the gazes of every single person in the cage battle arena descended in unison onto Zishang. Even until now, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines when they recalled the scene from before.
After the flames brand appeared between the brows of Zishang, he seemed as if he was possessed by something, and not only did he seem to have become like a completely different person, he'd instantly possessed a strength that completely surpassed Bai Hao.
Moreover, he didn't hold back in the slightest when he attacked Bai Hao earlier. Could it be that after this flame brand appeared between Zishang's brows, not only will it cause his strength to increase greatly, he will also lose all reason?
It's too terrifying.
It was simply as if he was possessed by a devil. If it wasn't for Lord Wudao making a move in time, Bai Hao would have probably already died at Zishang's hand. Amongst the waves of clamorous discussions in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, all of them were filled with deep terror.
Even until now, they couldn't help but feel their scalps go slightly numb when they thought of the changes that occurred on Zishang earlier.
That flame brand vanished. Duanling Tian, whose face was covered in shock and had his fixed upon Zishang since the beginning, had suddenly noticed that the flame brand between Zishang's brows had gradually become faint and vanished. The Devil Seal tablet has stopped moving restlessly. Subsequently, Duanling Tian noticed that the Devil Seal tablet within his spatial ring wasn't in a frenzy any longer, and it lay there silently without the slightest movement.
Looks like my guess was correct. The changes that occurred on Zishang earlier are deeply connected with the Devil Seal tablet. At this moment, Duanling Tian had completely confirmed it.
Whoosh! After the flame brand between his brows vanished, Zishang's stiff face eased up slightly, and a wisp of a complacent smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. But in next to no time, his face went pale once more, and he repeatedly spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. After he hurriedly withdrew a healing medicinal pill and consumed it, Zishang's expression eased up, and then he retreated to the side as he looked at Bai Hao. Prince Hao, I'm injured. Yet you aren't, so you'll fight Duanling Tian first.
As he finished speaking, Zishang's face was filled with confidence, as if victory was within his grasp, and he seemed as if he was sure that he would surely be the top-ranked young genius in the dynasty martial competition today.
Bai Hao nodded, but the gaze he looked at Zishang with was filled with fear.
Duanling Tian, I'll fight you after 15 minutes. After Bai Hao's gaze left Zishang, it locked onto Duanling Tian as he directly issued his challenge.
Okay. Duanling Tian nodded. However, at this moment, his thoughts were still on the changes that occurred on Zishang, and he was unable to wrap his head around exactly what had happened to Zishang earlier. It wasn't only Duanling Tian, the other people had similar thoughts as well.
The changes in Zishang earlier were too strange.
Zishang, meanwhile, A void interpretation stage expert on a first-class spectating area stared at Zishang with a burning gaze as he asked directly, "Can you use what ability you utilized earlier? I felt that at that instant earlier, your strength seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. It was as if you possessed a formidable strength that was comparable to the void interpretation stage. But you seem to have lost all reason at that moment." Along with this void interpretation stage expert finishing, the gazes of all the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, including Duanling Tian himself, had descended onto Zishang in unison, as they wanted to know how Zishang would answer. In the first-class spectating area of the Darhan dynasty, everyone from the emperor to the members of the imperial family had looked at Zishang with eyes filled with bewilderment. "Big brother, exactly what happened?" Ziyan's beautiful face was covered in worry, as the scene of Zishang losing all reason earlier caused her to feel ill at ease. It was precisely because of this that she was unable to feel happy even if Zishang had defeated Bai Hao.
Actually, it's nothing great. Right when most people thought that Zishang wouldn't reveal his secret, Zishang had spoken out instead.
"What I executed earlier ought to be considered to be a secret technique. This secret technique was something I possessed innately, and every time I execute, it can allow the energy contained within my origin energy to increase by a few times. Of course, a secret technique like this possesses an extremely great side effect, and that is that it will make me lose all reason. This is something everyone ought to have seen earlier."
Prince Hao, sorry for the offense earlier. At that moment, I couldn't control myself. I hope you can forgive me. As he finished speaking, Zishang looked at Bai Hao before he slightly bowed in apology.
"There's no harm done.
Even I never imagined that you actually know such a terrifying secret technique. But unfortunately, you possessed it innately and others are unable to comprehend it." Bai Hao shook his head lightly as he revealed his magnanimity, and as he finished speaking, he had a regretful expression. But Bai Hao's gaze contained deep meaning, and he obviously was saying one thing while he thought something else and didn't believe Zishang.
Zishang naturally noticed the deep meaning within Bai Hao's gaze, yet he disregarded it. "So that's how it is. I truly never imagined that Zishang was innately capable of such a heaven-defying secret technique. If I was capable of utilizing a secret technique like this, then wouldn't my strength increase by a few times as well? My God! Zishang knows such a secret technique. Then doesn't that mean that so long as he utilizes the secret technique, it's very likely that he'll obtain the honor of number 1 in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? The first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? If it's really obtained by Zishang, then our Darkhan dynasty will be utterly famous." The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly, and many people were even excited to the point their faces flushed red. As far as most people were concerned, since Zishang knew such a terrifying secret technique, first place in the dynasty martial competition today would surely be his.
Even if it was the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, it might not be impossible for him to obtain.
After they witnessed the secret technique Zishang executed, they were filled with confidence towards Zishang.
"Imperial Uncle, I really don't know how to describe this disciple of yours. But with him in our Darhan dynasty, he's truly the fortune of our Darkhan dynasty," the emperor said to the old man by his side.
"Even I never imagined that there were actually so many great secrets concealed in the possession of this little fellow." The old man shook his head and smiled, and not the slightest bit blame or displeasure could be discerned from his beaming face.
As far as he was concerned, since he was able to take such a personal disciple in his entire lifetime, then even if he died now, he wouldn't have any regrets.
Secret technique? Unlike most of the people in the cage battle arena that deeply believed Zishang's words, Duanling Tian utterly didn't believe it, even though he didn't quite understand secret techniques himself. But there were many records related to secret techniques in the memories of the 2 lifetimes of the rebirth martial emperor. A secret technique was mostly an ability possessed by a special race, and it was utterly impossible for ordinary humans to master. Besides that, all those secret technique possessed shocking side effects. As far as he was concerned, if the changes that occurred on Zishang earlier was because of a secret technique, it was impossible for the side effect to be so simple. After all, it was a secret technique that allowed the strength of the origin energy within Zishang's body to increase by more than a single level. The side effect of this secret technique was merely to lose one's reason.
No matter if others believed it or not, he didn't. Moreover, the biggest reason that Duan Ling Tian didn't believe it wasn't because of this, but it was mostly because of the Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring.
Now, he'd already completely confirmed that the changes that occurred on Zishang was related to the Devil Seal tablet, even though he didn't know the exact reason.
Perhaps Zishang's words were able to deceive the others, yet it wasn't capable of deceiving Duan Ling Tian. I truly never imagined that this Zishang possessed an ability like that. After the flame brand appeared between his brows, his strength rose by at least a few times.
The punch he swung at Bai Hao earlier contained origin energy that was at least at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. As the person that had merged with the 2 lifetimes worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor,
Duan Ling Tian was still capable of discerning this even without the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. Even though Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to admit it in his heart, he had to admit that he was absolutely not a match for Zishang at that moment. Looks like the fortuitous encounter Zishang obtained is extraordinary, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself.
He clearly noticed the expressions of the people on the imperial family's first-class spectating area when the flame brand appeared between Zishang's brows, and Zishang exploded out with a strength that was comparable to a void interpretation stage expert. At that time, he knew that all the members of the imperial family, including Zishang Master, seemed to be utterly unaware that Zishang possessed a technique like this. He could be sure that this technique of Zishang's was something that only Zishang knew beforehand, and this technique ought to be from a fortuitous encounter Zishang obtained in the past. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, a voice sounded out by his ears, causing Duan Ling Tian to be pulled back from his thoughts. It was Bai Hao, who was in the sky above the cage battle arena, that had spoken once more. "I'm done." Obviously, Bai Hao had already finished resting. Even though he was the party that lost in the battle earlier, yet he wasn't the party that was injured because Feng Wudao had made a move in a timely manner to save him from Zishang.
Now, after he consumed a medicinal pill and recovered his origin energy to his prime, he beckoned at Duan Ling Tian to battle him.
Whoosh! After returning to his senses, Duan Ling Tian didn't hesitate to fly out and stand in confrontation with Bai Hao. Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression as he looked at Bai Hao. Bai Hao was a prince of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. His cultivation had surpassed the second prince by he'd comprehended 9th level fire concept and 2nd level rod concept, and he possessed a grade 3 spirit spear. Bai Hao was a formidable enemy to Duan Ling Tian. Of course, he was only a formidable enemy to Duan Ling Tian if he didn't execute his soul skill, 1000 Illusions. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd of spectators had moved their attention from Zishang towards Duan Ling Tian and Bai Hao, who were standing in confrontation. They knew that the incident earlier had come to an end. I wonder if this young man from the Darkstone Empire is capable of defeating Prince Hao. Up until now, his exact strength is still a mystery. I'm really looking forward to him fighting. Many people stared at Duan Ling Tian with burning gazes. Everyone from the Darkstone Empire even held their breaths. All along the way until now, they'd felt proud of Duan Ling Tian because he was representing their Darkstone Empire in the Dark Han dynasty. So, they hoped that Duan Ling Tian would be able to continue going forward and defeat Bai Hao to obtain the 2nd rank in the dynasty martial competition today. As for the first, they utterly didn't dare think of it now. The strength Zishang revealed caused them to be shocked from the bottom of their hearts. That strength had already exceeded the scope of a void initiation stage martial artist, and it wasn't something Duan Ling Tian could go against. At least, the current Duan Ling Tian was unable. The odds are really low. On the spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, Feng Tianwu returned to her seat as she mumbled. "Young miss, what's the odds for Brother Duan in this battle?" Elder Kong asked curiously. "It's only 1:1. Feng Tianwu sighed. "Then how much did you place on Brother Duan?" Elder Kong asked. "I of course placed the entire pile of origin stones from the winnings and Big Brother Duan's 5,000 low-grade origin stones. It's a total of 13,000 low-grade origin stones." Feng Tianwu spoke as a matter of course. The corners of Elder Kong's mouth twitched as he said with a bitter smile, "If Brother Duan wins this battle, then you'll be able to win another 13,000 low-grade origin stones. It's quite a lot." The cage battle arena that was slightly clamorous had gradually quieted down. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the violet-clothed young man and the white-clothed young man stood facing each other, and the battle was imminent. Duan Ling Tian, you and I will battle each other soon. Even if you take the initiative to admit defeat, I'll surely trample on your dignity and make you unable to raise your head in the world forever. Zishang stared fixedly at the violet-clothed young man as a cold smile suffused the corners of his mouth and his eyes flickered with a cold light. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed Zishang's gaze, yet he disregarded it and his attention was completely converged onto Bai Hao, who was before him. When he saw Bai Hao hadn't attacked for a long time, he decided to take the initiative. Zishang even dared to utilize such a terrifying ability, and he casually fabricated a secret technique to dismiss the curiosity of others. Perhaps I can learn from him. Duan Ling Tian came to a decision in his heart. Practically the instant he made this decision, Duan Ling Tian moved. Whirlwind. At this instant, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into an extremely swift gale that swept towards Bai Hao. When he saw a 7-foot-long spear appear out of thin air in Bai Hao's hand and origin energy skyrocket on Bai Hao's body to finally transform into material flames that were ready to gush out, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged. Whoosh! As his figure flashed out, a dim light flashed into appearance within the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes that squinted. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force didn't hesitate in the slightest to practically instantly fuse into the soul brand in the depths of his soul. 1,000 illusions. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian directly utilized his soul skill. A mysterious illusory space instantly condensed into form before enveloping Bai Hao and followed him like a shadow. All of this happened within the blink of an eye. When faced with the illusory space that was constructed by a spiritual force at the second level of the void interpretation stage, Bai Hao was trapped within it as expected. In the world before Bai Hao's eyes, Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed out to arrive nearby before attacking him. Whereas, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by and accept death. He fiercely swung the spirit spear in his hand to instantly smash out towards Duan Ling Tian. In reality, outside the illusory space, Duan Ling Tian had already moved to the side before he even came close to Bai Hao, and he arrived behind Bai Hao in a short moment. What's going on? Meanwhile, a peculiar scene appeared before the eyes of the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. They saw that when Duan Ling Tian flashed to arrive behind Bai Hao, not only did Bai Hao not avoid, he didn't even turn around, and he instead raised the grade 3 spirit spear in his hand before fiercely smashing out towards the air before him. Has Bai Hao gone mad? Many people were dumbstruck. Bang! Right at this moment, with a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian, who had moved to arrive behind Bai Hao, had slapped out with his palm to hit directly onto Bai Hao's back, directly heavily injuring and blasting Bai Hao flying. Pooh! Bai Hao's figure shook as he spat a mouthful of blood. His figure was like an arrow that left the bow before stopping in midair in a slightly embarrassing state, and his eyes were filled with rage as he shouted coldly, "Who attacked me from behind?" But he was quickly stunned. Because when he turned around, he noticed that the person who heavily injured him was actually Duan Ling Tian. How can this be possible? Bai Hao had a dumbstruck expression and didn't dare believe that all this was real. Duan Ling Tian was clearly fighting with him head-on earlier, whereas it was precisely because he was fighting Duan Ling Tian head-on that he didn't pay attention to his back, causing him to be struck with a sneak attack. But after he suffered a strike from the sneak attack and was blasted flying, he noticed that the Duan Ling Tian he was fighting with had vanished, and another Duan Ling Tian had appeared. Moreover, this Duan Ling Tian that appeared was the person that launched a sneak attack on him. He could be 100% sure that it was absolutely impossible for the Duan Ling Tian that was fighting him to instantly move around and arrive behind him before launching an attack from behind. At this moment, if it wasn't for only a single Duan Ling Tian remaining at the scene, he would feel that Duan Ling Tian had a twin brother. What happened just now? The surroundings of the cage battle arena were in an uproar. The scene that occurred earlier caused them to be filled with bewilderment. Originally, when they saw Duan Ling Tian charge towards Bai Hao, they thought that both of them would fight head-on, but in the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian instead moved to arrive behind Bai Hao, and they'd seen all of this clearly. Yet at this moment, a strange scene appeared. Bai Hao actually abandoned Duan Ling Tian and attacked the heir as if the heir was his opponent. At that instant, they even felt that Bai Hao might have gone mad.
Subsequently, they saw Bai Hao being heavily injured by Duan Ling Tian's palm strike in a completely unguarded state before being blasted flying and directly losing.
Of course, there was a reason they felt Bai Hao had lost.
So long as it was someone with a discerning gaze, they would be able to discern that it was impossible for Bai Hao to continue battling Duan Ling Tian with his current condition.
They wouldn't have discussed and agreed to put on a show, right? Impossible.
Bai Hao is the young prince of our Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. How could he possibly act recklessly in an occasion like this?
If they aren't putting on a show, then can you explain what happened earlier? The entire cage battle arena was in an uproar, and they were shocked by the strange scene that occurred earlier. Of course, there was no lack of inscription masters at the void interpretation stage present, and every time they watched the battle, they would unconsciously stretch out their spiritual force.
Earlier, the instant that Bai Hao attacked the air, they obviously sensed a material spiritual force envelop Bai Hao. Right when they wanted to investigate that spiritual force, Bai Hao was already heavily injured and blasted flying by Duan Ling Tian, whereas that spiritual force vanished along with this.
Elder Lu, what technique is that? I don't know. It seems to be a technique executed by spiritual force. Not only that, that spiritual force wasn't weak, and it was Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force. That spiritual force is probably at the second level of the void interpretation stage. I truly never imagined that a mere 9th level void initiation stage martial artist like Duan Ling Tian actually possessed such a formidable spiritual force. Perhaps he obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter, but this is only second in importance. The most important is the technique he utilized earlier. Elder Kong, amongst us inscription masters, your spiritual force is the strongest. Did you notice any clues? On the 9 first-class spectating areas, many inscription masters that were familiar with each other had started to privately discuss animatedly via voice transmission. In next to no time, the gazes of many inscription masters had descended in unison onto an old man on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan. Elder Kong couldn't help but be stunned when faced with the inquiries of these inscription masters via voice transmission. Brother Duan, did you rely on your spiritual force to execute some sort of skill earlier? Actually, Elder Kong had noticed the spiritual force Duan Ling Tian enveloped Bai Hao with, but he didn't know the specifics of what Duan Ling Tian had done. He subconsciously felt that Bai Hao's abnormality was related to Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force. As an inscription master at the void interpretation stage, he himself had no way of executing any skill via spiritual force that could directly affect another.
So he felt that when something unusual happened, there was surely something strange going on, and the essence of the problem was Duan Ling Tian. More or less like Xianxia, a secret technique I possess innately. Duan Ling Tian didn't hesitate in the slightest when Elder Kong's voice transmission entered his ears and he spoke of the excuse he'd prepared long ago. Elder Kong was first stunned and then he derided via voice transmission. Do you think I would believe that? Is it important whether you believe it or not? Duan Ling Tian questioned in reply. Right, is it important?
Presently, it was obvious that Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to speak about it. And if Duan Ling Tian didn't speak about it, it would be utterly impossible for him to know the truth. But Elder Kong didn't continue trying to get to the bottom of it, and he instead replied those inscription masters one by one. I know a little bit about this skill of Duan Ling Tian's. It's a secret technique he possesses innately. Elder Kong's words caused the group of inscription masters to be stunned. A secret technique again? Moreover, it's possessed innately as well? For a time, all the inscription masters looked at each other and seemed to want to ask the other, "Do you believe it?" But even if they didn't believe it, they could do nothing because they were utterly unable to explain exactly what skill had Duan Ling Tian utilized earlier. Demonic technique. In the first-class spectating area belonging to the imperial family, unlike the dumbstruck expression of the emperor, the black-clothed old man, and by Xian's beautiful face went pale and her eyes were filled with terror. She'd experienced Duan Ling Tian's demonic technique herself and deeply knew of its terrors. Brother! Xian instantly looked at Xianxia, who stood in the distant sky, and said via voice transmission with slight worry, Duan Ling Tian's demonic technique is too terrifying. Prince Hao is actually completely helpless before him. Yen, there's no need to worry. Wasn't Bai Hao similarly helpless before me a moment ago? Zishang lightly shook his head and consoled Zi Yen via voice transmission with a tone filled with confidence. Zi Yen recalled her older brother's ability when she heard this, causing her to heave a sigh of relief, yet her beautiful eyes still revealed slight worry. Elder Ghost, you said that Duan Ling Tian executed a soul skill earlier? Zishang's cold and indifferent gaze stared at Duan Ling Tian as his thoughts went straight into the depths of his mind, and he seemed to be communication with something. Yes, the ghastly and aged voice sounded out abruptly within Zishang's mind. Even though I don't know why a human kid like him is capable of executing a soul skill that's like a spiritual force attack before the martial emperor stage, but I can be sure that he used a type of illusory realm soul skill to effect that Bai Hao. And that's why he was capable of defeat Bai Hao in one go. Illusory realm soul skill? What's that? Zishang was slightly shocked in his heart. An illusory realm soul skill is a soul skill that constructs an illusory space with spiritual force, and with a single thought, one is capable of sealing another within the illusory space to be at one's mercy. The ghastly and aged voice sounded out once more. Zishang's pupils constricted as he gasped in his heart. In this way, when I carried out the agreement of 2 years with him in the 7-star sword sect that day, he utilized this illusory realm soul skill to cause me to be in such a sorry state, and he even caused the others to think that I'd gone mad. When he recalled the scene in the life and death arena at the peak of the 7-star sword sect's Dubhe Peak, Zishang's expression darkened completely. At that time, he thought that Duan Ling Tian had utilized some sort of demonic technique, yet never had he imagined that it would turn out to be a type of illusory realm soul skill. Elder Ghost. Zishang's tone contained slight fear. Since Duan Ling Tian can execute such a terrifying soul skill, wouldn't that mean that I'll surely lose in the battle with him? I'm not resigned to losing. As he finished speaking, Zishang had an unwilling expression. Humph. Do you really think that an illusory realm soul skill can be invincible under the heavens? The ghastly and aged voice grunted coldly, and then continued. An illusory realm soul skill is only effective against another whose spiritual force is inferior to one's own or another who possesses a similar spiritual force as oneself, and is an inscription master. So long as you allow me to temporarily control your body, my incomplete soul will fuse into your soul. At that time, even though your spiritual force would be unable to compare to my peak strength, yet it would far surpass this kid's second-level void interpretation stage spiritual force, and his soul skill would be utterly useless against you. As he finished speaking, the ghastly and aged voice was filled with disdain. Zishang was instantly overjoyed when he heard this. Since it's like this, then I'll trouble Elder Ghost. Remember your promise to me, otherwise, I, Ghost Flame, will put my incomplete soul on the line to make you suffer. You ought to know that I have the ability. Suddenly, the aged and ghastly voice's tone changed and threatened him. Yes, yes. Zishang hurriedly replied without daring to dally in the slightest. Even though the thing that was concealed within the depths of his mind, it was only a strand of an incomplete soul that was unable to seize control of his body. Yet this soul's background and ability was something he knew clearly. He knew that this was an extremely terrifying figure and a double-sided blade in his hands. If used wisely, it would kill a myriad of enemies, yet if misused, it would destroy him. Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps never in your dreams would you have imagined that your soul skill would be utterly useless before me, right? So long as Elder Ghost's incomplete soul temporarily fuses with my soul and obtains temporary control of my body, my spiritual force will far surpass yours. Zishang stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian as a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. At this moment, his heart that had risen to his throat because of seeing Duan Ling Tian execute the demonic technique one more had completely returned to its place, and he was completely unafraid. Duan Ling Tian, what did you do to me just now? Bai Hao stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze as he asked with a low voice. Along with Bai Hao's question, besides the group of Void Interpretation Stage inscription masters including Elder Kong, Everyone present, including Feng Wudao, had turned their gazes towards Duanling Tian in unison.
For a time, Duanling Tian had undoubtedly become the center of attention. Duanling Tian was prepared since long ago, and he said unhurriedly, "My situation is similar to Zishang. I innately possess a type of secret technique."
Duanling Tian's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena to be in a complete uproar. A secret technique again? He wouldn't be deliberately deceiving everyone, right? When Zishang executed the secret technique, at least a flame brand would appear between his brows, and he would instantly possess a strength comparable to a void interpretation stage expert, whereas I was utterly unable to discern any clue when he executed his secret technique. Could it be that his secret technique caused by how to instantly seem as if he'd gone mad? It ought to be to cause by how to hallucinate.
If it's true, then this secret technique is too peculiar. Even though many people felt that these two types of secret techniques appeared one by one was truly too much of a coincidence, no one doubted Duanling Tian's words. After all, they were utterly unable to explain what had occurred earlier.
Secret technique? Duanling Tian knows a secret technique as well?
Moreover, it's such a peculiar secret technique.
Looks like Duanling Tian still had the chance to compete for the first in the Dynasty Martial competition with Zishang. The eyes of the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire lit up. Originally, they didn't hold any hope for Duanling Tian to obtain first place in the Dynasty Martial competition. After all, Zishang had relied on his secret technique and revealed a strength that caused them to shudder in fear. Yet now, Duanling Tian had relied on a secret technique to execute a skill that caused them to feel shocked. So hope had once more arisen in their hearts, and they were once again filled with confidence in Duanling Tian.
Secret technique? Of course, many people doubted Duanling Tian's explanation as well. Is it really such a coincidence?
Imperial uncle, do you believe it? The emperor asked the black-clothed old man by his side. The old man shook his head. It's impossible that it's so coincidental, but we're temporarily unable to explain why he was able to cause by how to hallucinate instantly. Duanling Tian is too strange. The second prince, by he, frowned as he said with a low voice, "If he really seized first place in the Dynasty Martial competition today, then where would our Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family put our face? This doesn't matter." The emperor seemed to be unaffected and completely disregarded any resentment.
No matter who obtains first today, they're the subjects of our Darkhan dynasty, and they will represent our Darkhan dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 1 year from now, in the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan. Big Brother Duan is so strong. Feng Tianwu returned to her seat while she looked at Duanling Tian with a gaze of admiration, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tender affection. "Young miss, has the betting for the battle between Duanling Tian and Zishang started?
What are the odds?" Elder Kong seemed to be extremely interested in this.
"Humph. The members of the imperial family underestimate Big Brother Duan too much. In the battle between Zishang and Big Brother Duan's rate is 1:3, yet Zishang's rate is only 3:1.
In other words, if a person bet Duanling Tian would win and placed a single low-grade origin stone, then so long as Duanling Tian won, besides being able to obtain the origin stone placed as the bet, the person would be able to earn an extra 3 low-grade origin stones.
On the other hand, if a person bet that Zishang would win and placed a bet of 3 low-grade origin stones, then even if Zishang won, besides reclaiming the origin stones placed initially, the person would only be able to earn a single origin stone. Isn't this very good?
So long as Brother Duan wins, the almost 27,000 low-grade origin stones you placed will be able to be multiplied by a few times. Elder Kong smiled and then stood up. This old man wants to go place a bet for fun as well. Elder Kong, how can you play around with Tianwu and Ling Tian as well? Are you so confident in Ling Tian? Feng Wudao shook his head.
In any case, there aren't many origin stones in my possession, so I'll just take it as playing skipping stones with a few origin stones. Elder Kong shrugged and spoke indifferently.
Feng Wudao nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a spatial ring shot at Elder Kong. Help me place a bet on Ling Tian with the 100,000 origin stones in here. 100,000 low-grade origin stones? The corners of Elder Kong's mouth twitched slightly as he received the spatial ring, and he felt slightly speechless. Meanwhile, he really wanted to directly ask a single question. Didn't you say I was playing around? Father, you're placing so many origin stones. Aren't you afraid big brother Ling Tian will lose? Feng Tianwu was shocked by Feng Wudao's extravagance.
If that kid dares to lose, then I won't marry my treasured daughter to him, said Feng Wudao indifferently. Father, what are you talking about? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face blushed and she lowered her head as she spoke in embarrassment.
Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know about the situation on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, nor did he know that Feng Wudao had placed 100,000 low-grade origin stones on him in the battle between him and Zishang. If he knew, Duan Ling Tian would surely feel even more pressure.
Third place in the Dynasty Martial competition today is obtained by Bai Hao. He has acquired the reward of 20,000 low-grade origin stones.
Meanwhile, one of the old men in the sky above the cage battle arena that were in charge of presiding over the martial competition had passed a spatial ring to Bai Hao before announcing. After Bai Hao left, Zishang flashed out to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena after a short moment, and he stood in confrontation with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, do you need to rest? Zishang glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Ling Tian as a wisp of disdain arose in the corners of his mouth. So as to avoid that you'll say I won unfairly after I defeat you. Defeat me? Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Zishang, looks like you're just like before. You're full of confidence towards yourself. I remember that during the battle on the 7-star sword sex Dubhe Peak all those years ago, you seemed to be confident like this. But the outcome was that not only did you lose, you suffered a crushing defeat. Humph.
It's impossible for the miracle that happened that day to repeat itself. Zishang's face sank when he heard Duan Ling Tian mention the past that he couldn't bear to think of, and he grunted coldly. That might not be the case. Duan Ling Tian continued. Even though he was already ready to risk everything and intended to directly utilize the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, against Zishang, when he thought of the strange flame brand that appeared between Zishang's brows and caused Zishang's strength to suddenly rise explosively. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian was still slightly worried in his heart, worried that at the same time that Zishang's strength improved, Zishang's spiritual force would rise along with it. If Zishang's spiritual force could rise along with it as well, then he would have no confidence in winning unless a miracle occurred. Could be said that he was gambling in this battle. He was gambling that Zishang's spiritual force would rise along with Zishang's strength. You'll know soon enough. Zishang's gaze was slightly cold as the origin energy on his body raged and leaped about before seeming to transform into a ball of white flames that enveloped him within it. And he didn't have any intention of withdrawing his zither. Looks like you intend to directly execute your secret technique? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. You're smart, but unfortunately, you'll lose for sure today. I'll let you know that going against me will be an eternal nightmare for you. Zishang's words were extremely arrogant, and the white clothes on his body fluttered without wind as he prepared to attack at any moment. Meanwhile, a worker of the cage battle arena made an appearance on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darhan dynasty's imperial family, and the worker bowed respectfully and reverently to the emperor. What is it? The emperor frowned. Your Majesty, the Feng clan's Lord Wu Dao has placed a bet of 100,000 low-grade origin stone on this final battle. The worker took a deep breath and spoke slowly. 100,000 low-grade origin stones? Instantly, everyone sitting nearby the emperor, including the emperor himself, was shocked. Yes, the worker nodded. Who did he bet on? The black-clothed old man asked with a frown. Duan Ling Tian, said the worker once more. Looks like he's extremely confident of Duan Ling Tian. But unfortunately, he's probably going to be disappointed. The black-clothed old man laughed coldly. Imperial uncle, you seem to be extremely confident of Zishang? This Duan Ling Tian innately possesses a secret technique to rely on, said the emperor. He was slightly bewildered by the old man's confidence of Zishang. Even though he felt Zishang's chances of winning were greater as well, he didn't have such a great certainty like the old man. Zishang just told me that he isn't afraid of Duan Ling Tian's secret technique, said the old man. So that's how it is.
The emperor nodded with understanding, and then he revealed a smile. In other words, this battle of Zishang's is practically certain. Looks like Feng Wudao is going to bleed this time. At this moment, the gazes of all the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had descended in unison onto Duanling Tian and Zishang, who stood in confrontation in the sky above the cage battle arena. Most people waited with bated breaths for the final battle between Duanling Tian and Zishang. They knew that the battle between Duanling Tian and Zishang would decide the person that took the first in the dynasty martial competition today. A battle of two young geniuses that possess secret techniques. This battle will surely be extremely interesting. Who do all of you think has the greater chance of winning? I think that Zishang's chances are slightly better. After all, when Zishang attacks, his strength is comparable to a void interpretation stage expert. I think it's more like that Duanling Tian will win, as his secret technique is extremely strange and impossible to guard against. Most people felt that Zishang's chances of winning were greater, and a few felt that Duanling Tian's chances were greater. In the sky above the cage battle arena, after a few years, two rivals had encountered each other once more and stood on the stage of battle. The last time Duanling Tian had used his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, to completely crush Zishang and cause Zishang to flee. What would the outcome be today? At this moment, not to mention the onlookers, even Duanling Tian himself didn't dare be sure what the outcome would be. Suddenly, Duanling Tian noticed that a small black dot had appeared out of thin air between Zishang's brows, and the small black dot was ceaselessly growing bigger. Duanling Tian, I know that you're capable of relying on your spiritual force to execute an illusory realm soul skill. Besides that, your spiritual force has even attained the second level of the void interpretation stage. Unfortunately for you, after my secret technique is executes, my spiritual force will far surpass yours, and your soul skill will be utterly useless. Suddenly, Zishang's arrogant voice transmission sounded out by Duanling Tian's ears. Duanling Tian's expression instantly went grim when he heard this voice transmission. Zishang actually knows that I'm capable of executing a soul skill? Moreover, he even knows the level of my spiritual force? How can this be possible? Not to mention Zishang might not be an inscription master. Even if Zishang was an inscription master and was capable of noticing his spiritual force, it would be impossible for Zishang to know that he used a soul skill to defeat Bai Hao. Moreover, Zishang's words seemed as if he even knew the specific use of his soul skill. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt a chill run down his spine, and he had the feeling as if he was completely exposed before Zishang. This feeling caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. You, how do you know this? Duanling Tian took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. I don't have the obligation to tell you. You, Duanling Tian, are bound to be trampled beneath my feet today. Zishang replied indifferently, and as he finished speaking, his tone became even more arrogant, whereas the small black dot between Zishang's brows was still ceaselessly enlarging. And it have already possessed the outline of the flame brand. Your secret technique probably requires some time to be executed, right? Duanling Tian smiled coldly as his figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning that shot straight towards Zishang without daring to hesitate in the slightest. He wanted to heavily injure and defeat Zishang in one go before the flame brand between Zishang's brows appeared completely. As he flashed out, two dim lights started to flicker within the depths of Duanling Tian's eyes. Thousand illusions. Instantly, Duanling Tian's vast spiritual force once again constructed an illusory space that swept towards Zishang and enveloped Zishang, whose flame brand between his brows hadn't completely appeared. When he saw Zishang being enveloped by the illusory space and the illusory space showing no signs of collapsing, Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like there's still time. Duanling Tian's gaze went slightly cold as abruptly flashed out. Whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, Duanling Tian had arrived by Zishang's side. His gaze went cold as he punched out explosively, and his origin energy emitted an explosive bang as it fiercely smashed towards Zishang's head. If this punch were to hit its target, then Zishang would at least be heavily injured if he escaped death. At this moment, Duanling Tian didn't notice that practically the instant he moved, the black between Zishang's brows had instantly transformed into a flame brand. When Duan Tian flashed to arrive by Zishang's side and the fist he swung out was extremely close to Zishang's head. Zishang moved. Swoosh!
Instantly, Zishang vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already over 10 meters away, thus this punch of Duan Tian's naturally missed. Shit! Practically at the exact same instant, Duan Tian's expression went grim.
Because he noticed that at the same time Zishang vanished before his punch, the illusory space created by his soul skill had actually collapsed. When gaze descended onto Zishang once again, he instead noticed that the black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows had already appeared. At this moment, Zishang's eyes were obviously slightly dim, and it seemed as if he was a human puppet that had lost its souls.
Zishang wouldn't be possessed by a ghost, right? Duan Tian frowned. At the same time, Duan Tian noticed that the spatial ring on his hand that was trembling slightly had actually started trembling more intensely at this moment.
Obviously, the Devil Seal tablet was rising in revolt once more, and it was as if it had taken a stimulant. Duan Tian took a deep breath and didn't hesitate to sweep out with his spiritual force with the intention of detecting Zishang's strength. Unfortunately, his spiritual force hadn't even approached Zishang before it seemed as if it collided with cotton before vanishing like a stone that sunk into the ocean.
Why is it like this? Duan Tian's pupils constricted and his face darkened. Unfortunately, based on the current circumstances, he didn't have time to think so much because Zishang had already attacked.
Swoosh!
Zishang flashed directly towards Duan Tian with a speed so swift that it caused Duan Tian to be slightly unable to react to it.
When Duan Tian finally reacted, Zishang was already before him. Bang!
With a raise of his hand, Zishang's bare fist swept out and brought about a wave of deafening explosions as it smashed towards Duan Tian. Sword-drawing arts.
At this moment, Duan Tian only had the time to raise his sword to block Zishang's fist. Bang!
The fist smashed onto Duan Tian's spirit sword and it directly shocked the origin energy on the spirit sword to dispersal and caused it to start trembling intensely. It wasn't just that, even the palm of Duan Tian's hand that held the sword split open, causing fresh blood to drip down.
This marks the end of the mass release this time. Enjoy! Fortunately, when Zishang's fist smashed at him, Duan Tian slightly eased up his grip on his spirit sword. Otherwise, his entire arm would possibly be crippled. A grade 3 spirit sword was capable of staying intact under Zishang's strength, but his arm wasn't. Even if he possessed an extraordinary cultivation, his body was a body of flesh and blood, and he was utterly unable to compare to a spirit weapon. Whoosh!
From the moment Duan Tian struck out with his sword and was injured by Zishang, only an instant had passed and the phenomenon of heaven and earth was slowly condensing into form in the sky as well.
The 30-plus ancient horned dragon silhouettes weren't able to completely condense info form when Duan Tian had already executed his movement technique, Whirlwind, to retreat towards the distance in a sorry state. Even though he stopped the blood flowing from his palm with his origin energy, he still felt his entire arm become numb, causing him to be unable to use the slightest bit of strength.
Fourth level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Tian couldn't help but gasp as he looked at Zishang, who had a dull gaze and seemed like a puppet. Earlier, when Zishang attacked by Hao, he'd suspected that Zishang's strength was at the fourth level of the void interpretation stage or above. Now, after he'd felt it himself, he'd completely confirmed that even though Zishang's fist that shot over like a cannonball only contained origin energy, the strength of the origin energy was comparable to a fourth-level void interpretation stage martial artist.
While disregarding spirit weapons and concept, a fourth-level void interpretation stage martial artist possessed the strength of 60 ancient horned dragons solely from origin energy.
Such strength was almost double Duan Tian's full strength.
Instantly, Duan Tian felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, within the depths of Zishang's mind, exceedingly arrogant laughter sounded out abruptly yet didn't leave his mouth. If Duan Tian heard this laughter, he would surely be able to discern that this laughter belonged to Zishang. Even though Zishang didn't have any control over his body now, he was still capable of seeing everything in the outside world. Elder Ghost, even if you can't kill him, I hope that you can heavily injure him. I want to step on his head and relentlessly humiliate him. so that he'll know the gap between the two of us. Xianxia's voice continued to resound out, and it was filled with ruthlessness. Are you ordering me around? The aged and ghastly voice grunted coldly and was extremely displeased.
No, I'm requesting it of Elder Ghost. Xianxia was instantly in panic.
Even though the old man's incomplete soul was unable to occupy his body, the old man was instead capable of directly causing him to become a retard by way of inflicting self-harm, and that wasn't something he was willing to see. Moreover, to a certain extent, the old man's existence could be considered to be his trump card. This trump card had an extremely great use.
Just like now, with his 9th level Void Initiation stage spiritual force, he would be utterly unable to resist when facing Duanling Tian's soul skill. But because of the existence of the old man's incomplete soul, not only had it allowed him to escape calamity, it also allowed him to wantonly crush Duanling Tian. Even though his body wasn't controlled by him right now, he still felt extremely satisfied, and it was as if the person that crushed Duanling Tian in all aspects wasn't Elder Ghost, but himself. After his strength rose to the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage, his spiritual force has risen along with it, and my soul skill is utterly unable to affect him the slightest. With my soul skill being useless, it will also mean that it's extremely unlikely for me to defeat him. Duanling Tian stared at Xianxia, who possessed a pair of listless eyes from afar, and he had a fearful expression. At this moment, Duanling Tian naturally didn't know that the person controlling Xianxia's body wasn't Xianxia any longer, and it was instead another extremely terrifying existence. Merely an incomplete soul was capable of allowing Xianxia's origin energy and spiritual force that was at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage to directly rise to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage.
Thousand illusions. The eyes of Duanling Tian, who refused to believe his soul skill was useless, flickered with a dim light, and he once again executed his soul skill. But unfortunately, his spiritual force had only just constructed a completely new illusory space when it was directly shattered at the instant it came into contact with Xianxia.
Duanling Tian's secret technique seems to be useless towards Xianxia, a Void Interpretation stage inscription master that had his spiritual force extended out since the beginning couldn't help but exclaim with surprise.
Even though he didn't know what exactly Duanling Tian's secret technique was.
But his spiritual force was capable of noticing that when Duanling Tian's spiritual force approached Xianxia, it would be directly blasted to dispersal, causing Duanling Tian to be utterly incapable of executing his secret technique. Duanling Tian's secret technique is useless against Xianxia?
The words of this inscription master quickly spread out.
At the beginning, most of the people only possessed little knowledge of what was going on.
In the end, everyone came to a sudden understanding through the explanation of the other inscription masters, and they knew that the secret technique Duanling Tian executed was closely related to spiritual force.
I never imagined that Duanling Tian is capable of extending out his spiritual force. Looks like he's also an inscription master.
Such a monstrous genius in the martial Tao is actually an inscription master as well. His natural talent is truly shocking.
Duanling Tian's secret technique is useless, yet Xianxia's secret technique isn't. Looks like this battle is without suspense and Xianxia will surely win. The entire cage battle arena was filled with similar discussions, and more than 90% of the people felt that Duanling Tian would lose for sure.
Brother Ling Tian is in trouble this time. Elder Kong took a deep breath, and his eyes contained slight fear.
Big Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu had a worried expression.
Only Feng Wudao looked at the scene before him with a calm expression, and he seemed as if it was unrelated to him and didn't have the slightest intention of making a move to help Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, if you're really unable to go against him, then admit defeat. There's no need to persist. The result of second place in the Dynasty Martial Competition is already not bad. Everyone from the Darkstone Empire sent Duanling Tian similar voice transmissions. Congratulations, Imperial Uncle. You've taken a matchless disciple. The Emperor congratulated the old man by his side. This is the fortune of our Darkhan dynasty. The old man tried his best to maintain a calm expression, yet his excited gaze had shapelessly betrayed him. You're right. With Xianxia's strength, it isn't difficult for him to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It's even to the extent that by relying on his secret technique, It's very likely that he can charge into first place in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. When the emperor spoke up to hear, he had an expression filled with excitement. First place in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? What an honor! The young expert that obtained this honor would also be the #1 young expert in all the 10 dynasties, including the Darkhan dynasty, and the young expert's name would spread throughout the 10 dynasties and go down in history. When he thought of how his personal disciple had the chance of obtaining such an honor, the excitement in the black-clothed old man's eyes grew.
If his disciple really obtained the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then he who was the master would surely become well known in the 10 dynasties and be well known by the later generations.
One lived for a single lifetime, thus it should be lived grandly and spectacularly.
If he was capable of leaving behind some traces in this world, then even if he died of old age or even transformed into a patch of soul, he wouldn't have any regrets.
Big brother.
Ziyan's beautiful face was filled adoration as she looked at Zishang, and her delicate fists were clenched tightly from excitement.
Why? Why don't I have a secret technique like this to rely on? The Darkhan dynasty's second prince, Bai He, that sat by Ziyan's side stared at Zishang with an expressionless face. Yet the depths of his eyes contained boundless envy mixed within.
If the people who were comparatively composed in the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family was noted, then it would only be Bai Hao.
Even though he'd lost successively at the hands of Duanling Tian and Zishang, Bai Hao wasn't dejected in the slightest, and he was instead filled with battle intent. He was a person that became stronger as he encountered stronger opponents, and after wandering about the various dynasties during these past few years, he'd become indifferent towards victory and defeat. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such a shocking cultivation at his age. Whoosh! Zishang once again transformed into a white-colored bolt of lightning that arrived before Duanling Tian in a short moment. Bang! He smashed out with another punch, and his skyrocketing origin energy seemed to have transformed into a dazzling and beautiful flame that carried a wave of ceaseless explosions as it swept towards Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian was utterly unable to dodge in time, and he could only swing out his sword once again while his origin energy skyrocketed beneath his feet, causing the sounds of wind and lightning to explode out as he fled hurriedly. Bang! This time, Zishang's bare fist was like a shooting star that directly blasted the Grade 3 spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand flying. Swoosh! The palm of Duanling Tian's hand that held the spirit sword was split open once again, and injury inflicted upon injury caused his entire palm to be dripping with blood.
Could it be that I really have to admit defeat? At this moment, Duanling Tian felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart.
The present Zishang was utterly not someone he could deal with, and he'd used all his ability earlier yet was unable to obtain the slightest advantage. A strength comparable to a 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artist was too terrifying.
Attacking with the strength of 60 ancient horned dragons was earth-shattering. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Admit defeat. Right when Zishang moved once more and transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed towards Duanling Tian, a clear voice transmission entered into Duanling Tian's ears.
Duanling Tian was able to discern that this was Feng Wudao's voice.
Duanling Tian sighed in his heart, and he opened his mouth with the intention of admitting defeat.
Yet right at this moment, the spatial ring that trembled ceaselessly on Duanling Tian's finger caused him to be unable to refrain from being hesitant. Exactly what's going on with the Devil Seal tablet?
Why is it restless after the small black dot appeared between Zishang's brows? At this moment, the Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring gave Duanling Tian the feeling like a hunter that noticed its prey and impatiently wanted to hunt it.
Presently, Duanling Tian had a certain level of understanding towards the pattern of the Devil Seal tablet's restlessness.
After the small black dot became a black-colored flame brand, the Devil Seal tablet became even more restless, and when Zishang attacked him now, the Devil Seal tablet seemed as if it was in a frenzy and wildly knocked all around the space within his spatial ring.
It wants to come out so badly? In an instant, a mad thought arose within Duanling Tian's heart. I wonder what terrifying thing will happen if I take out the Devil Seal tablet.
Duanling Tian had obtained the Devil Seal tablet all those years ago at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Swamp of Death.
He still remembered that the place he obtained the Devil Seal tablet was an underground palace.
At that time, he almost had his body seized away by a strand of a soul that was sealed within the Devil Seal tablet.
Fortunately, his soul was comparatively unique and didn't belong to this world, and it was because of this that he escaped calamity.
Since then, Duan Ling Tian had kept the Devil Seal tablet within his spatial ring. Yet never had he imagined that the Devil Seal tablet would suddenly act unusually, especially when the small black dot appeared between Zishang's brows and after the block-colored flame brand appeared. The Devil Seal tablet seemed as if it had taken stimulants and was extremely excited. Bang! Zishang arrived before Duan Ling Tian, and his bare fist that contained his skyrocketed origin energy swept out once more towards Duan Ling Tian. At this instant, even the air seemed to have been sucked out from this area Duan Ling Tian was standing at, and at the same time that it caused him to feel extreme pressure, he felt extremely uncomfortable. At a time like this, I can only withdraw the Devil Seal tablet and use it as a last resort to save a hopeless situation. I keep having the feeling that something insane will happen, but it ought to not be targeted at me. When his thoughts spun up to here, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Zishang's bare fist was very close by, and it didn't allow him the time to continue pondering. At this instant, Duan Ling Tian only had a single thought, and it was to take out the Devil Seal tablet and place it before him, as he wanted to see if the Devil Seal tablet would be capable of stopping Zishang. Truthfully speaking, Duan Ling Tian was still slightly perturbed at this moment. Bang! Practically the instant the Devil Seal tablet appeared, Zishang's bare fist had already smashed onto the Devil Seal tablet, and it emitted a wave of enormous bangs that were like thunderclaps and instilled fear in the hearts of all. Whoosh! 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 With the point Zishang's punch descended on as the center, the terrifying force gave rise to waves of horrifyingly strong winds that swept out in all directions, and it caused the clothes of many people to flutter. Yet the Devil Seal tablet instead lay before Duan Ling Tian and floated there without moving in the slightest. When Zishang's punch that contained the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons descended onto the Devil Seal tablet, it seemed as if it was scratching an itch for the Devil Seal tablet, and not to mention causing any harm, it was even unable to make it move in the slightest.
Looks like I've made the right bet. Duan Ling Tian was the first to reach to this, and his gaze lit up.
The second person to react to this was Feng Wu Dao.
When Feng Wu Dao saw Duan Ling Tian's grade 3 spirit sword being blasted flying by Zishang and then subsequently saw Zishang make a move against Duan Ling Tian once more, he'd already intended to make a move and obstruct Zishang. But right at the instant he intended to make a move, he instead noticed that a broken stone tablet had appeared out of thin air before Duan Ling Tian. There was nothing special about this stone tablet. There was a large portion of it missing, and its surface was inscribed with dense words, causing it to seem like a stone tablet that recorded something. But the following scene caused him to be stunned completely. Zishang's bare fist had swept through the sky and smashed onto the broken stone tablet, yet the stone tablet actually didn't move an inch. What stone tablet is this? After he recovered from his shock, Feng Wu Dao couldn't help but gasp. He felt that after going through half his lifetime, he'd seen many strange people and unusual things, yet it was still the first time he'd seen something so peculiar. The broken stone tablet was obviously not a spirit weapon, yet it easily stopped the attack of Zishang after Zishang had executed his secret technique, and it was truly astonishing. What's that? It seems like a tablet. I don't see anything special about it. There are words on the stone tablet. Do any of you recognize those words? I actually don't recognize a single word on it. There's something strange about this stone tablet. Bullshit. If there wasn't something strange about it, would it be capable of stopping Zishang's attack and not even move an inch? This broken stone tablet belongs to Duan Ling Tian? Could it be Duan Ling Tian's trump card?
It's possible.
Even though this stone tablet looks to be extremely normal, as the saying goes, the highest state is to return to simplicity. I think that it's surely a rare treasure. The topic in the surroundings of the cage battle arena completely twined around the broken stone tablet that had appeared out of thin air before Duan Ling Tian. Besides Duan Ling Tian and Zishang, everyone else felt that it was unbelievable. All of them were curious about exactly what was the stone tablet that Duan Ling Tian had taken out. Seal? Devil Seal? How could the Devil Seal tablet be in your possession? Right at this moment, a ghastly and aged voice muttered with slight panic. Even though the voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by many void interpretation stage martial artists present that possessed deep cultivations. The gazes of these void interpretation stage martial artists descended onto Xianxia in unison as the voice had come from Xianxia. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian noticed as well that even though the eyes of Xianxia who'd lost all reason was still extremely dull, yet Xianxia seemed to have suddenly recovered his reason. But this voice doesn't seem like Xianxia, right? Right when Duanling Tian felt extremely bewildered. The scene before him changed suddenly, and it caused him to be dumbstruck. After the Devil Seal tablet was smashed by Xianxia's punch, it moved instantly to swiftly fly towards Xianxia before fiercely smashing onto Xianxia's face without holding back in the slightest. It was as if it was taking revenge for the punch Xianxia smashed on it. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as Xianxia was blasted flying by the Devil Seal tablet, causing him to repeatedly spit out a few mouthfuls of blood and have an expression that flickered between an ashen and livid expression, and he seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. What's going on? Duanling Tian was stunned, and the others were stunned as well. Could anyone tell them exactly what was going on before their eyes? All the spectators, including Duanling Tian, didn't have the time to recover from their shock when the Devil Seal tablet whistled out once more and it smashed onto Xianxia once more and blasted him flying. Bang! 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 When facing Xianxia, the Devil Seal tablet seemed as if it was tireless as it whistled out repeatedly and repeatedly blasted Xianxia flying. During this entire process, Xianxia didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Look, quickly. The black-colored flame brand between Xianxia's brows is becoming faint. Could it be that it's going to vanish? Could it be that this broken stone tablet of Duanling Tian's is the bane of Xianxia's secret technique? Once the flame brand between Xianxia's brows vanishes, his strength will be reduced greatly, and at that time, the one that wins might not be him any longer. This stone tablet is too abnormal. At any rate, Xianxia that has executed his secret technique possesses the strength of a void interpretation stage expert, yet it's utterly insufficient before the stone tablet. Yeah, even though Xianxia's attacks are strong, yet when it descends onto the stone tablet, it seems as if it's scratching an itch for the stone tablet and it's utterly unable to make the stone tablet move an inch. The crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian's gaze descended between the brows of Xianxia as well. Along with the Devil Seal tablet completely crushing Xianxia, the flame brand between Xianxia's brows was gradually dimming down, and it completely vanished in the end. It was as if the flame brand had never appeared. After the black-colored flame brand vanished, Xianxia's eyes that were dim and listless had finally recovered the color in them. Whoosh! After the flame brand between Xianxia's brows vanished completely, the Devil Seal tablet seemed to have completely lost its target, and it stopped on the stop for a short moment before returning to Duanling Tian's side in the end. Xianxia's secret technique has been undone? Duanling Tian guessed in his heart. The distant Xianxia who'd received heavy injuries and was completely beyond recognition was barely able to use his origin energy to stop the bleeding from his injuries, yet his breathing was extremely rapid. Duanling Tian actually obtained the Devil Seal tablet. Could it be that he's really my bane? Xianxia stared hatefully at Duanling Tian and silently gnashed his teeth. Elder Ghost, could it be that there's no way to deal with the Devil Seal tablet? Xianxia took a deep breath before he communicated with the strand of incomplete soul that was concealed in the depths of his mind. This strand of incomplete soul had emerged from a broken piece of stone that he'd obtained years ago, and according to the owner of the incomplete soul, Ghost Flame, the broken piece of stone was a piece of the Devil Seal tablet, whereas Ghost Flame was a formidable existence that was suppressed by this piece of the Devil Seal tablet. Ghost Flame has once said that his soul was originally extremely strong, yet it was precisely because he was suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet and sealed within it that after lingering on in a steadily worsening condition until today, only a strand of his incomplete soul remained. The Devil Seal tablet is only effective against devils, or in other words, devil path cultivators. But so long as the Devil Seal tablet is present, it's impossible for me to help you like I have in the past. You can only rely on your own strength to deal with Duanling Tian. The ghastly and aged voice sounded out, and within the voice was deep fear mixed within, fear towards the Devil Seal tablet.
Win by relying on my own strength? The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched. He knew his own limitations. Early on, when he found out about Duanling Tian's ability to use soul skills and the scope of effect of Duanling Tian's soul skills, he knew that he would be utterly incapable of defeating Duanling Tian without ghost flames held.
Besides that, the ghastly and aged voice continued to resound within Xianxia's mind. You must not allow Duanling Tian to obtain the piece of Devil Seal tablet in your possession, no matter what.
Otherwise, once the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in his possession combines once more with the piece in your possession, and then he finds the last piece of the Devil Seal tablet, the complete Devil Seal tablet will appear in the world once again. At that time, Devil Path cultivators will greet a calamity once more. As he finished speaking, the aged and ghastly voice was filled with terror. If he possessed the complete Devil Seal tablet in his hands today, and not an incomplete Devil Seal tablet, then even if I hid in the depths of your mind, I would still be annihilated without a doubt. Xianxia couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. The complete Devil Seal tablet is actually so terrifying?
Of course. That Devil Seal tablet is a super saint weapon that's on the 10 great saint weapon rankings. The aged and ghastly voice continued.
10 great saint weapon rankings? A super saint weapon? Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked, and he only recovered from this shock after a few moments. Even though he knew nothing about the 10 great saint weapon rankings, nor did he know anything about the supreme saint weapon, just hearing it allowed him to know that they weren't simple. How did Duanling Tian obtain the Devil Seal tablet? Xianxia spoke with slight envy and hatred. I don't know. All I know is that because of a certain reason, the Devil Seal tablet was divided into 3 a long time ago. Amongst these 3 pieces, the main portion is the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in his hands, and the 2 pieces of the Devil Seal tablet are only secondary.
One of these pieces is within your possession. The ghastly and aged voice spoke once more.
Don't worry, Elder Ghost. Unless I die. Otherwise, it's impossible that the piece of the Devil Seal tablet in my possession will be taken away by Duanling Tian. Xianxia pledged in all seriousness and sincerity. The aged and ghastly voice replied and then said, If it's possible, I hope that you can seize the Devil Seal tablet in his possession, even though it's only an incomplete part of the Devil Seal tablet, yet the most important portion of the Devil Seal tablet is there.
How do I seize it? Xianxia asked. Even though I don't know for what reason the Devil Seal tablet has acknowledged him as its master. But so long as you can kill him, the Devil Seal tablet would become something without an owner again.
At that time, it might not be impossible to make it acknowledge you as its master with my help. The aged and ghastly voice was faintly excited when it spoke up to hear.
Elder Ghost, didn't you say that when my strength arrives at a certain extent in the future, you will pass down a Devil Path cultivation technique to me and allow me to become a formidable Devil Path cultivation?
Since it's like that, why do I need this Devil Seal tablet? Could it be that you want to seal me up? Xianxia was slightly puzzled. Humph. Do you think the Devil Seal tablet only has the capability of sealing devils? The aged and ghastly voice continued. As a super saint weapon in the 10 great saint weapon rankings, besides being capable of suppressing and obliterating the souls of Devil Path cultivations, the Devil Seal tablet is also capable of extracting the energy of the Devil Path cultivators sealed within it.
And after the energy is extracted from those Devil Path cultivators, it would be sealed within the Devil Seal tablet.
The incomplete Devil Seal tablet in that kid's possession is the container used to store the energy of the Devil Path cultivators that have been obliterated by the Devil Seal tablet. If a martial artist that hasn't cultivated a Devil Path cultivation technique is able to make the Devil Seal tablet acknowledge him as its master, then once that martial artist cultivates Devil Path cultivation techniques in the future, the martial artist will be capable of drawing assistance from the energy of the countless Devil Path experts sealed within it to cultivate and advance in strength by leaps and bounds.
Of course, from then onwards, the Devil Seal tablet would completely lose its ability to seal Devil Path cultivators, because it would gradually be transformed into a devil and completely lose its own ability. When he spoke up to hear, the ghastly and aged voice stopped before continuing. You're extremely fortunate to be able to encounter this incomplete Devil Seal tablet before cultivating a Devil Path cultivation method. After all, if it was a devil path cultivator that had already cultivated a devil path cultivation technique, not only would the cultivator be unable to allow the Devil Seal tablet to acknowledge him as its master, he would even encounter a backlash and be sealed by the Devil Seal tablet. As he finished speaking, the ghastly and aged voice carried terror that came from the soul. Ghost Flame's words entered completely into Xianxia's ears.
Yes, I'm extremely fortunate, but it isn't an easy matter to seize the incomplete Devil Seal tablet from him. Xianxia stared fixedly at the distant Duanling Tian, and at the depths of his eyes that were filled with ruthlessness was slight fear. Never had he imagined that after many years, he, who thought he would be capable of completely crushing Duanling Tian, had actually been completely crushed by Duanling Tian once more. He was extremely disgruntled, but he knew that it was useless. What he had to do now was to seize the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duanling Tian's possession, because it affected the advancement of his cultivation in the future. If you don't want to be countered and sealed by him with the Devil Seal tablet in the future after you've cultivated a Devil Path cultivation technique, then you can go ahead and give up. Elder Ghost's aged and ghastly voice resounded within Xianxia's mind, and it caused Xianxia's expression to be even more unsightly.
I didn't say I would give up. Xianxia spoke with a low voice. That's the best. Besides that, I have to remind you that I can't directly interfere in the battle between him and you like I have in the past. The incomplete Devil Seal tablet in his possession can counter and suppress me. Elder Ghost continued.
So, you can only rely on yourself to deal with him and seize the Devil Seal tablet in his possession. Of course, I can't interfere directly, yet I can try my best to help you advance in strength. Not for anything else, but for the sake of killing him and seizing the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in his possession. Thank you, Elder Ghost. I'll surely try my best. Xianxia took a deep breath and agreed. Don't try your best, but you must kill him. I can tell you that so long as you're capable of making that piece of the Devil Seal tablet acknowledge you as its master before you cultivate a Devil Path cultivation technique, then once you cultivate a Devil Path cultivation technique, your strength will soar into the sky in one go by relying on the energy of the various Devil Path experts that have been sealed within the Devil Seal tablet. And it isn't impossible for you to become a leader in the entire Devil Path. Ghost Flame continued tempting Xianxia. The facts proved that his temptation was extremely effective.
A Devil Path leader?
Xianxia's eyes flashed as his feelings surged completely. Bang!
Suddenly, Xianxia felt an enormous force assault his back, and it fiercely descended behind his neck.
In the next moment, he felt a wave of dizziness, and he completely lost consciousness.
Useless thing. In the depths of Xianxia's mind, the aged and ghastly voice was slightly exasperated.
Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian.
At this moment, the surrounding crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena were in a complete uproar, and they ceaselessly shouted Duanling Tian's name.
Presently, Duanling Tian had just constructed an illusory space and enveloped Xianxia with it. And under Xianxia's completely unguarded state, he'd gone around to Xianxia's back before knocking Xianxia out.
Without the assistance of Ghost Flame, Xianxia was only an ordinary 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and he was utterly incapable of withstanding Duanling Tian's soul skill, 1,000 Illusions.
Whoosh! In the first-class spectating area that belongs solely to the Imperial family, the black-clothed old man flew out to catch Xianxia that was knocked out, and he glanced deeply at Duanling Tian before returning to his seat.
Big brother. The old man had just brought Xianxia back when Ziyan had moved over to greet them with a worried expression.
He's fine, he's just knocked out. The old man shook his head, and then he stretched out his hand to rub Xianxia's temple. After a short moment, Xianxia moved and woke up in a daze. Ziyan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. Master, I'm sorry. I didn't obtain first place. After Xianxia woke up, he realized what had happened. Without Ghost Flame possessing his body and solely relying on his 9th-level Void Initiation stage spiritual force, he was utterly incapable of resisting Duanling Tian's soul skill. Even though he was disgruntled, he knew that he could do nothing about losing at Duanling Tian's hands.
The Devil Seal tablet countered Ghost Flame, causing Ghost Flame to be incapable of helping him resist the soul skill, thus he was bound to lose at Duanling Tian's hands.
You don't have to blame yourself. Being able to obtain second in the Dynasty Martial competition today is already extremely good. The old man shook his head and didn't have the slightest intention of blaming Zishang. Yeah, big brother, you're already extremely formidable, said Ziyan as well. No matter how formidable I am, so what about it? Didn't I still lose at Duanling Tian's hands? Zishang laughed in self-ridicule. And then he looked with a gaze that flickered with cold lights at Duanling Tian, who stood in the distant sky and was receiving the cheers of the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. Kid, it isn't easy for you to seize the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duanling Tian's possession with your current strength. I suggest you rely on the strength of the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family to make the imperial family seize the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duanling Tian's possession for you. Suddenly, Ghost Flame's voice sounded out in Zishang's mind. Relying on another to kill him? Zishang's gaze lit up when he heard this, and then he seemed to have thought of something inside. Elder Ghost. Even if exaggerate the ability of the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duanling Tian's possession, and even if the greed of the imperial family is aroused to the point of seizing it from Duanling Tian, aren't we just allowing others to reap the benefit? Zishang wasn't willing to make the effort. Yet allow another to reap the benefit. They'll reap the benefit? Ghost Flame said disdainfully. Even if they really reap the benefit, so what about it? If they're unwilling to give you the Devil Seal tablet, then you can return to kill them after a few years and annihilate them to reclaim the Devil Seal tablet. Even though Duanling Tian is presently far inferior to the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family in terms of strength, but needless to say, his potential is shocking. If the Devil Seal tablet is always within his possession, then you might not be capable of seizing it from his possession after a few years have passed. On the other hand, if the Devil Seal tablet falls in the hands of the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family, with my help, I have complete certainty that you'll possess the strength to crush the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family and seize back the Devil Seal tablet in a few years. Ghost Flame spoke extremely clearly. The Devil Seal tablet being in the hands of the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family was much better than it being in Duanling Tian's possession. Duanling Tian's potential threat was far greater than the imperial family. Elder Ghost is wise. Zishang wasn't stupid and instantly understood the meaning behind Ghost Flame's words. Don't worry, Elder Ghost. Once the martial competition ends today, I'll discuss it with my master and the Emperor. I believe that so long as I exaggerate it properly, they'll surely be interested in the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duanling Tian's possession. Zishang's words were filled with confidence. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the Darkstone Empire's young expert Duanling Tian has obtained the first rank in the Dynasty Martial competition of our Darkhan Dynasty today and will obtain the reward of 50,000 low-grade origin stones, the old man announced directly. Instantly, the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were in an uproar. Especially the members of the Darkstone Empire grinned from ear to ear. Swish! The other old man directly passed a spatial ring to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian stretched out his hand to receive it, and after he dripped blood on it to establish ownership and confirmed that there were 50,000 low-grade origin stones within it, he casually put away the spatial ring. The second ranked in the Dynasty Martial competition today is the young genius recommended by our Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family, Zishang, and he will obtain a prize of 30,000 low-grade origin stones. As for what the old man announced after that, Duanling Tian didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, his attention had descended completely onto the broken stone tablet that floated in the air. Now that I think about it, it seems strange that the Devil Seal tablet has actually become tied to me. Duanling Tian's figure flashed to arrive at the second-class spectating area the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated at in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Practically at the instant Duanling Tian descended onto the second-class spectating area, the Devil Seal tablet appeared by his side and floated in midair like his shadow. Right at this moment, Duanling Tian felt that there seemed to be a slight and imperceptible connection with him and the Devil Seal tablet. This type of connection wasn't unfamiliar to him. Every single time his blood dripped onto a spatial ring and he established ownership of it, he would have this feeling, the feeling of being connected by blood. Could it be that this devil seal tablet has acknowledged me as its master? A crazy thought arose within Duanling Tian's head, and it was a thought that even he felt was unbelievable.
But when did this devil seal tablet acknowledge me as its master? This was something that he didn't have the slightest knowledge about.
At this moment, even though Duanling Tian had already returned to the second-class spectating area that everyone from the Darkstone Empire was seated at, the numerous gazes from the surroundings of the cage battle arena were still locked onto him, and locked onto the devil seal tablet that floated by his side. Even though Duanling Tian had already obtained the honor of the #1 young expert in the Dynasty Martial competition, the process to obtain this was something that caused the people present to be deeply puzzled, and it was even unbelievable to them. To them, everything that had happened earlier was too peculiar. At the beginning, Duanling Tian's secret technique had lost its effect, and he was crushed by Xianxia's secret technique to the point of being in great peril.
Right when everyone thought that Duanling Tian would be defeated, an unexpected event arose suddenly in the nick of time. Duanling Tian withdrew a stone tablet that seemed to be extremely ordinary and was even a broken stone tablet, and it seemed as if it was picked up from the roadside.
But it was exactly a stone tablet like this that smashed Xianxia to the point of submission.
Even though Xianxia, who'd executed his secret technique, possessed a formidable strength, yet he was without the slightest strength to resist when facing that stone tablet.
Subsequently, everyone saw that along with the black-colored flame brand between Xianxia's brows vanishing, the secret technique Xianxia executed had lost its effect as well, and that broken stone tablet had returned to Duanling Tian's side along with the disappearance of the black flame brand. In the end, Xianxia, who'd suffered heavy injuries, stood on the spot in a daze. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian had easily went around to Xianxia's back before casually chopping out with his palm that was formed into a blade, and he directly knocked Xianxia out to claim first in the Dynasty Martial competition. The Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition had ended at this moment. No matter if it was the process or the outcome, all of it had exceeded the expectations of everyone. Originally, everyone was anticipating how interesting the final battle would be, yet no one imagined that the end would be so direct and straightforward. Moreover, it was filled with dramatics. Some people even felt that Duanling Tian and Xianxia had discussed it earlier and were putting on a show for them. Whoosh! When he saw the Devil Seal tablet's unusual actions was drawing more and more gazes, Duanling Tian commanded with his thought and put the Devil Seal tablet away in his spatial ring. Duanling Tian, congratulations! King Yong looked at Duanling Tian with a face covered in an excited smile, and he'd slightly lost his composure. Even though he was the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire and was normally extremely solemn, but when he saw Duanling Tian obtain first in the Dynasty Martial competition and had brought great honor to the Darkstone Empire, he'd completely disregarded his status. You've really proven that saying, so long as it's gold, then I'll shine brightly no matter where it goes and not be buried, said Su Li to Duanling Tian.
Brother Ling Tian, looks like I've underestimated you in the past. Xianxia sighed. Besides Long Yun, all the young geniuses of the Darkstone dynasty had congratulated Duanling Tian at this moment.
Long Yun stared at Duanling Tian with a flickering gaze, and what he was thinking in his mind was unknown.
Our Darkhan dynasty's martial competition has come to an end. 10 young geniuses have obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that's being held a year from now. In the sky above the cage battle arena, an old man announced with a grand voice.
Subsequently, the other old man looked at the emperor. Now, I invite our most respected emperor to say a few words. Whoosh! Practically the instant the old man finished speaking, the emperor had already appeared by his side, and then the emperor looked at the surroundings before saying slowly, "The Dynasty Martial competition today has given me a great pleasant surprise.
The 10 young geniuses that have obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, especially the young geniuses that are ranked at the top, have even caused me to be indescribably shocked.
I won't talk much about anything else. All of you 10 young geniuses must gather at the Imperial Palace half a year from now. At that time, I'll personally lead the group to head to the Northern Desert to watch the competition between the 10 young geniuses of my Darkhan dynasty and the young geniuses of the 9 other dynasties." After he finished saying all this,
the emperor's palanquin appeared in the sky above the cage battle arena.
After a short moment, The emperor walked into his 8-bearer palanquin and vanished before the eyes of everyone, whereas the remaining people from the imperial family successively left behind him. Duan Ling Tian, let me see if you're capable of protecting it after the imperial family's interest towards the Devil Seal tablet in your possession is aroused. Before he left, Zishang glanced coldly at Duan Ling Tian before flying by Ziyan's side and following behind the black-clothed old man to leave.
Once the members of the imperial family left, many people followed along with them.
At the same time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that many people were moving towards the spectating area where he was, and their targets had locked onto the group of people from the Darkstone Empire. Su Li, I'm leaving first. When he saw that things didn't look good, Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells to Su Li before fleeing. Swoosh! Su Li hadn't even reacted when Duan Ling Tian had already left the second-class spectating area to ascend the first-class spectating area that belonged solely to the Feng clan.
In the Feng clan's first-class spectating area, the Feng clan's patriarch and the other higher-ups weren't present any longer, and only Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong remained. Fortunately, I ran quickly. When he saw everyone from the Darkstone Empire, including King Yong, being surrounded by many fervent people, Duan Ling Tian slightly rejoiced in his heart. Even though some people noticed that Duan Ling Tian had left, yet no one dared follow him. The first-class spectating area wasn't a place that everyone could ascend. Brother Duan, I never expected that there would be a time that you would flee, Elder Kong joked. Duan Ling Tian was slightly embarrassed, then he looked at the red-clothed young woman that stood by Feng Wu Dao's side and his gaze lit up. Tian Wu, how much did we earn? Feng Tian Wu smiled. Big brother Duan, you should see for yourself. As she spoke, Feng Tian Wu passed a spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian dripped his blood and established ownership of the spatial ring before looking into it with a single thought, and with a glance he saw the low-grade origin stones that were piled into a mountain within the spirit ring. These low-grade origin stones are at least more than 100,000, right? It was extremely easy for Duan Ling Tian to guess this because the reward for the first in the Dynasty Martial competition was 50,000 low-grade origin stones.
And the origin stones before his eyes were more than double the amount of the 50,000 low-grade origin stones from before. Over 107,000, said Feng Tianwu with a smile. So much! Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and he withdrew and passed over the spatial ring he obtained as reward for obtaining the first in the Dynasty Martial competition to Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, I didn't expect that you would earn so much for me. Keep this 50,000 origin stones. But Feng Tianwu didn't move to receive it, and she directly refused. Big brother Duan, I said since the beginning that no matter how much your 5,000 origin stones earns, all of it is yours. I won't ask for it. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. But I didn't expect it would be able to earn so much. Keep it. Even if you take these 50,000 origin stones, I've still earned more than 100,000 origin stones from the betting. Originally, when his soul skill was unable to affect Zishang in the final battle, Duan Ling Tian had already helped No Hope. At that time, he'd thought of the pile of low-grade origin stones he left with Feng Tianwu, and he felt those origin stones were surely going to be lost. But he never imagined that fate would play such a great joke on him. As soon as the Devil Seal tablet appeared, it directly suppressed and even heavily injured Zishang, allowing him to turn defeat into victory.
Big brother Duan, I don't have any lack of origin stones. Moreover, my father has already gained a great profit because of you. Feng Tianwu shook her head firmly and she couldn't help but laugh as she finished speaking.
Duan Ling Tian had a puzzled expression.
Big brother Duan, you probably don't know yet. During the battle between you and Zishang, your rate was 1:3, and my father placed 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on you.
Feng Tianwu laughed. At a rate of 1:3, placing a bet of 100,000 origin stones would allow one to earn 300,000 origin stones. Duan Ling Tian's face froze when he heard this, and then he cursed. Who set this rate? Isn't he underestimating me too much? Even though I don't know who set this rate, I can be sure that fellow is surely filled with regret now. Elder Kong laughed, and then he shook his head and sighed. The eldest master was much bolder. He directly placed 100,000 origin stones on brother Duan. I only placed 10,000 origin stones. If I knew earlier that you'd win, I'd have placed the other 20,000 origin stones I had." As he finished speaking, Elder Kong was slightly regretful.
"Grandpa Kong, isn't it because you didn't believe in Big Brother Duan?" Feng Tianwu rolled her eyes angrily at Elder Kong, and then she held onto Feng Wudao's arm and started laughing. "It's still father that's more confident of Big Brother Duan."
I was originally already mentally prepared to lose those 100,000 origin stones. But Feng Wudao's words caused the smile on Feng Tianwu's face to be completely frozen. In next to no time, Feng Tianwu changed the topic, and her pair of beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity as she looked at Duanling Tian and asked, "Big Brother Duan, what was that broken stone tablet that you took out earlier? It seems to not be a spirit weapon."
Before Duanling Tian could open his mouth, Feng Wudai said, "We'll speak about it after we go home." Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu noticed that many burning gazes had shot over towards them from the other 7 first-class spectating areas, or more precisely speaking, they were staring at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian and Feng Wudao's group of 3 soared into the sky and headed towards the Feng clan estate.
When they saw Duanling Tian's figure vanish before their eyes, the peaceful atmosphere on the other 7 first-class spectating areas was broken directly. This son-in-law of Lord Wu Dao is really extraordinary. Yes, Duanling Tian looks to be around the age of 25, and his true age surely doesn't exceed 30. He has crushed the group of young geniuses of our Darkhan dynasty at such an age to obtain the honor of first place in the dynasty martial competition. It's truly a feat that's difficult to come by. According to me, his ranking at the top in the dynasty martial competition was obtained by relying on that broken and mysterious stone tablet. Otherwise, he wasn't Zishang's match. I wonder what that stone tablet is. It's actually so terrifying.
Many figures that stood amongst the higher ranks of the Darkhan dynasty discussed animatedly. Brother Ling Tian's improvement is truly monstrous. Zhang Shouyong stood amongst the group of Zhang clan members as he shook his head and sighed.
But his face quickly revealed a heartfelt smile. As Duanling Tian's friend, he felt happy for Duanling Tian being able to possess such achievements. Whereas, the eyes of the nearby Zhang Shouyuan that were suffused with terror gradually returned to normal after Duanling Tian's figure completely vanished before his eyes. Even if Duanling Tian can't be made a friend, we absolutely must not become an enemy with him. The Yi clan's patriarch spoke with an exceedingly heavy tone. The Yi clan's eldest master, Yi Xiao, that stood nearby, nodded with deep agreement. As for the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiang, that stood nearby, he was already terrified now to the point that his legs shivered. Never had he imagined that Duanling Tian would actually be able to obtain the honor of first place in the dynasty martial competition. On the other hand, it wasn't long before the words of the Yi clan's patriarch spread through the other 7 first-class spectating areas and caused the group of figures that stood at the peak of the Darkhan dynasty to deeply agree with it. In next to no time, these words continued to spread out and obtained the approval of everyone. From today onwards, Duanling Tian, who wasn't a well-known figure, will become a famous figure of our Darkhan dynasty. A young man from an empire crushed all the top young experts of our Darkhan dynasty, and his strength is so shocking that it's sufficient to go down in history. Looks like the Darkstone Empire is a good place indeed. I'll go over to take a look in a few days, and perhaps I'll bring my family over to reside there permanently. Even though the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had already started to disperse, yet the sounds of discussion still rose and fell without end. The topics of discussion of most people revolved around Duanling Tian. A young man that was shockingly young had obtained first in the dynasty martial competition today, and it had exceeded the expectations of everyone. Along with the group of spectators in the cage battle arena dispersing, it wasn't long before the entire capital of the Darkhan dynasty was filled with Duanling Tian's name and deeds. Practically everyone knew that the person who had the honor to win first in the dynasty martial competition held by the Darkhan dynasty this time was a young expert from the Darkstone Empire. This young genius looked to be around the age of 25 and was shockingly young. Besides that, he was called Duanling Tian. Right when the entire Darkhan dynasty's capital was discussing Duanling Tian himself was cozily drinking tea in the estate with the Feng clan estate.
That stone tablet was something I chanced upon in my hometown. When faced with the questions of Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tian Wu, and Elder Kong, Duanling Tian didn't conceal too much and spoke of the Devil Seal Tablet's origins. Of course, he didn't mention the formidable soul that appeared from within the Devil Seal Tablet and attacked him. That soul was so strong that it was even stronger than the rebirth Martial Emperor, and the reason he was able to fortunately survive was because his soul was comparatively special and didn't belong to this world. The fact of his soul not belonging to this world had always been Duanling Tian's greatest secret, and even his father, mother, and 2 fiancés didn't know. Thus, so long as it was related to this secret, Duanling Tian would absolutely not easily divulge it. Even though there's nothing that's an absolute secret in the world, but Duanling Tian could be sure that so long as he didn't speak of this secret, it would absolutely be impossible for another person to know of it. It was precisely because of this that he'd never intended to share this secret with anyone. So in this way, it's because you saw the words on this stone tablet were special that you kept it? Elder Kong asked. Duanling Tian nodded, and then he asked, Elder Kong, you're a man with rich knowledge. I wonder if you recognize these words on the Devil Seal Tablet. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the Devil Seal Tablet that had a small portion of its body broken appeared by Duanling Tian's side and floated there. Elder Kong sized up the Devil Seal Tablet seriously when he heard this. After a short moment, he shook his head. I don't recognize it. Subsequently, Duanling Tian looked at Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tian Wu, and both of them shook their head and indicated they didn't recognize it. Alas, looks like I can only find someone to identify these words after I head over to the foreign lands in the future. Duanling Tian sighed intentionally. Elder Kong nodded. The foreign lands are boundlessly vast, and there are numerous experts there that are as many as the clouds. Perhaps there are people with rich knowledge that will recognize these words. Besides that, since the stone tablet is capable of suppressing Zishang after he utilized his secret technique, I presume it isn't an ordinary thing, and it might give Brother Duan many pleasant surprises in the future. Forget about pleasant surprises, I'm most afraid it brings me shock and fear. Duanling Tian shook his head and he stared at the Devil Seal Tablet with a complicated gaze. Even though he didn't know exactly what the Devil Seal Tablet was, nor did he know the origins of the Devil Seal Tablet. His encounter in the Swamp of Death all those years ago had allowed him to realize that this Devil Seal Tablet was exceedingly extraordinary. The Devil Seal Tablet was actually capable of sealing such a formidable soul within it, and if it wasn't for him letting that formidable soul out, perhaps that formidable soul would still be suppressed within the Devil Seal Tablet until now. Even a soul that was more formidable than the soul of the rebirth Martial Emperor from all those years ago was suppressed within the Devil Seal Tablet. I can be sure that this Devil Seal Tablet is absolutely not an ordinary thing. This was something that Duanling Tian was extremely certain of. This stone tablet isn't simple. Feng Wu Dao, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, gave a rare comment. At the same time, there was obviously slight fear within Feng Wu Dao's eyes. Father, have you discerned anything? Feng Tian Wu asked curiously. Instantly, Duanling Tian and Elder Kong looked at Feng Wu Dao. No. Feng Wu Dao shook his head. Then you. Feng Wu Tian was shocked. Intuition, said Feng Wu Dao. Duanling Tian felt a wave of speechlessness. He'd originally thought that Feng Wu Dao had discerned something, yet never had he expected that this word would come out in the end, and it caused him to be slightly disappointed. Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, Elder Kong. I intend to leave the capital tomorrow. Suddenly, Duanling Tian seemed to have recalled something and spoke to Feng Wu Dao's group of 3. Big Brother Duan, we're going to head to the northern desert half a year from now to gather with the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties and carry out the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Why are you leaving at a time like this? Feng Wu Dao asked. Isn't it better to stay in the capital during this half a year of time and improve your strength? Feng Wu Dao and Elder nodded as both of them agreed with Feng Tian Wu's words. Tian Wu, if I don't have anything to do, then it's fine for me to stay in the capital, but I'm leaving the capital this time to deal with some things. As Duanling Tian finished speaking, a cold light flashed within his eyes. At this moment, Duanling Tian seemed to have transformed into a venomous serpent that lay in ambush, and he would explode out to injure and kill another at any moment.
Feng Tianwu's group of three were able to sense the killing intent contained within Duan Tian's words, and Feng Tianwu couldn't refrain from asking, "Big brother Duan, can you tell me about it?" When he saw Feng Tianwu looking at him with a gaze that carried yearning, Duan Tian, who originally didn't intend to say anything, sighed and then spoke of the matter of the Seven-Star Sword sect being annihilated a few years ago. The Seven-Star Sword sect? The sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that you mentioned in Phoenix Nest City earlier. Feng Tianwu was stunned. Yes. Duan Tian nodded, and his eyes had unknowingly been tainted with a wisp of scarlet red, and even his breathing started to speed up. At this moment, Duan Tian couldn't help but recall the scenes that occurred at the peak of the Seven-Star Sword sect's Dubhe Peak all those years ago. At that time, the members of the Azure Forest Trisect descended in great number, and then they launched a slaughter against the members of the Seven-Star Sword sect, causing the peak of Dubhe Peak to flow with rivers of blood and pile corpses into mountains. When he recalled the price the higher-ups of the Seven-Star Sword sect paid for the sake of allowing him to leave, Duan Tian took a deep breath as he closed his eyes in pain. Originally, this hatred had already been buried deep within the bottom of his heart. Yet they were recalled by him of his own accord today, because he already possessed the ability to take revenge now. "Big brother Duan, I want to follow you as well," said Feng Tianwu to Duan Tian. "Tianwu, it's a personal matter of mine, you." Duan Tian knew that Tianwu had good intentions, yet he refused because it wasn't difficult for him to deal with the Azure Forest Trisect with his current strength. But Duan Tian hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Feng Tianwu. "Big brother Duan, I don't have anything to do at home at any rate. Just allow me to follow you. It isn't bad to go relax." Duan Tian wasn't in time to speak yet when Feng Wudao had already spoken. "I'll be following the both of you." "Haha. Since the eldest master is going, I naturally have to go as well," said Elder Kong. Duan Tian smiled bitterly. He knew that this matter could be said to have been fixed. Right when Duan Tian was curious why Feng Wudao would take the initiative to follow him back. Feng Wudao spoke once more. "Ling Tian, while I and Tianwu follow you back this time, we'll go see your father and mother on the way. It can be considered as an advanced meeting of relatives." "Father, what are you talking about?" Feng Tianwu's beautiful face blushed when she heard Feng Wudao, and her face seemed as if blood would drip out of it at any moment. Duan Tian finally found out the reason Feng Wudao wanted to return to him. It turned out that Feng Wudao's objective was his parents, and that was why he felt something was wrong. "Uncle Feng, Tianwu, Elder Kong. I'll go back and rest first." Duan Tian bid his farewells before fleeing. After he returned to his own small courtyard, Duan Tian closed himself within his room before withdrawing the Devil Seal tablet once more and carefully studying it. "I keep having the feeling that the black-colored flame brand between Xianxia's brows isn't formed from a secret technique. What secret technique is capable of allowing a 9th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist to improve his origin energy and soul to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage in a short amount of time?" The most absurd of it all was that its side effect only caused him to lose reason while the secret technique was executed. Could this even be considered as a side effect? Duan Tian didn't believe this no matter what. Besides that, when I'd just withdrawn the Devil Seal tablet, Xianxia, who'd executed his secret technique and lose all reason, had suddenly spoken instead. The voice at that time was a ghastly and aged voice, and it wasn't Xianxia's own voice. Could it be? There's another soul existing within Xianxia's body? At the critical moment, that soul is able to control Xianxia's body and help him fight his enemies. If Duan Tian was an ordinary Void Initiation Stage martial artist, it would naturally be impossible that he would think so much. The reason he thought so much and his guess was based on evidence was entirely because he'd fused with the 2 lifetimes' worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Moreover, he'd once encountered a formidable soul that wanted to destroy his soul and seize his body. So, no one was clearer about souls seizing another's body than Duan Tian. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, if one soul is sufficiently strong, one can directly destroy the soul of another and occupy the person's body, effectively replacing the person.
However, if one soul had suffered an extremely great blow and only an incomplete soul remained, then it would be difficult to destroy the soul of another and occupy the person's body. But, even though it's impossible to completely occupy the person's body, yet it wasn't a problem to occupy it for a short period of time. When the thought up to here, Duanling Tian couldn't help but gasp. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Besides that, when I encountered the Devil Seal tablet all those years ago, there was a formidable soul sealed within it. In other words, the Devil Seal tablet is able to seal souls. Whereas when the black-colored flame brand appeared between Xianxia's brows, his body was probably instantly occupied by another soul. I was wondering earlier why the Devil Seal tablet would be especially restless when the small black dot appeared between Xianxia's brows. And it even took the initiative to attack Xianxia itself once it left my spatial ring and only stopped attacked after the black-colored flame brand between Xianxia's brows vanished. Now when I think about it, it fits completely with my guess. The Devil Seal tablet was targeting the other soul within Xianxia's body, and when that soul temporarily occupied Xianxia's body, it would draw the hostility of the Devil Seal tablet. Yet once it conceals itself, the Devil Seal tablet would be helpless against it. Duanling Tian's train of thought became gradually clearer. Looks like Xianxia's fortuitous encounter is extraordinary indeed. There's actually a formidable soul concealed within his body. According to the rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, Duanling Tian knew clearly that besides requiring specific conditions, a soul that was capable of leaving the body must be at the Martial Emperor stage. In other words, the soul within Xianxia's body was once a formidable Martial Emperor stage expert. That Martial Emperor stage expert's soul ought to be only a strand of an incomplete soul. Otherwise, Xianxia's body would have been occupied by it long ago. This was something that Duanling Tian was completely capable of confirmed. After a mere incomplete soul occupied Xianxia's body, it's capable of improving Xianxia's strength by 4 levels in a short amount of time, and it even leaped over a stage. Even the rebirth Martial Emperor might not have been capable of doing this in his prime. Duanling Tian frowned when he thought of this. According to the memories of the rebirth Martial Emperor, no matter if it was his first lifetime or his second lifetime, he was the #1 expert that stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent, and no one was a match for him. Perhaps, there are indeed existences that are stronger than the rebirth Martial Emperor in the boundless oceanic area. Moreover, the rebirth Martial Emperor had once guessed that it wouldn't be strange if there were existences that were even stronger than him in the boundless oceanic area. Perhaps there was no limit in the universe. Standing at the peak of Cloud Continent didn't mean that one stood at the peak of the entire world. Besides Cloud Continent, this world contained the boundless and mysterious oceanic area. Besides the Cloud Continent, many experts were possibly concealed in the depths of the boundless oceanic area. Could it be that the Martial Emperor stage expert in Xianxia's body is from the oceanic area outside Cloud Continent? Duanling Tian guessed once more. Duanling Tian lay on his bed and gazed at the ceiling, and his gaze flickered. The Devil Seal tablet seems to be capable of countering the soul of Martial Emperor stage experts. In this way, so long as the Devil Seal tablet is in my possession, the soul of the Martial Emperor stage expert in Xianxia's body is unable to help Xianxia deal with me. Needless to say, after he confirmed this, Duanling Tian felt extremely pleased in his heart. Truthfully speaking, even though it exceeded his expectations to have encountered Xianxia today, yet he wasn't willing to lose at Xianxia's hands. The instant he was about to be defeated at Xianxia's hand and withdrew the Devil Seal tablet, he felt bitter in his heart because he would be trampled beneath the feet of an opponent he defeated in the past. It was a scene that he was unwilling to see, and it caused him to be extremely displeased. Fortunately, he took out the Devil Seal tablet in time and turned defeat into victory. In the Imperial Palace, within a beautifully decorated audience hall of a palace. Imperial uncle, master, and disciple have come to look for me at such a late hour. Is there something urgent? The emperor looked at the black-clothed old man and white-clothed young man that walked into the audience hall as he spoke slowly. I don't know what it is yet, but Xianxia said that he'll tell the two of us once he sees you, said the old man. Xianxia, have you encountered something that's causing trouble for you? No matter what it is, feel free to speak of it. So long as it's within the ability of the imperial family, I'll surely help you take care of it appropriately. The emperor spoke warmly to Zishang. Zishang's brows raised. After the dynasty martial competition today, he noticed that most people within the imperial palace had a different attitude when facing him, and these people included the emperor before him. Of course, he knew that the thing that urged all this was because of the strength and value he revealed during the dynasty martial competition. His world was sufficient for the emperor to look highly upon him and cause the imperial family to look highly upon him.
Your Majesty, I haven't encountered any difficulty, but it's slightly related to the benefit of the imperial family, so I have to speak of it. Zishang lightly smiled. Related to the benefit of the imperial family?
Merely a few words had aroused the interest of the emperor and the old man.
Speak, said the emperor. Yes, Zishang nodded. Your Majesty, Master, the critical factor that led to Duanling Tian defeating me today was that broken stone tablet, and I presume both of you noticed that, right? The emperor and old man nodded in unison. The thing that was most unforgettable to them today was at the instant that Duanling Tian was about to lose at the hands of Zishang, the scene of him turning defeat into victory. The reason Duanling Tian was able to turn defeat into victory relied completely on that seemingly normal broken stone tablet. If they didn't see it with their own two eyes, they would be unable to believe that an ordinary stone tablet like that was actually capable of undoing Zishang's secret technique and becoming the critical factor that determined Duanling Tian's victory. Even now, they were still filled with curiosity towards the stone tablet in Duanling Tian's possession, curious about exactly what secret was contained with that seemingly ordinary stone tablet. After this battle, they naturally wouldn't naively think that it was only an ordinary stone tablet.
What a joke! If it was an ordinary stone tablet, would it be capable of assisting Duanling Tian to seize first in the dynasty martial competition of the Darkhan dynasty? I wonder if your Majesty and Master are interested in knowing the secrets of that stone tablet? Zishang spoke slowly as he aroused the interest of the emperor and old man.
You know about it? The emperor's eyes lit up and couldn't refrain from asking.
Even though the old man didn't speak, yet he stared fixedly at Zishang and was obviously waiting for him to answer. Zishang nodded, and then he said, "That's a saint weapon that transcends all spirit weapons. Saint weapons aren't bound by the amount of amplification it provides, and it's mostly targeted towards usage in various aspects. Besides providing an amplification of strength, a saint weapon possesses various extremely profound abilities."
Zishang stopped briefly when he spoke up to hear. Saint weapon? The emperor and the old man had a perplexed expression when they heard this, as this was the first time they heard of the existence of a saint weapon. But they heard a single thing clearly, and that was the saint weapon was an existence that transcended above all spirit weapons. Zishang, why do you know all this? The old man asked with a low voice. Zishang said, Master, I presume you're curious about why my strength has risen so quickly as well? Actually, all this is because of a fortuitous encounter I obtained a while ago. Within that fortuitous encounter, I found out about many things I didn't know about in the past, and amongst them included this saint weapon. Fortuitous encounter? The emperor and old man looked at each other in the ear and nodded. They'd guessed since long ago that Zishang was able to possess his current shocking cultivation because of some shocking fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, not to mention surpassing by how he even might not be a match for Baihe. What you mean the broken stone tablet in Duanling Tian's possession is actually a saint weapon? The emperor's eyes lit up and his breathing slightly quickened. Yes. Zishang nodded, and then he said, Your Majesty, you've seen the saint weapon in Duanling Tian's possession today. Besides being an offensive saint weapon, his saint weapon possessed the ability to counter various secret techniques. It was precisely because of this that I would be defeated by him today. Moreover, if one fuses one's origin energy into a saint weapon, it would normally provide an amplification of 100%, which even surpasses a grade 1 spirit weapon. Zishang finished speaking with a single breath, and slight nervousness was contained within the depths of his eyes. Now he was waiting for the fish to take the bait. As for if the fist would take the bait or not, he wasn't sure about it, and so he was slightly nervous. Offensive saint weapon? An amplification of 100%. The emperor's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he heard Zishang.
Moreover, it possesses the ability to counter various secret techniques.
What ability does that Duanling Tian possess to actually be able to obtain such a heaven-defying saint weapon? As he finished muttering, the emperor frowned slightly as greed suffused his eyes. Zishang, this matter isn't a joke. Are you sure? The old man confirmed a step further. Master, what I said is naturally the truth. Zishang hurriedly replied. Even though the Devil Seal tablet in Duanling Tian's possession wasn't complete, but no matter how bad a state it was in, it was still a part of the Supreme Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet.
And it wasn't difficult to obtain an amplification of 100% strength when fusing one's origin energy into it.
After all, even the small fragment of the Devil Seal tablet in his possession was capable of providing an amplification of 100% so long as he was willing to fuse his origin energy into it.
Of course, he didn't dare rashly utilize it when there were many people around. Even if it was a small fragment of a stone tablet, something that provided an amplification of 100% was sufficient to draw the greed of any martial artist. Even though he possessed the help of Ghost Flame, but because of his cultivation being too low, Ghost Flame's assistance to him was limited.
So he had no choice but to toss the fragment of the Devil Seal tablet into his spatial ring.
Zishang wasn't worried that the imperial family would expose his lies after they seized the incomplete Devil Seal tablet from Duanling Tian.
Of course, even though he'd held back on something, everything he did wasn't a lie.
Your Majesty, Master, this is what I wanted to tell the both of you today. If our imperial family is able to obtain this saint weapon, then it's entirely beneficial and completely harmless to our imperial family. As he finished speaking, Zishang was slightly excited.
Zishang, you've said so much.
Yet it wouldn't be because you're not resigned to your loss to Duanling Tian today and want to use the imperial family to deal with Duanling Tian, right? Suddenly, the emperor calmed down and his wise eyes stared at Zishang as he spoke slowly.
Zishang doesn't dare. Zishang hurriedly shook his head, and then he added, If your Majesty doesn't believe what I said earlier, then I'm willing to take an oath of tribulation. As he spoke, and before the emperor and his mater recovered from their shock, he'd already pinched open his finger and caused a drop of fresh blood to charge into the sky before vowing in a clear voice.
I, Zishang, vow under the 99 heavenly tribulation that if the broken stone tablet in Duanling Tian's possession isn't a saint weapon and doesn't possess an amplification of 100%, then I, Zishang, am willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Subsequently, 9 thunderclaps resounded out in the sky above the imperial palace, and it shocked most of the people with the imperial palace. Even the people in the area nearby the imperial palace heard these 9 resounding thunderclaps.
For a time, the corner of the capital that the imperial palace was located at was in a complete uproar. So many thunderclaps have resounded out. Could it be that it's going to rain? Kid, quickly help mother bring in the clothes that are drying outside. All right. These were voices that sounded out from a slum behind a remote alley nearby the imperial palace, and it belonged to a widow and her son. They were people that occupied the lowest levels of the Darkhan dynasty, and were only ordinary people that didn't know what those 9 resounding thunderclaps meant. It's the 99 heavenly tribulation. Looks like someone in the imperial palace has taken an oath under the 99 heavenly tribulation. Yet I wonder who it is. Many martial artists guessed the meaning these 9 resounding thunderclaps meant. Not long after, the news of someone in the imperial palace taking an oath under the 99 heavenly tribulation spread throughout the entire capital and became known to all. The 99 heavenly tribulation was an oath tribulation, and once a person made an oath under it, no one could go against it. Otherwise, that person would be blasted to death by the heavenly tribulation. Within the audience hall, when they saw that after Zishang took an oath under the heavenly tribulation, yet the heavenly tribulation didn't take further action, nor had any intention of punishing Zishang, the emperor and the black-clothed old man completely believed Zishang.
Zishang, you return first. Don't tell another person about this matter, including your sister. The old man looked at Zishang and spoke with a solemn expression. Don't worry, master, I know what I should say and what I shouldn't. Zishang pledged sincerely and nodded before turning and leaving the audience hall. When he turned around, a smile of being successful in his scheme appeared on Zishang's face, and his eyes revealed a cold light that seemed to be waiting to swallow his enemies up. You've done well. He'd only just walked out of the audience hall when a ghastly and aged voice started resounding within his mind.
"Thank you for the praise, Elder Ghost," Zishang hurriedly replied and didn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest. "I was able to discern that your master and that Darkhan Dynasty's emperor have already aroused greed towards the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duanling Tian's possession. It won't be long before they'll make a move." Ghost Flame continued. "Unfortunately, Duanling Tian can't die at my hand. It's rather regretful." Zishang sighed. "Humph," Ghost Flame said with disdain. "Even though Duanling Tian's natural talent and comprehension ability isn't bad, there are many people in the outside world that possess great natural talent and stronger comprehension ability than him. Once you walk out of this little countryside in the future, you'll know how huge the outside world is. Before some genius experts in the outside world, Duanling Tian is utterly nothing." Ghost Flame spoke slowly.
"When you recall this moment at that time, you'll really see how laughable you are at this moment."
"I understand." Zishang nodded, and the regret on his face vanished.
Duanling Tian naturally didn't know of the plot the imperial family was planning against him, and he was currently already sound asleep in the land of dreams. He was about to leave the Darkhan dynasty and return to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom tomorrow, and his feelings surged extremely and was utterly unable to calm down to cultivate or comprehend concept. Duanling Tian slept all the way until the sky lit up before awakening. After he woke up, Duanling Tian subconsciously took out the Devil Seal tablet. "I had a dream last night. In the dream, the Devil Seal tablet could be used as a spirit weapon. As the saying goes, what you think about in the day, you will dream of at night. I wonder if my dreams can come true." Whoosh! When he thought up to here, Duanling Tian didn't hesitate to directly fuse his origin energy into the Devil Seal tablet.
Right at this moment, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down from the sky above Duanling Tian, with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Along with the Devil Seal tablet being enveloped by a layer of origin energy, Duanling Tian noticed that another 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared by the side of the existing 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes.
Duanling Tian was dumbstruck when he saw this scene.
His current actions were just a spur of the moment, and even though he dreamed about it yesterday, the dream only told him that the Devil Seal tablet could be used as a spirit weapon. It didn't say that when the Devil Seal tablet was utilized as a spirit weapon, it was capable of providing an amplification of 100%.
An amplification of an entire 100%.
This seems so be only capable of being achieved by the quasi-royal grade spirit weapons refined by the Rebirth Martial Emperor all those years ago, right? Duanling Tian possessed a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in his possession, and it was the sword that belonged to the white-clothed sword monarch that he obtained in the sword monarch's treasure. That was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword, and it was capable of providing an amplification of an entire 100%. Yet now, Duanling Tian was completely dumbstruck when he noticed the Devil Seal tablet in his possession possessed the capability of providing an amplification of 100%. After a short while, he recovered from his shock. Looks like this Devil Seal tablet isn't simple. Under his curiosity, Duanling Tian continued to study the Devil Seal tablet, yet he didn't notice anything else after studying it for some time. "Big Brother Duan." After an unknown period of time, Feng Tianwu's voice sounded out from outside his room, and only now did Duanling Tian put away the Devil Seal tablet and wash up before changing into a pair of new clothes and walking out of his room. "Tianwu, good morning." After he walked out of his room, Duanling Tian bathed under the gentle morning sunlight as he lightly smiled and greeted Feng Tianwu, who stood outside the courtyard. "Big Brother Duan, let's go have breakfast together." "We'll leave after we have breakfast," said Feng Tianwu to Duanling Tian. "Okay." Duanling Tian nodded.
After finishing his breakfast, Duanling Tian notified Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong before making a trip to the Darkstone estate the members of the Darkstone Empire were staying at. He came over this time mainly to bid his farewells to Su Li and King Yong. After he bid his farewells to King Yong, Duanling Tian found Su Li. "Su Li, I intend to make a trip to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Do you want to follow me?" Duanling Tian had actually only thought to ask this at the last minute. The Crimson Sky Kingdom wasn't only his hometown, but it was also Su Li's hometown.
Duanling Tian originally thought that Su Li would agree, because according to his knowledge, Su Li hadn't returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom for many years, not to mention catching up with those few good friends from the past. But Su Li had refused instead. Duanling Tian, I'm not going back for now. I'm going to look for my master in another 2 days, and I will probably be going to wander about the other dynasties for a period of time.
Su Li, I presume that when we meet the next time, your strength will surely shock me greatly. Duanling Tian laughed.
As far as he was concerned, it was surely Su Li's master that intended to allow Su Li to increase his strength a step further before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties arrives, and this aroused his intention to bring Su Li around to wander the other dynasties. With Su Li's current cultivation, not to mention competing with the top young geniuses of the various dynasties, there were even many people in the Darkhan dynasty that could defeat him. I'm afraid that when we meet the next time, your strength will be even more shocking. Su Li sighed.
In the past, along with the numerous times his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, he felt that he ought to be able to surpass Duanling Tian.
But when he saw Duanling Tian once more and witnessed the strength Duanling Tian revealed, he instead felt a wave of powerlessness that came from the bottom of his heart. It seemed as if there was an insurmountable chasm between him and Duanling Tian, and no matter how much effort he put in, he was unable to surmount that chasm to catch up to Duanling Tian in the end.
But he didn't feel frustrated because of this, and it instead caused him to burn with the will to fight. He would surely work hard to chase up and even surpass Duanling Tian's footsteps before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties started a year from now.
This was his goal for the coming year. After you return, send my regards to Tian Hu, Xiaoyu and the others, said Su Li to Duanling Tian. Of course. Duanling Tian nodded. Right when Duanling Tian intended to leave, King Yong called out to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, I almost forgot to tell you. Vice Guild Master Xiang asked me to tell you that if you're free in the future, you can go catch up with him in the Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion. Okay. Duanling Tian replied and nodded with a smile to King Yong before leaving the Darkstone estate. In the sky above the Darkhan dynasty's capital.
Swoosh! An enormous sword swept through the sky with an extremely swift speed that was difficult for an ordinary person's eyes to catch.
If one were to look carefully, one could notice that this sword wasn't a material sword, and it was instead condensed into form from origin energy. Obviously, someone had intentionally condensed it from his own origin energy to be a mode of transport. After a short moment, the enormous sword left the sky of the capital. On the enormous sword was a layer of a faint origin energy barrier that enveloped the entire enormous sword, and it blocked out the strong winds that assaulted them from ahead. The body of the enormous sword was extremely wide and was capable of accommodating a few tens of people, yet only 4 people were standing on it.
This speed is much faster than the three-eyed flame tiger. Duanling Tian thought in his heart as he looked at his surroundings.
The other 3 people were precisely Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tian Wu, and Elder Kong.
Presently, the 4 of them were heading towards the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The enormous sword beneath their feet was condensed into form from Feng Wu Dao's origin energy, and its flying speed was so swift that it was comparable to a formidable demon beast at the void interpretation stage. Compared to the three-eyed flame tiger, it was a many times swifter. With the enormous sword's speed, it merely spent almost 10 days of time to pass through the vast Darkstone Empire and enter the territory of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Ling Tian, where are we going now? The enormous sword stopped under Feng Wu Dao's control as he looked at Duanling Tian and asked. We'll first head to the location of the 7-star sword sect. It's over there. Under Duanling Tian's guidance, Feng Wu Dao controlled the enormous sword to head southwest, and it wasn't long before they saw 7 sword peaks that shot into the sky appear before their eyes. The 7 sword peaks were like 7 enormous swords that were pierced into the boundless earth, and they possessed a shocking, imposing aura as if they wanted to pierce through the boundless sky. Big Brother Duan. This is the 7-star sword sect? Feng Tianwu looked down at the 7 sword peaks and asked. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. He originally thought that he would become depressed at the sight of the 7-star sword sect, but when the 7 great sword peaks appeared before his eyes, his originally surging feelings had instantly calmed down. All his grief seemed to have transformed into boundless hate that ceaselessly accumulated and would explode out at any moment. Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, Elder Kong. I'm going down to go look for 2 people, all of you wait here for me. Duanling Tian looked at Feng Wu Dao and the others as he spoke slowly. Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong nodded, whereas Feng Tian Wu said instead, Big Brother Duan, I'll follow you over. Duanling Tian didn't refuse and brought Feng Tian Wu along as he flashed through the sky and plunged down directly towards the peak of Migres Peak and descended there after a short moment. As he stood at this familiar place, Duanling Tian took a deep breath and pressed down his restless mood. Feng Tian Wu was able to discern that Duanling Tian's feelings were unsteady, and she knew to not say anything as she silently followed by Duanling Tian's side, as if she was Duanling Tian's shadow. This place was once the place where I cultivated. Duanling Tian walked to the side of the peak of Migres Peak and stood at the precipice as he lowered his head, and his gaze seemed to be able to pass through the clouds and mist to see the familiar tilted tree. Feng Tianwu stood by Duanling Tian's side and looked down along with him. After a short moment, she followed Duanling Tian to flash down, and only now did he understand why Duanling Tian said that his was the place where he once cultivated. It turned out that at the side of this precipice was actually a cave passageway that led into the mountain, whereas there was a tilted tree at the entrance of this cave passageway. I seem to have already left for an extremely long time. Duanling Tian stood on the tilted tree and lightly stroked the branches and leaves on it, and he had a gaze of reminiscence. All those years ago, he'd noticed this place after he'd just joined the 7-Star Sword sect. It could be said this place had an extraordinary meaning to him, and it even bestowed his extremely monstrous natural talent to him, allowing his cultivation to advance at a tremendous pace. Tilted tree, 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duanling Tian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't refrain from recalling the scene when he arrived here all those years ago. He still remembered that when he just arrived here, this place only had a single tilted tree, whereas the cave passageway was instead covered by a layer of stone wall, and it was he who used brute force to break a hole on it. It was precisely because he opened up this wall that he was able to enter the cave passageway and enter the mountain to discover the 10,000-year stalactite milk that allowed him to undergo rebirth. He'd left behind many traces and too many memories here. Duanling Tian's spiritual force extended out, and he noticed in the first possible moment that there were 2 people cultivating in the stalactite cave within the cave passageway. The auras of these 2 people weren't unfamiliar to him. One of them was the former peak master of the 7-Star Sword sect's Alcade Peak, Xianxia, who was the master of his fiancée Ku Air. The other was Mou, the closed-door disciple of the former sect leader of the 7-Star Sword sect, Linghu Jinghong. After he noticed the 2 of them, Duanling Tian revealed a rare smile on his face. Swish! A wave of wind howls caused by the sky being torn apart swept out from the distant skies, and it grew closer and closer and became deafening. Watch out! Big Brother Duan. Feng Tian Wu's expression went grim. With a wave of her hand, the Grade 3 spirit whip Duanling Tian refined for her had appeared out of thin air as her origin energy raged into existence, and she was ready to attack at any moment. Duanling Tian's brows raised, and he looked towards the direction the approaching howls of wind sounded from to see an exceedingly enormous figure appearing before his eyes. The figure that grew clearer and clearer before his eyes caused Duanling Tian's body to tremble slightly, and then his pupils constricted as if he'd seen something unbelievable. On the other side, Feng Tianwu, who was prepared to attack, withdrew her raging origin energy at this moment. The phenomenon of the heaven and earth in the sky that weren't able to condense into form yet had vanished along with this, because she noticed that no matter if it was Duanling Tian or the figure that had arrived unexpectedly, both of them had no hostility in their eyes after they saw each other. As she looked at the rock that flapped its pair of wings that seemed like clouds that covered the skies, she thought in her heart, Big Brother Duan knows it? In next to no time she obtained the answer. Elder Peng. Duanling Tian was unable to restrain his feelings of excitement any longer. He cried out as his figure flashed out to instant vanish on the spot, and he was already near the rock when he appeared once more. Presently, the rock that had appeared before Duanling Tian's eyes was precisely the sect-guarding revered elder of the former 7-Star Sword sect, Elder Peng. Never had Duanling Tian imagined that Elder Peng was actually still alive. All those years ago, after Elder Ping sent him away, Elder Peng had returned without hesitation with the intention of living and dying with the Seven-Star Sword sect.
Originally, Duanling Tian thought that Elder Peng had died along with the higher-ups of the Seven-Star Sword sect under the hands of those old fellows from the Azure Forest Tri-sect. Yet never had he imagined that Elder Peng was actually still alive.
As he stood in the air before Elder Peng, Duanling Tian's face was covered in excitement that couldn't be restrained.
Not bad. Not bad. I'm actually unable to see through you in the slightest. Looks like your improvement in these past few years was extremely great. When Elder Peng saw Duanling Tian once more, he was slightly excited and spoke via voice transmission. All those years ago, he and the higher-ups of the Seven-Star Sword sect had arrived at a common agreement to send Duanling Tian away because they felt that Duanling Tian was the hope for the Seven-Star Sword sect to rise once more. So all the higher-ups of the Seven-Star Sword sect laid down their lives to open a path for Duanling Tian to flee, whereas he'd smoothly sent Duanling Tian away. Elder Peng, how did you survive? Duanling Tian's feeling gradually calmed down, and he couldn't help but ask.
Elder Peng was only a void initiation stage demon beast that was unable to speak out like humans, and he sighed via voice transmission.
On that day, after I sent you off and returned, I instead noticed that everything was already over. There was utterly no point in me making a move. So I concealed myself and waited for the day you returned to help you rebuild the sect. Elder Peng, your decision was a wise one, said Duanling Tian.
At the beginning, I was unable to wrap my head around why all our Seven-Star Sword sect's higher-ups would die so quickly under the hands of the Azure Forest Trisect. Later on, I found out from little girl Xiang that it was Zhao Ming who'd betrayed the sect. When he spoke up to hear,
the aged voice in Elder Peng's voice transmission was filled with rage. After that, I trespassed into the Azure Forest Trisect on many occasions and killed both of Zhao Ming's grandchildren successively, but unfortunately, Zhao Ming had always been hiding and didn't make an appearance. Otherwise, even if I had to fight to the death, I'd drag him along with me.
At this moment, Duanling Tian was able to sense Elder Peng's rage, and he shook his head. Elder Peng, there's no need for you to give up your precious life for a mere Zhao Ming. Even though Zhao Ming is still alive now, it's no different than being dead.
All those years ago, Zhao Ming, who was once Elder Ming of the Seven-Star Sword sect, had been deceived into an inscription formation in the Darkstone Empire by Duanling Tian. During these past few years, unless an expert had interfered, it would be impossible for that Zhao Ming and the other guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect to escape. Elder Peng's sharp eyes were filled with bewilderment when he heard Duanling Tian. After Duanling Tian explained it, Elder Peng came to a sudden understanding, and his sharp eyes were filled with a gratified expression. You're really not bad. Our decision all those years ago was correct.
I was wondering why Zhao Ming had never made an appearance all this time, yet never had I imagined that he'd long since been trapped within that inscription formation you spoke of. If the sect leader in the Netherworld knows this, he would surely be extremely gratified, said Elder Peng via voice transmission.
Elder Peng, have the Azure Forest Trisect been making any movements lately? Do you know the reason they annihilated the Mountain Split sect and our Seven-Star Sword sect all those years ago? Duanling Tian asked Elder Peng.
Duanling Tian had always been puzzled about the reason the three great sects had joined to form the Azure Forest Trisect and successively annihilated the Mountain Split sect and the Seven-Star Sword sect.
He didn't know why the three great sects would combine their sects to the point of abandoning their independent inheritances and causing their sects to become history.
Elder Peng hadn't spoken yet when a voice broke the short silence.
Senior brother. Suddenly, two figures had appeared on the tilted tree. One was a beautiful woman that was dignified and graceful, and the other was a young man that seemed to be almost 30. Presently, the young man was looking at the nearby Duanling Tian, who stood in midair with an excited expression, whereas the beautiful woman revealed a gratified smile as well. The little follow that was filled with glory all those years ago had already grown to the point that even she was unable to see through him now. After so many years, I presume he ought to have already broken through to the first level of the Void initiation stage. The beautiful woman was precisely the peak master of the former Seven-Star Sword sect's Alcade Peak, Xianxia. As far as she was concerned, Duan Ling Tian being able to break through to the first level of the Void Initiation stage now was already an extremely pleasant surprise to her, and she felt the 7-star sword sect had the chance to rise up. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this voice, and he turned around to look at the two people that stood on the tilted tree. He greeted Xianxia, who was the senior first. Peak Master. Besides being the peak master of the former 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, Xianxia was also the master of his fiancée, Ku'er. Because of this, he'd always been respectful towards Xianxia. Even today, when his strength had already completely surpassed Xianxia, he didn't reduce the amount of respect he gave Xianxia. You've returned. Xianxia revealed a warm smile. Yes, I've returned. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and he revealed a smile as his gaze descended onto the young man beside her. MOU, long time no see. You weren't being lazy during these past few years, right? After many years, that little fellow from all those years ago had already grown into a man.